Hello everyone, Darth here, and welcome back to the most extremely overly analytical video of all time. First off, this was a group project, so let's do a quick introduction. This is David. David is a writer and runs a blog, his own YouTube channel, and a podcast. I don't feel at all inferior. David happened across one of my vids and reached out asking if I'd join him on his podcast for their movie review of Solo. My first reaction was, I'd have to talk with other people? But I eventually decided to channel my inner Anakin Skywalker and just go for it.
You are strong and wise, and I am very proud of you.
David brought along Patrick and Danielle. Patrick co-hosts a film analysis podcast, while Danielle runs a magazine that critiques and celebrates the stories told in video games. Well, they're all talented and brilliant people, and at this point, I'm feeling completely out of my league, so I helped recruit Ryebold, who's an extremely undervalued Star Wars essayist. So now we've got 2 Star Wars nerds and 3 writers all ready to tackle a group analysis of Solo. So here's how this is going to play out. This is David's podcast. I was his guest, so he's going to lead us and talk a majority of the time. But here's the thing, I would not put this out for you if it wasn't good. He's very knowledgeable and very entertaining, and the group had a fantastic synergy. I honestly loved every minute of this endeavor. We intended this to be a single recording lasting 2 hours, but we ended up meeting for 3 weekends in a row, recording over 6 hours of discussion as we dissected the film beat by beat. So frequently, you'll hear us mention what we talked about last time. That's because I've edited the sections we recorded into one ultra mega video. Then prior to our group recording, David, Pat, and Danielle met and recorded an introduction, where they looked at the production of the film and general state of the franchise. They were gracious enough to let me use all the footage they recorded, so if you want a pretty in-depth look at the events leading up to the production of Solo and everything that went on behind the scenes, check out the introduction. If you want to skip ahead to part 1 that I was a part of, I'll have time codes in each section of the description or pinned comment or whatever the devil it is YouTube is doing these days. If you want to treat this as a podcast and just listen, fair enough, but I've spent a ton of time trying to edit it so it's entertaining to watch. If you enjoy, please be sure to check out everyone's channel or website. They're all linked in the description. And last but not least, as opposed to a majority of my content, this video does contain adult language, topics, and humor, so maybe give it a watch after the kids are in bed. Alright, let's cut over to David so you can meet everyone as he gets the ball rolling on the introduction.
Hey guys, welcome back to Backtrack Behind the Creators. I'm your host, DC McNeil, author of Maynard Trigg and editor-in-chief at ZeroIndent.com. I'm joined today by returning guest, friend of the show, Danielle. What's up, Danielle?
Hey guys, thanks for having me back.
Wouldn't have it any other way. And of course, Patrick, host of Method to the Madness. We got him. I don't know how we managed to book him on such short notice, but we got him.
You will address me as the esteemed co-host.
Oh, the esteemed co-host. How does Mitchie feel about that?
I haven't told him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
This will be an interesting rude awakening for him.
I love you, Mitchie.
Yeah. The reason I've summoned you here today, kind of Lord of the Rings style. You know, they go to what's the place with the elves, Rivendell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Council of Elves. You guys are like the precursor to the Council of Elves. We're going to talk about one of my favorite films that also sucks a bit today, and we're going to kind of go through the story of how it came to be, the different moving parts that ultimately resulted in this motion picture, and then next episode in part 2 we'll be joined by some amazing YouTube media crit friends who have dedicated their lives to thinking and writing about Star Wars, so we'll have them on to kind of help us do a deep dive and a beat-by-beat analysis of Solo, a Star Wars story. Before we kind of get into it, I just wanted to touch base, Star Wars-wise, where are we all at? Pat, what's your relationship like to Star Wars coming into this?
Like a lot of kids from my generation, I'm a prequel boy. And you know what? I love Star Wars. I'm not crazy about it. I'm the kind of guy that when the new episode 9 came out, or any of the sequel trilogies, I waited 2 weeks to go see it. Right. If that speaks anything about...
You went day one.
Yeah, exactly. That being said, I enjoy it. It's a really big part of my childhood, informed the way I love pop culture and movies. And yeah, it's just, I mean, overlooking the monopoly that Disney and Star Wars has on culture,
yeah.
it's just a good bit of fun.
So you like it, but you're not in love yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, love it. Danielle?
Yeah, so I have to say, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan. I don't hate it. Like when I was in college, I did feel like I hated it. And my friends basically forced me to watch it.
Wait, is this continuing on the train of like college Danielle being very high and mighty about everything? Does it fall into that
Yes.
category? Love it.
Yeah. And but to be fair, like when I was younger, like very young, like around 6 years old, at this like after school daycare that my mom would send us to, they would watch Star Wars a lot, and I'd always be like, I don't want to watch this. So it's like I never really wanted to watch it anyway. So maybe that was just like trauma from my younger years.
Star Wars trauma, yeah.
Yeah, but when episode 8 came out, a friend of mine, I was going to visit her in Texas, and she wanted to see the movie in the theater. So I got more into it because I watched episode 7 in preparation for 8, and become a bit like, I like the movies now. I think they're fine. Then I saw episode 9 and was like, oh, I don't know anymore.
Oh, maybe they are bad.
I think it just depends. But I do think they're just they're fun movies. I'll give them that. I don't love them, but
Yeah, fun, good fun. I started, before we started making shows, and I was just a normal person who wasn't completely broken by doing years of media criticism. I kind of liked Star Wars. Like I grew up kind of like Pat on the prequels, and my dad had like the DVD box sets of all the Star Wars films, like the originals. And there were many a summer where I would just kind of lie on his couch and watch those movies because he'd always be at work or he'd be busy or whatever. I'm fine now, by the way. But I watched a lot of Star Wars and Star Trek growing up, like a lot. And I rewatched them a lot. And it wasn't until I was about 14 that I picked up, I think it was Revenge of the Sith. And I got about 10 minutes in and I went, oh, this isn't very good. And like, it was like, it was like a literal light bulb moment. I was like, oh, I don't think this is a good story.
Was this upon a rewatch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
This was like, I watched
Same
that
thing
film,
happened to me.
I watched that film like 20 times, and then it's one day I woke up and I was like, oh no. And then I suddenly rewatched them all and I was like, oh no. And then that was it was one of my gateways into media criticism, I guess. Even though I don't like to credit George Lucas with Disney with anything because they don't need any more credit. But I probably wouldn't be doing this if I hadn't had that light bulb moment of like, oh, maybe this is bad. So I have a complicated relationship with it. We saw Solo on opening night because Disney have this annoying habit of when it's not a huge release, they'll do the press screening at the same time as the fan screening. So we went to a press screening with like people that had won like a radio competition to get tickets.
The best kind.
So there was like half of a theater filled with like diehard Star Wars fans, and then half of a theater filled with like us, and then a bunch of middle-aged people that write for like local papers. So it was a very weird experience. I guess then to start today, I wanted to start with my unpopular thought, which is that I quite like the idea of the Star Wars prequels. It's always curious to see a storyteller continue to develop their thematic ideas and worlds in a confined space with an existing endpoint. They already know exactly where they're going, and they're trying to fill in some blanks. It's a challenge a lot of authors and screenwriters are rarely up to. So, know that I'm not being sarcastic or glib. This is not a joke or a bit. I genuinely liked Solo, A Star Wars Story the first time I saw it in theaters, and I was the only one who did. Ben and Laura walked out with me and they were like, that was garbage. And you can go back and you can listen to that podcast. I was glowing. I was so excited. There were space cowboys, Pat. I was over the moon.
I think I remember, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of side-eyed me like I'd lost my fucking mind, which is fair. And so while the next 2 episodes will be an exploration of the text, its origins and execution, it will also hopefully reveal whatever it was that made me enjoy this thing that's objectively pretty mediocre. So before we get into the pre-production and a bit of the background, do you guys know anything about the drama that went on in the making of this film?
Yes.
Okay, Pat does. Well, yeah, because you spent enough time with me. Mm-hmm. Pat's like, I've experienced several drunken rants.
I wrote an article about that kind of thing.
You did, which we'll get to. Yeah. Danielle, do you know much about sort of some of the issues with how this all came together?
I know nothing. The only thing I was aware of was when they were casting Han, and I don't really think that was a bit of drama, unless it was, and I'm just not aware of it. But that's all I know.
Okay. Interesting.
What was that drama?
I just remember there was like a big thing about who they wanted to cast with his likeness, and there was a sort of unknown. I don't know if TikTok was around at that time, or maybe it was, I forget what the other app was that was kind of similar to TikTok that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Vine.
Yeah.
And this guy would make a bunch of vines, and he looked exactly like the actor's name. I'm blanking.
Harrison Ford.
Han Solo. Yeah. But yeah, he looked just like him. And I remember there was a whole thing about who are they going to cast. And then when the actual actor was cast, everybody was like, oh, that's a bit of a letdown. But I don't think that's what you're going to be talking about.
Not exactly, but that is part of what we'll talk about in part 2 when it comes to the kinds of decisions they've made. I'll link it in the show notes as a bit of a primer for next week. But Pat wrote a really great article about how complicated it is to be telling these prequel stories and sort of having these actors come in and not just create a story, but also imitate someone else's performance. And it's one of those really tricky things where if I recall, the drama with the particular person you were talking about is that it's not just that he looked like Han Solo, but he did like a really good Han Solo impression. Mm-hmm. Like he was an impressionist, but he wasn't an actor. And so Disney were like, we're not going to just fucking hire some YouTube kid who doesn't know how to act. And then they hired Alden Ehrenreich, and then they went, fuck, we hired a YouTube kid who doesn't know how to act. So there was some irony there, of course. But yeah, look, that whole thing we will definitely be touching on in great detail in part 2. I have like a whole 2 pages about it. But yeah, it is interesting, I suppose, for some context before we talk about everything. This film takes place between the events of the end of the prequel trilogy and the start of the original trilogy. So between Revenge of the Sith and the start of A New Hope. Almost forgot what A New Hope was called just then, by the way. It's like, oh, what's it? Episode fuck, what is it? And then sometime before the events of Rogue One as well, is my understanding, even though that's sort of not connected. And this was a real gamble for Disney because they were hoping that if this worked, they could just make these films every year and just print money. That was their plan. Obviously, things did not go that way. So let's just jump right in. It's no secret that Bob Iger's occupation of Disney has been profitable. From a series of safe purchases in Marvel to the Fox merger, and the even riskier investments like purchasing Maker, a YouTube network, Iger's leadership has seen the company make an awful lot of money, an awful lot of films, and make history with events like Infinity War and the relaunch of the Star Wars franchise to the big screen. But it was this latter decision that has had some varying results. Sometime in 2012, George Lucas started working on the Han Solo prequel he had always wanted to tell with the help of Lawrence Kasdan. Kasdan's resume speaks for itself. He wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Empire Strikes Back, and he also penned Return of the Jedi. He did also write Dreamcatcher, which was impressively bad for an adaptation of a Stephen King film. So I will say that. It's not all... He's not just printing winners. Every now and then he's swinging and missing. But, you know, he's the dude that did Empire, man. Like, that's the guy you get. That's the dude. If someone's like, yeah, we got a Star Wars idea, that's the guy I hire. I think, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's the dude. So, you know, Lucas pushed Kasdan to develop this prequel film. And it was complicated because this is where art and commerce kind of collide, where it was in part to basically show Disney that they had these bankable future films. So they could kind of hand them these treatments and be like, okay, like, here's 4, you know, prequel ideas. And, you know, one of them was like the Obi-Wan standalone series. Like they were sort of trying to give them like, not just instead of being like, here is a blank slate for Star Wars, go for it. They wanted to be like, here are some of Lucas's original ideas. And it was never part of the contracts, but it was sort of in good faith to do that, I suppose. And so they were kind of doing it for artistic reasons, but also, you know, with the future sale as part of that plan. This is the studio equivalent of redoing your bathrooms before putting your house on the market. It's not just that it increases the value of the Star Wars brand before sale, but it provides a sort of insulation for Disney. Having a series of outline stories from the franchise's best creators essentially should future-proof the brand and the films. Now, Lucas had met with Iger in secret prior to anyone knowing about any of this quite a lot. And on 30th of October, 2012, Disney announced they would acquire Lucasfilm for $4 billion, which is an outrageous amount of money.
Yeah.
At around this time, Lucas asked Kasdan to focus his efforts on The Force Awakens rather than the Solo prequel. I couldn't find any documentation around why they changed this plan. If I had to speculate, the prequels are universally squinted at as being not great. So I think if Disney opened with, here's another prequel, they might have sort of been dead on arrival. Like you could imagine them being like, here is another prequel, and everyone would just be like, wow, that's how you want to reboot Star Wars? That's what we're doing? In hindsight, doing the sequel trilogy was not the best idea either, but I kind of get the reticence to sort of to stick with the solo idea. So instead, with the help of J.J. Abrams, after the departure of Michael Arndt, Kasdan and Abrams delivered The Force Awakens, a film that made more money than God. This film made like $1 billion, which is fucking wild to me.
Wasn't it at a time the most highest grossing film?
It was.
Yeah.
It beat Jim Cameron's Avatar by like a hair.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
And then Jim Cameron's Avatar caught back up.
Because he cheats.
Yeah. Because he's a cheating liar. And he keeps republishing Titanic and Avatar, and he's a cheating coward, that man.
Damn.
God damn.
He is. Oh.
Jim Cameron. I reckon he's still turning over in his grave about that. I reckon he's still saucy that Star Wars beat him.
Wait, who is?
Jim Cameron.
In his grave?
Well, he's not dead
He's still
yet,
alive.
But, I mean, when was the last time he made something good?
Yeah.
I mean, good question.
Yeah. I'm not saying I want to kill Jim. It doesn't matter. I just think they should stop making Avatar. We get it. You're making 5 of them. It's fine. Relax.
Yeah, we're getting 5. We're getting 5. We got the Avatar land in Disney, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
I forget you're near Disneyland. So I'm like, oh yeah, you can just go and check out Avatar Land.
I'm somewhat close. I have checked it out. It is interesting. It's beautiful.
There's an Avatar land?
Yeah, it's called Pandora.
What? Yeah. That's crazy.
Like the planet.
Yeah, it unfortunately when I was there I didn't get to ride the penultimate ride. I forget what it's called. But I did go on this like little river journey, and it was Avatar.
Was it tranquil? Did you feel at peace? One with nature.
Definitely tranquil.
Yeah.
I've never seen Avatar. I don't plan on ever seeing it, so it's kind of like, yeah.
You must
All
be
right.
the only person in the world who would go to Disney and their theme parks and not know half of the properties there.
Look, I mean, I used to. Like, I like Disney. I like their animation stuff. Like, a lot of, like, Marvel, Star Wars, Pandora, I'm not really into it. But, that's just me.
But
I'm
Mulan,
not like other...
Sign me the fuck up. I get it. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Force Awakens when it came out? I mean, I know that you did, Pat. But Danielle, have you seen episode 7? Is that right?
I've seen it. I watched it. I didn't see it when it came out. I watched it in preparation to see episode 8.
Okay, cool. All right. So you guys kind of get the appeal, right? It was like a reset. It was Star Wars for a new generation. Kids loved it. Parents loved it. Us millennials were like, Star Wars is back, finally. And this time there's women in it, which was also exciting because there was sort of a significant issue with George and his approach to including people that aren't men.
There was a lot of, I think the main thing about its success was the amount of like romance, not like romance, like love romance, but romanticism of like the past and shit.
Yes.
Practical effects, bringing back the old actors, having the same plot as episode 4, just like the safest fucking thing you could possibly do.
Safest possible movie. And it made a fuckload of money. And that is impressive to me.
And also I weep for our culture too.
Yeah, also culture's dead and we lost. But that's fine. That's why we do the show, because we're trying to scrape it back 1 week at a time.
That's Disney.
That's Disney, baby. I'm excited for when they own like our personhood. Like when I have to like go to Disney to request to like move flats. You know what I mean? Like when they own everything. I'm excited for that.
Oh, David, you haven't paid your taxes.
Wait for that check, otherwise something will happen to you in a dark alley. That was a very silly bit. I enjoyed that. I was going to say something important there, but now all I'm thinking about is like
Mickey Mouse threatening you.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about like turning into a dark alley and then just like seeing the shadowed silhouette of like the 2 ears, and like a baseball bat. Oh, very good.
Oh, Mickey's ruthless.
Mickey's ruthless. Now, during this time, Kasdan handed off the solo project, which it had a code name, but I couldn't find what that code name was, to his son, John Kasdan. Now, so
yeah, writing talent stays in the family. It's
genetic.
Yeah, it's genetic.
Yeah, if I have a kid, they're also going to be pretty okay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that's how that works?
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Disney.
That is how it works.
I'm not a scientist, Pat. Similar to his father, John had worked on critically acclaimed shows. He wrote a lot of Freaks and Geeks episodes, which is a fucking great TV show.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
But... So I love Freaks and Geeks. It's one of my favorite TV shows of all time. It's like my comfort food TV show. It's one of those like things I watch when I go through a bad breakup. But John has had an interesting career. So unlike Dandy Kasdan Sr., Kasdan Jr. sort of didn't have the luxury of having like a huge success under his belt. Like when Papa Kasdan printed Empire, he suddenly like he was bona fide forever. Like that's the equivalent of like I'm trying to think of like another equivalent in the movie space. What's a screenplay that's like that everyone universally agrees is like Shawshank Redemption or something.
Yeah.
Like any Nolan script.
Any Nolan scripts, except Tenet.
Jurassic
pretty
Park.
much. Jurassic Park is a good one. Any Nolan script except the first half of Inception and The Dark Knight Rises. But like, actually, no, you know what? Yeah, like Memento or something is a really good example. Yeah. This basically solidified Kasdan Sr.'s bona fides. The problem with Kasdan Jr. is he didn't really have like that hit or like that thing. Freaks and Geeks is universally acclaimed, but it didn't make millions and millions of dollars. The only previous kind of thing he'd done of note was a film called In the Land of Women. I'm just going to give you the pitch of the movie In the Land of Women. So In the Land of Women, and I watched it for research for this, and I do not encourage you to do that.
Oh no.
In the Land of Women is a very early 2000s movie about a writer in LA who heads home to take care of his sick grandmother. He ends up falling for his neighbor, who is married, and also ends up embroiled in a romance with the neighbor's teenage daughter. The story resolves weirdly, and it has a tendency where all of the women in the narrative are utilities for the protagonist to grow and change. Even carrying the marks of its time, John's work does have precision and flair. More often than not, the acting fails the script, and I ended up reading the screenplay afterwards because I could tell that there was really good stuff in there, just the direction and the execution wasn't there. So if you ignore all the sexist stuff and like how weird it is that he's in like a relationship with the neighbor's underage daughter, and then also the neighbor who's married. It's real fucking weird. But like the dialogue and the character work is pretty solid,
right?
Yeah, it's just. Yeah,
who's in that movie? They're notable stars. In
no
there?
one famous. It was like a kind of B grade Hollywood rom-com.
So do you think his attitude toward that was like, they fucked my script up, like it could have been a masterpiece?
No, I just don't think he knew any better. I think, I don't think so. I don't get the impression reading anything he said about it that he penned that script and then walked away and then went, oh my God, they've ruined my masterpiece. I think he went, they've done my masterpiece.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of the impression I get. And so, when in early 2016, when it came time to choose directors for Solo, Disney were looking for directors who could deliver John Kasdan's finished script competently. So one of the things they were keen on was like making sure that when you pick up the pages of his script, this bouncy dialogue, this kind of crisp kind of precision is brought to fruition. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things he did well is that if you read exactly what's in his scripts and you put that on camera, it's going to work. And that's why you hire John. Is like he gives you everything you need. He's the equivalent of Edgar Wright, where when Edgar Wright pens a script, he's like putting in like, okay, this is how the music will syncopate to this song. This is where the 408 kick will come in. Like that detail is what John is doing, but for dialogue and for body movement and for blocking. And so at the time, Disney was in the midst of a groundswell of very safe films, like we've said. So they went with directors who had been widely successful, but who hadn't really done anything too artsy, right? Obviously James Gunn is the obvious outlier, but they gave him Guardians, which was a relatively obscure property at the time. So if he failed, it was pretty safe. Like, it's kind of like when they did Iron Man. Like, everybody out here pretending like they knew who the fuck Iron Man was before that movie came out. But like, nobody knew who the fuck Iron Man was. He wasn't even the biggest Avenger. Like, he was fucking nobody. He was just like a B character. Captain America was the guy. So you start with the safe thing in case you fail, right? So they test James Gunn and they go, people fucking love Guardians. We're onto something here. We could be a bit more experimental. So ultimately, Kathleen Kennedy and the board settled on Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, a duo who had found huge success in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and the once-thought impossible adaptation, The Lego Movie. They also did one of my favorite films of all time, 21 Jump Street. Nice. That film is so fucking good. And so it seemed like a safe bet to bring them out to bring them on under Kathleen Kennedy's admittedly waning pathos for the Solo project. I'll tell you some stuff and then I'll qualify what I'm going to say. So it's probably worth noting before we go ahead that they were a great choice. Miller and Lord were a great choice. They'd made child-friendly projects in Cloudy and the Lego Movie, but proved they could skew adult with Jump Street. They're kind of like a really perfect fit. And given Star Wars lands squarely in the middle, this is like honestly an inspired choice, in my opinion. Principal photography began on the 30th of January 2017, and by June the same year, the film had spent $54.5 million on production and lost both of its directors. So we're going to kind of talk about what happened.
Okay, so it's weird how what Disney wanted was precision in their directing, and they thought Chris Miller and Phil Lord, is that their names?
Yeah.
They couldn't deliver on that premise, which is so strange because the film they worked on after this, Into the Spider-Verse, is razor sharp in its precision in storytelling. It is like, and the thing is, like, it's animation too, so they probably had that freedom to make it razor sharp. And I don't know, it's just a weird juxtaposition from what you hear from what they did on the set of Solo, which was a lot of improvisation.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't like, it's just some weird circumstances. Like,
we'll get to it. I think that's the bit we're going to talk about next. I think the way that it was reported on was wholly inaccurate in a lot of ways. So I've done a lot of digging, and this is one of the issues with sometimes on the show, when I'm trying to construct these narratives, there are these spots where all you've got is conjecture from different people with different motivations to say different things. So when Disney were like, oh, they were too loosey-goosey on set, doesn't seem to me to be the reason they got rid of them. Doesn't seem to be the reason. But you're right. It is a stark contrast to how obnoxiously precise and perfect, like to a second, Spider-Verse is. Yeah. In comparison to what they describe the set of Solo looking like.
I've never thought to question that the news might be lying, but now that you said that, it makes sense. It totally makes sense.
Yeah. Now, Lord and Miller are obviously competent at their jobs, but Kennedy's pathos was, and this is where we'll start to get into some of the issues here, the way that she talks about Star Wars to me is fascinating. So she talked about at the time that their number one priority is, quote, protecting these characters, end quote, when talking about Star Wars. It's not telling good stories. It's not making money. It's protecting these characters, specifically the characters that you grew up loving, because they're so afraid that if they fuck it up and that, God forbid, they make one of the main characters after 20 years of in-universe story time change somehow. For instance, maybe he goes from being like this really competent, cool sword fighter to being an old man because it's been 20 years, just like as an abstract example, people might get mad. And so they were terrified of this. They were terrified that if Kennedy didn't do everything in her power to kind of keep Luke, Han, and Leia as protected as possible, then people were going to start hating Star Wars. And if they hate Star Wars, they're not going to buy tickets. And if they don't buy tickets, then it's a waste of money, and she gets fired. So she's in this awkward position where she can either choose to go out and make really good art, or she can choose to do what she did and what she's doing, which is like defend the status quo.
Well, I imagine her motivation for doing so was the feedback that she sees are from the vehement fans.
Yes.
Which obviously that's the only feedback you're going to see is people yelling the loudest. Yeah. And those people that are yelling the loudest, like have maybe not the best views of Star Wars or like the best intentions. What they want isn't necessarily representative of what people who like good stories want.
Correct. Yes. They have an idea in their heads of what they think it should be, but that has no material relationship to how stories work or what good stories look like or how to tell a good story or even just like basic things like people change over time. That is like such an obvious, but they're like, I don't know, we wanted to see young, cool Luke, not a Luke who, is on the other side of the hill, who is grappling with his decisions like a person does when they get older. Like even that stuff is so transparent to me where it's like, her fears turns out were realized when they made The Last Jedi, and we'll kind of talk about that because that drops just before this comes out. So we'll get there. So Kennedy describes her primary goal as protecting the characters and the intellectual property here. As her occupation of Lucasfilm's production has gone on, it's clear this is not the whole story. She says protect, not grow or evolve or challenge, but protect. Really, what Kennedy specializes in is taking scripts vetted by Lucasfilm and Disney and ensuring projects never take risks with these scripts. From The Force Awakens to Rebels to elements of The Last Jedi that didn't go far enough, the material surrounding Solo speaks volumes about her goal. So while we have no confirmation of just how much Kennedy directly impacted the filming itself, it seems reasonable to assume she was playing the role of an interlocutor between Kasdan's vision and Lord and Miller. She was kind of the go-to middleman. And this was her role on The Force Awakens with Abrams, so I'm pretty confident making that logical leap, even though there's no documentation around it. Now, Lord and Miller saw the chemistry in their cast and increasingly relied on improvisation between story beats to flesh out the world and these characters. From everything I've read, the cast really liked working with Lord and Miller, but this created some friction with Disney. See, you can do some improv and freehand, but Disney have invested a tremendous amount of resources in ensuring their new Star Wars maintains consistent canon and rules, with varying success. There's a lot of... They stopped caring about it after The Force Awakens because of how bad people received The Last Jedi, so that there are some... We'll unpick it in a second when we talk about like how this film kind of approached release, but like... Improvisation on another film is usually possible because you're not dealing with a universe where like there are certain things you can't say in Star Wars. Like snakes don't exist in Star Wars. You can't reference snakes.
You lying snake. Murderous snake.
Right? Or bananas. So like obvious sayings and like colloquialisms and like there are certain things you just can't do. So like whilst improvisation is good and like you need it, you're also hitting that barrier of like this is a world with rules and like stuff that matters that you have to think about and be conscious of. And so the risk of letting Lord and Miller run the budget up by doing great character work is that if it contradicts with the other movies or extended universe, it's basically unusable. So they can have these great scenes where they've spent, a week of principal photography doing like amazing, character work. But if, Han says something that he shouldn't be able to say or that doesn't exist in this universe or uses grammar that shouldn't happen, you have to throw it out and it's a waste of money. And you've spent, hundreds of thousands of dollars on an unusable piece of content. And so in an effort to meet in the middle, Kennedy summoned Big Daddy, Lawrence Kasdan, from the writer's room and put him on a plane. So they're sending in Kasdan Sr. Kennedy's decision to send Lawrence Kasdan to the London set was, in my opinion, the nail in the coffin of this production. The two directors felt his presence ended up being more of a shadow director, with Kasdan demanding certain scenes be filmed line for line as per the script, complaining the film was too funny. And keep in mind, Kasdan Sr., he's the guy, right? He's used to being the writer and the director. He's used to Lucas giving him a lot of freedom. And suddenly he's arguing with these two young kids who are funny and who the cast love and who everybody in the production seems to be a huge fan of. And he's been thrown in as this hired gun by Kennedy to just meddle. And so it creates this friction and this gross tension on the set. And everything I've read from that time makes it sound really uncomfortable, where everybody is this copacetic family working toward this vision. And then you have Kasdan kind of in the background being no, don't do that. You can't do that. You should do it this way. And so obviously that's going to create increasing problems. And so this is the most puzzling part of the whole production to me. Because during pre-production, Lucasfilm didn't consider either Kasdan for directing. So this is where I'm confused. I'm okay, if you have this script and you want it done that way, why wouldn't you hire either of the Kasdans to do it? It's such a weird, if you want someone who's famous for precision in these crackling scripts, you get one of the two Kasdans who have done that their entire careers.
Did Kasdan Jr. direct that film we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
They're both of them are directors?
Yeah.
Okay. Not just writers.
In my opinion, Kasdan Jr. is a slightly better director.
Okay.
But that's more a matter of taste, I think. I think Kasdan Sr. tends to be a bit more kind of... he's a little less opaque in the way that he sets up his shots. He tends to do this thing where you can see it a lot in Empire, where they'll instead of an establishing shot, you'll start in a much tighter frame than you need, and it sometimes makes it hard to place what's happening.
Kasdan didn't direct Empire, did he?
No, but he was he helped direct principal photography.
Okay, yeah.
Because so Lucas's relationship with him is interesting. They're kind of what's the guy? They're like the equivalent of like Jeff Johns and Jim Lee at DC. Like where like even though Jim Lee does like a lot of the writing, like Jeff Johns is the creative kind of force and they're partnered in that process. So that's kind of the impression I get of their relationship on a lot of the Star Wars after A New Hope. But I guess like as a reminder, this is like these are the Star Wars guys, and we may never know why Kennedy and the board went with Lord and Miller in the first place, but it's clear that their anxiety over the film was increasing every day of shooting. Crucially, though, with Kasdan on set, Kennedy and her board had a direct line to production. They had like an inside man, right? They had like a spy, basically. Now, their concerns were no longer baseless anxiety, but visible every day, right? Lord and Miller continued to forge a unique, punchy, funny Star Wars space western, and Disney quietly seethed in the background. Eventually, after weeks of Kasdan interfering, Lord and Miller refused to compromise. Now, before we kind of talk about what happens next, no one is quite sure what exactly was the straw that broke the camel's back. Disney have been very tight-lipped about it. No one's really like they'd finished like 3/4 of principal photography at this point. Like the film is essentially finished. So the theory is that because one of the ways that you construct films is like you do a lot of the kind of cheaper stuff at the start because you know that you can reshoot it later in different parts of principal photography, and you do a lot of the expensive stunts or like kind of practical effects heavy stuff somewhere toward the middle and end. So the biggest theory is like maybe they were improvising too much with that part of the production where it's a lot of money at a very like short amount of time. And I think that's probably, if I had to speculate, just reading between the lines, it seems like that's what's most likely happened. I would give a lot of money to know which suggestion did break the camel's back, but regardless, the directors departed the project under a shadow despite having finished 3/4 of the film. On this, Kennedy said, quote, "I just say over and over again that yes, it was an incredibly difficult decision that we had to make, and obviously it was pretty late in the game, which shows we spent a lot of time trying not to have to make that decision. I think both Chris and Phil are enormously talented and incredibly funny, and when all this came together, all of us wanted nothing more than to have this be an incredible working experience. And when it was not working out as we had all hoped, it wasn't out of lack of talent." End quote.
I mean, like, you know, that doesn't sound very hateful.
No.
And, you know, like, I think I'd like to think that they were sort of professional about that. You know, they were like, look, we made a mistake hiring you guys. You know, like we wanted a certain product and you guys delivered us another product. That's no one's fault per se, but like, we're just going to have to fire you.
I'd like to think it went down
I'd
that
like
way.
to think, yeah. I'd like to think that as well. But probably not.
Yeah. Everything I know about Kennedy suggests that's probably not what happened. And so you're left 3/4 of a film. 3/4 of the film's principal photography is done. You've spent $50 million, and you no longer have directors. So it's kind of a scary position to put yourself in. And you have approximately 18 months till this film is supposed to come out. So also running out of time. Yeah. So what happens next? Well, on extremely short notice, the project needed someone talented, safe, who had the ability to salvage a film from the misshapen mess Kennedy's lack of oversight and Kasdan's meddling had forced it into. So they got the guy who voices Arrested Development, who also happens to be world-famous director Ron Howard.
Oh, he's the narrator? I never knew that.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Now, Ron Howard, for the youngsters listening, is one of the most reliable, competent directors out there. Howard directed Apollo 13, Cinderella Man, The Da Vinci Code, and many more famous films that are just totally fine and not particularly special. To say that Howard's style is safe is underappreciating how good he is at what he does. Is that your cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. She will not leave me alone. And do you want to be held? You acted like you wanted to be held.
She's like, no, this isn't what I wanted.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave you there then. All right, sorry. Continue.
To say that Howard's style is safe is underappreciating how good he is at what he does. I think we as media critics sometimes have a habit of putting experimental and unique directors above all others. They drive the culture forward, they challenge assumptions. But the truth is, someone needs to direct this year's rom-coms and dumb action films. The industry does need Howards and Bays to keep the wheels turning. And so Ron Howard was a natural choice. Danielle, have you seen any of Howard's work?
Well, I've seen him in Happy Days, but directing, None of the movies that you mentioned I've seen, so I can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, other than I get not directing stuff. I've seen him in Arrested Development, obviously, but what are some other movies he's directed? Do you know of any off the top of your head?
This is exactly my point. It's a lot of like mediocre kind of B grade, like none that you would be like, oh yeah, that film. The only reason I know Cinderella Man is because I've seen it so many times, and The Da Vinci Code because it was contentious when it came out because the books aren't good. Yeah. So like, that's exactly my point, I guess, is that Howard is not a guy who you point to. You know, he's not like a Nolan or he's not these luminaries. He doesn't walk around with this ability. Like he's not Taika Waititi. Like no one's getting him in as one of the most talented, like, you know, guns with a really unique voice. He's just a guy that makes films.
There's a joke in Rick and Morty where like Jerry really likes Ron Howard, just speaking more to how pathetic he is, which is great.
That's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
He also recently directed the movie Hillbilly Elegy, which I've heard like very bad things about.
Okay.
And I have no interest in seeing. And I know people kind of acted like that was this kind of big thing for American politics. And they're acting like, oh, he's like really an edgy director. And I'm like, is he though? I'm not quite sure about that.
I don't think he is. Yeah, I think he might be the safest man to ever walk the face of the earth.
Yeah.
I mean, Bryce Dallas Howard is quite an experimental director. She's great. Like, his daughter is fantastic. But
I always forget that she's his daughter.
So weird, isn't it? Yeah.
I know.
She's directed some Mandalorian episodes, isn't she? Yeah.
She's so good.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, further proof that good writing and storytelling is genetic, apparently.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Disney are onto it. Maybe that's the trick. It's just like, oh no, maybe they'll breed like a Disney master race.
Maybe they've already perfected the Human Genome Project and they're just like pumping out
It's possible.
creative people, yeah.
They also have the cure for the common cold somewhere, I imagine. But look, so you know, Howard is a natural choice, right? He has no particular interest in continuing Lord and Miller's vision, and was just and he just made the film they wanted, or he tried to. It was hard with what was left, and the film itself. We'll talk about it next episode in great depth, as we always do in our part twos. But I guess before we get to that, like, one thing that's really important to understand is that when they approached reshoots of principal photography here, it was immediately afterwards. So a lot of the problems that these big pictures have, so like the Fan 4-Stick movie is a good example, where they basically, they fired Josh Brolin like toward the end of the production, and then 6 months later they picked up principal photography again. Everybody had like slightly different wigs and slightly different haircuts. They did their best, but you could tell that they were reshoots.
Sorry, they fired who? The director?
Josh Brolin, the director, yeah.
Josh Brolin's an actor. They fired...
Not Josh Brolin.
The guy who was going to do episode 9 originally, right?
Yeah. Not Josh Brolin. It's something. Josh Trank.
Yeah.
I knew it was a Josh. Josh Trank, rather. And, you know, it ended up being a pretty train wreck of a film. There's no way of us knowing that it might have been bad if we just got his version. That's also possible. I'm not saying that isn't. But those kinds of decisions usually, like, there's a stopgap where you then come back and you can do principal photography. You've had time. And the reason they do that is so you can go back and do new treatments of your script and look at what you have and then write in new scenes. They didn't have that. It was like literally 2 weeks later, Howard was on set. They got lucky. He was free, right? There's a conspiracy theory that maybe Kennedy had been like teeing him up a few months ahead, like in case.
Probably.
And that's what I'd be doing
Maybe.
if I was watching. You know, it's like the trolley problem. If you're at the very far end and you can see the trolley problem coming, I'd be looking for a third option as well.
Look, if you're a cutthroat businesswoman, that's the smart thing to do.
She's very good at her job.
Yeah.
So she's teed this up maybe in the background. We have no idea of knowing. But then he basically hits the ground running and starts shooting. So one of the advantages this film has over a lot of others that go through these kinds of reshoots is that, like, the reshoots are happening immediately afterwards. The actors look the same. They're on the same sets with the same costumes, right? They don't have the Justice League problem where you can see like Ben Affleck's like rehab in the reshoots, but beforehand he looks fine. Like there's none of that noticeable difference or noticeable like different wigs or costumes or whatever. So I think when we talk about it next episode, I just want like us to keep in mind going into it that Howard did his best, but what he did was so antithetical to the choices that Lord and Miller were making that the film almost feels like at times, not like it's coming apart at the seams like Justice League was, but almost like he sort of got like a smudge tool in Photoshop and was just like, we can smear across it. It's got like this Vaseline across it where it's like, it kind of, it's like if you don't look too hard, it seems fine. That's how this film feels to me. So join us.
It's a great way of explaining it.
Yeah, it really, it's just, but kind of in the same way, it's like, it's like a bowl of fruit salad with cling wrap wrapped too tight over the top, right? It's so tight. And when you look at it, you can't see the cling wrap, but you go to dig in with a spoon and it bounces off. That's kind of this film to me.
So true.
Yeah. I could do you want another food one?
Sure. I'm surprised you've got more in you.
Solo is kind of like a soup. It's like a soup before the meal. And they bring out the soup, but they don't bring out any bread.
Oh.
And you know something's missing, but you're not quite sure what. And the soup is good, but it's not really what you're there for. It's not the main attraction. But you also kind of know something's missing.
It's like too watery to be substantial.
Yeah. But because you don't have any carbs with it, because the bread's missing, you don't realize the bread's missing. You just kind of feel wanting, and you get to the main course, and you're already a little bit full because you had too much soup. And no one wants soup.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
There you go.
Right.
We just did what we should never do, which is use ill-fitting food analogies for media criticism. So on that note, join us next time as we strap on our blasters and get Space Cowboy with our analysis of Solo, a Star Wars story. That's part one, baby. It's a bit of a shorter one. How are you guys feeling about it? What are we thinking? Where's your head at?
I don't know. I don't understand the question.
Wait, given all that, does it change your mind about anything?
Actually, yeah, it does. It makes me a bit more sympathetic to like, I hate to say this, but to the business side of things.
Right.
Because Solo, I mean, Star Wars in general has always been a property that has had like a more solemn tone, you know. And when I saw Episode 8 and they kind of had those Marvel quips to it, it jarred me. It was jarring in a way, where I was like, this isn't Star Wars. So I completely understand, you know, I'm more sympathetic to them wanting to get rid of the tone that Phil Lord and Chris Miller were putting into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good because my goal here was to build up that expectation and then completely ruin it next week.
Yeah, cool.
So get excited. I'm going to break your heart again. This is good. I like this. Danielle, what do you think about all that, given that that's all fresh for you? That's all new.
It actually kind of, the pieces are somewhat fitting together because as I was watching it, there were certain themes, which we'll get into next episode, like that I noticed were sort of left just unfinished or like plot points, things where they could have made connections and they're just not made. And I don't know if that's because of, you know, with Ron Howard and everything going on, or I'd like to see like what specifically was affected by that, like which plot points and stuff and character beats. Because there were definitely things lacking, and now I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
And it's really hard to pick them apart because, as I was saying, like there's no visual difference between the way that it was, like the actual camera work is the same. There are some shots I can definitely tell are Howard's. I think when we get to it next week, Ryebold, who's going to be one of our guests, he's got a really good eye for this stuff, and so he might have some interesting insights for us as far as like, oh, you know, that thing was missed because it was being set up in this Miller shot, but then was dropped in that Howard shot later. Things like that. He's got a really good eye for. So I'm keen to get into it. I guess I'm left kind of in the same boat as Pat, where I empathize with the business choices, and I get that they were between a rock and a hard place. But also, Disney owns most of everything now, and if they don't take artistic risks, then culture's over and we keep losing. And people like, do you know, like I'm on both sides of it, where I'm like, the reason we do the publication we do is because places like that exist and they're making choices like this, but I also get why they make them. And that's complicated. I don't want to like throw shade on them for making these choices, but at a certain point, you know, Disney, there's a great quote from Iger from Forever Ago where he's talking about like, you know, Disney's goal is to make money and make history. And if they do that, invariably they will make good art. Good art is a byproduct, not the focus.
Interesting.
Is that Iger or is that his predecessor? I'm forgetting his name. Michael Eisner.
It might have been Eisner, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The reason I say is because Iger might have said it. He literally worked directly under Eisner. Eisner literally brought him up.
It might have been Eisner, and then he's taken on that pathos. I don't know. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's a very naive outlook, I think.
It is.
Think that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, we'll come back next week with a full house and a full deep dive analysis.
1 week later.
Hey guys, welcome back to Backtrack Behind the Creators, the official podcast of Zero Indent. I am David McNeil, the editor-in-chief of Zero Indent and the author of Maynard Trig. I am joined once again by my esteemed friend and the co-host of the Methods of the Madness, Patrick. What's up, Pat?
Hey man, esteemed. You flatter me, David. Thank
Well,
you.
you said it last time, so
I
thought
did
I'd
too.
bring it back.
That's right, yeah.
I thought I'd bring it back. Pat's joining me once again. We're also joined by Danielle.
Hello, everyone.
Danielle, of course, from Level Story. Both of these cats were here for part 1. Because part 2, which is the big media analysis, a kind of bonfire discussion of the movie, I decided to call in the cavalry, and so I've summoned 2 of the biggest guns that I know. So we've got Darth'd joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Darth, do you want to just kind of give like a quick pitch of what you do on the internet?
All right, so I have started this channel a little over 2 years ago at this point, and I've been uploading very consistently, focusing purely on Star Wars as my niche, and more specifically focusing on video essays and then comedy edits as well. So the video essays tend to go extremely in depth, looking at one specific thing, looking at like Rey's backstory and delving into all of the things that she actually would have had growing up as an orphan out in the desert, like that kind of stuff, like emotionally how that would have affected her, physically how that would have affected her being on the kind of diet that she's on. Mm-hmm. So kind of a little bit odd.
What is it you always say? Like it's another overly analytical Star Wars essay.
Yep.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I really dig your stuff, and the reason I kind of summoned you for this one is a lot of that attention to detail that you kind of surface and pick up on is something that is kind of seems to be hypercritical to Star Wars, or at least it was, and some of the newer stuff is maybe less concerned with that. So I'm excited to kind of hear your thoughts on this one. It's really exciting. We're also joined, of course, by Ryebold.
Hello there.
Now, do you want to kind of give your elevator pitch of your kind of videos on the internet?
My kind of videos are, I try to keep them fairly short. The audience that I have tends to be a bit older and has a lot less time. So if I can say something very specific about something that happens in a Star Wars movie in about 5 or 10 minutes, that's what I try to do. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I've been trending more towards 20 minutes recently. So
tends to be the way.
Yeah, but I started with a lot of things more towards the lore of Star Wars, and I've been transitioning away from that to more structural and mechanical things and how movies work, and like why something in this particular Star Wars movie worked for me and something in a similar thing in, say, a newer Star Wars movie didn't work for me. Mm-hmm. That kind of stuff.
I mean, it's literally the area of media crit that we spend all of our time thinking about, which is and I mentioned this in one of your videos in a comment, but like watching your stuff, it was interesting to me the way that you were breaking down the implications of little decisions in a story, like who's eating what and who can speak which language, the little implications of those things, they kind of spiral out and have larger suggestions for the world at large. And that's actually how the edit works in speculative fiction, like when you actually are working through a structural edit or a line edit in the speculative fiction genre, is like that is the stuff you talk about. It's like, okay, well, you know, if they're sitting down for a meal, what are they actually eating, right? So I always think back to in The Phantom Menace when they sit down and they're in Annie's hut, right? And his mother is preparing them a meal. What the fuck are they eating for dinner? Like
blue milk.
Yeah, it's just this like blank yawning void of like just he didn't think about it because he was worried about the Jar Jar CGI, which admittedly looked good for the time, but it's like that stuff matters. You know, my favorite one of yours, Rye, is the why can Rey speak Wookiee? And how easy it is to plant that exposition and have it surface naturally. And so that's a lot of the stuff that we're interested in anyway. So I'm very excited to kind of get you guys' thoughts. So you're obviously both like huge Star Wars people. We've got an interesting mix of people in the room. So we've kind of got Pat and myself who are interested in it because it's a giant property that we grew up with. Danielle basically doesn't care about Star Wars, and this is the first time she's seen Solo. Tell me about seeing it for the first time.
Well, let me just say that this was a movie that I had on my list as one I would never see, just because I was just like, because I don't care about Star Wars that much, and I did try to watch Rogue One and didn't enjoy it that much. I just thought, okay, this is just not for me. I'm never going to watch it. So I kind of went into it like thinking, okay, now I'm going to watch Solo. And to be honest, I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I concur with that sentiment.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
It's hard because it's like, yeah, it is just perfectly fine. And that in and of itself is a crime of the highest order.
A little bit.
It took no risk. I'm already ranting. It took no risks. It did basically nothing new. It was there's so many things about this movie that frustrate the shit out of me. So Danielle's like, Danielle shrugged and went, it was totally fine. What about coming back to this one for you, Darth? Like, thinking about this movie again, where does it kind of sit for you, Star Wars wise? Like, what are your kind of thoughts coming into this?
It's weird. My expectations for it were actually really darn low after Last Jedi. So if I had viewed it without seeing Last Jedi first, I might have really been disappointed by it. But as it was, my expectations were so low that I really, really enjoyed it, far more than it actually deserved when I went back and started actually kind of thinking about everything that happened in it. Mm-hmm. But now I definitely agree with what everyone has said so far. It was fine. It was safe. They didn't take risks, like you said. In a lot of places that would have been really, really interesting. But that's the same thing they did with the entire sequel trilogy. They never took risks in any place where it would have been really, really interesting to do so. So that's just Disney trying to be overly cautious with their new IP.
Yeah, and I think the irony being that they also made Rogue One, which is just a like pie in the sky pitch of a weird fucking movie. That took a lot of risks it didn't need to, that didn't really kind of go anywhere. And the ending of that was very like risky as well. So yeah, I think it's the complicated pathos of Kennedy's Star Wars universe. Is something we're going to kind of talk about throughout. It's pretty interesting.
Well, the fact that Rogue One was like kind of risky is in itself safe, because it's like a little olive branch to the fans. You know, it's like, oh look, here's something that's kind of different. It's what you were asking for, but like not too drastic.
Not different enough to be to risk alienating some of your audience.
Right. Yeah, but like just drastic enough to keep the interest going.
Right. So somewhere between Last Jedi and Solo, like directly in the middle.
Like, I don't know,
risk-wise.
That's a pretty large gap there.
It's like sinister in how competent it is.
It's sinister in how... Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I've put that on a t-shirt. It's sinister in how competent it is.
We're talking about Rogue One or Solo?
Yeah, Rogue One.
Okay.
I guess
I thought... Coming out of Rogue One, so I go to see all these movies with a good friend of mine. He's my I call him my Star Wars buddy. He's seen all the shows. He's seen all the movies 1,000 times. He's read all the books. He knows everything about the EU. When I have a question about lore, I go to him and I ask him, and he knows all this stuff. And so we go to see these movies, and then we go to lunch afterwards, and then I tell him why I thought something was terrible, and he tells me why it was actually good. And we argued intensely about Rogue One, because I thought the first half was a train wreck, and I thought the second half was like the best Star Wars has ever been. And we fought a lot about that, where he was trying to defend it. And that movie actually has grown on me quite a bit since the first time I saw it. I like it a lot more than I did the first time I saw it. Yeah, but I still loved the second half the first time I saw it. We're already getting way off track, but I'm totally down for this. What did you like about the second half specifically? Because it's basically a heist movie, right? I'm trying to remember Rogue One. Like, it's just like a ticking clock heist movie, right? Yeah. Yes, and this is related to Solo in that I am a sucker for a heist movie. I love a heist movie. As am I. And that is like, so I think one of the big problems with the first half, and I'm just going off the top of my head because it's been a while since I've seen it, but I'm not really clear what we're trying to do in the first half of the movie. And stuff is just sort of happening. And Jin as the protagonist is not really that great. And it's not until about the midpoint of the movie that, things kind of tighten up and where it's much more clear what we're trying to do. And like where it really fell apart for me is the part where they go to, where's the secret science base? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. It just doesn't really matter where it is. So they go there and the rebels are like, oh, you need to kill this guy. And I'm just like, why? That just, the motivations don't make any sense to me. Like what everybody's trying to do there.
Oh, yeah.
Like that whole sequence just completely kills the movie for me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and there's other stuff too, but we don't need to go into that.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that because this movie has exactly the same problem. Let's get into it. Otherwise, we're just going to be spinning our wheels about Star Wars for like an hour, which is something we should do another time because, boy, we could talk about Star Wars for a year. Okay, so we're talking about Solo, a Star Wars story. As everybody knows who is listening, I infamously walked out of the theater straight onto the podcast set and raved about how great this film was. I had a pretty similar experience to Darth, where The Last Jedi was so confusing to me that my expectations were so low that I was so thrilled that there was just like cool space cowboys and like Western kind of, sort of. And I fucking loved it. And there is just like a 40-minute episode of me explaining how good this is. And I think I objectively disagree with all of it now, like on reflection. So this is going to be an interesting one anyway. All right.
Man, I hate that no one else laughed at your unintentional pun there. Your expectations were so low.
I smiled. No. I got that. You didn't mean to do that? That was brilliant.
No, that was an accident, but we'll take it. Okay, so our film opens on Corellia, and it's sort of our opening sequence is this kind of crime movie car chase out of like Heat or something like that, where Han Solo just Han at this stage, is trying to escape some coppers. He's on the run. We're not really sure why. It's a pretty interesting kind of. I say interesting. It's not the word I mean. This whole sequence from when we kind of open on our car chase to when he kind of meets up with Kira feels like it's out of a completely different movie. It's so weird. Like the setting is interesting, but it's not Star Wars. I don't know. What did you guys think of the Star Wars buffs? Kind of, I mean, like I'm sure like with more of the extended universe under your belts, maybe it's a bit different kind of going to this setting and seeing it this way. But just even the presentation, the basic kind of setting of this place was so foreign to me. It just kind of, it had nothing to do with the rest of the movie.
Well, I have a bunch of thoughts on this. I think I sent you some of them. Just to go back briefly to what we were talking about before, it took me 4 attempts to actually get through the whole movie because I think the movie goes wrong right from the first shot. And it's not until about 20 minutes in that it actually picks up. And once I made it to that point, I liked it it was only because my Star Wars buddy called me up and said, "Hey, I saw Solo. You need to go watch it because it's actually kind of good." And this was probably 2 or 3 months after The Rise of Skywalker came out. We waited that long to see it.
Oh wow! Okay.
But because neither of us were interested in going to see it, but. Yeah, I think the problem with the very first shot is that it feels like we're coming into the middle of something, right? But we're coming in on the back end of the action, and then we're at a peak, and then we drop down into nothingness for several minutes, and it's a very odd feeling. That's the first thing. The second thing, and this is the thing that I actually really, really love about this first thing, is that this is a heist movie. And the beginning of the movie should set the tone for what the rest of the movie is going to be. And the very first thing that we see Han doing is stealing something in the very first shot. Mm-hmm. And I love that. But the rest of this part just does not work for me.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that about the way that this is structured. So typically if you were going to do this right, you would give us a better version of this. And maybe it was budgetary, maybe it was time, maybe it was reshoots. Who the fuck knows why this is the way it plays out in the script. But a better version of this is something like the opening of Baby Drive, where you get to see a whole like tight 5-act arc within that first beat of the story, where you understand this character's abilities and limitations and the dangers they're facing. Right? It sets you up to understand what each of the core members of this crew are capable of, their personalities, their particular skill sets. And it also lets you know that like this is dangerous stuff. There are cops. This is like a big kind of like this stuff is life and death, right? It sets the stakes well for what's to come. You're right in that we don't get to see Han do the stealing, which would have been fucking interesting, right? Imagine opening up on wherever he's breaking into to steal it from. It opens up and it starts as like kind of a bit of a thriller type beginning to a heist, and then he breaks in and he has to deal with some guards and you get some cool action. And we could see maybe his abilities and limitations there and understand the stakes. And then you get the cool car chase, which naturally feeds into the escalating consequences. Instead, we just get the car chase and we have no context for why he's doing this. It's dropping us in the middle of it, you're right, but like not the right bit of the middle, if that makes sense.
It's funny you compare it to Baby Driver, because I was thinking like the editing, the snappy editing to the music kind of feel it has is it's not really carried on through the rest of the movie.
No, and what makes me wonder if maybe this was just a straight up Lord and Miller shot that they just kept, because it has an energy and a kinesis to it that is very them. Like I think about the way that they deliberately did the editing and the frame rate manipulation in Spider-Verse, and this reeks of that kind of specificity when it comes to the shots they're choosing.
Yeah.
Well, when you bring up the music is a very interesting point for this part, because if you go back and watch it, the music is right there for the peak of the excitement at the very opening of the movie, and then, like I said, everything drops off, including the music, and we go from this peak and then down into like relaxing, or the easing of tension, which we did not have, and that is just completely the wrong feeling to me at the beginning of this.
I wonder if the easy fix here is like, instead of having this like, okay, now we get to go in and talk to Proxima or whatever, don't give us the weird lull where there's like 3 minutes of screen time with Kira and Han just like palling around. Like just have him go straight to Proxima. The cops are still on his tail. There's a time limit to the conversation. Like all the pieces are there. It's just there's no pressure applied to anything to keep that momentum. It's weird, man. It's the first thing. So
my solution is actually more drastic than that.
Oh, good. Yeah, hit me with it.
You just chop off the whole front end. You start with him flying through the air on Mimban, and it's great. You cut off the whole front end of the movie, and it works a whole lot better. Yeah. There's a couple minor tweaks that you would have to make, because this whole thing is not like you were talking about Baby Driver, and that is an effective introduction to the character, what they can do, and it puts them in jeopardy and does all sorts of other things that gets you to care about the character. And none of that happens at the beginning of this movie. And it's not until he's in Mimban and you're introduced to him a little more, and then you have him and Chewie and everything. We're getting way ahead of your beat sheet.
That's fine. You good.
But it's not until he's in Mimban, and it's actually not until they get off of Mimban, and him and Chewie are standing on the ship and they're talking, and then we have the fireside chat, and that is where I'm like, all right, I care about this guy. This is Han Solo to me now. I can roll with this, because that, I think, is the huge mistake they make at the beginning of this movie, is that this isn't Han Solo. This is Han. You need to introduce me to this guy, because I care about Han Solo, but I don't know who this is.
And I don't know if there is a defining characteristic for Han until that fireside chat when he is forced to be vulnerable. The thing that defines him up until that point is that he's in a bad situation and is trying to get out of it and cares about Kira. None of that is particularly unique characterization. None of that does anything for me. Like, I don't know anything about this guy except he's every guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's just every dude. He kind of likes his girlfriend, wants to take care of her, and he's in a bad spot and he's trying to get out of it.
So there's another problem to that. I'm sorry, did I cut something off?
Oh no, that's all right. You go.
There's another problem there that you bring up, is that, he's in a tough situation and he wants to get out of it, and that's good at the beginning. We want that for our characters, but he already has the solution for it in hand. Mm-hmm. He's not stuck. He's stuck, but he already has a solution ready to go. So that's a problem.
Yeah, and this will kind of... we should probably set up the situation with him and Proxima. So basically, so Han and Kira, I guess, they work for this local gang that's run by Lady Proxima. And she is this kind of big tentacle
Does she have tentacles?
Well, she's a big snaky tentacle thing.
Yeah.
She's like a millipede almost, a centipede, millipede, water millipede.
Yeah, you guys know how good they are at running crime syndicates.
It's a stereotype.
It's a stereotype, man. I'm sorry.
Millipede mob boss.
Millipedes can be anything they want to be, and I mean to put them in a corner. Yeah, this setup is weird. So we're supposed to take from this that they've been... Now, they're not slaves, are they? Are they slaves?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, or they're at least like indentured to her service or something.
Yeah.
So
from what I gather, it was like an orphanage for kids who had nowhere else to go, and they had to steal, or else they didn't have food to eat, and she provided the food. Because one of the kids in that first cutscene says that I'll get an extra portion for this necklace or whatever.
So it's kind of like it's like Oliver Twist type of situation. Huh.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see what they were going for, can't you? You can see them being like, okay, this will be compelling. This is kind of the equivalent of, he's doing all these bad things, but he's not a bad guy. Like, that's kind of what this framing is, I think, supposed to do.
Right.
But that's pretty uninteresting. Like, show me, this is kind of what you were saying before, right? It's like, introduce me to Han. Like, what are his values? Maybe he doesn't, maybe at the start, God forbid this character could change and evolve. Maybe he doesn't give the kid... or you know, he has a bit of food with him and he eats it himself instead of giving it to a kid. Like, there are many things you could do here to characterize him within this setting, but the setting's just never used. Instead, we get a cool rock toss that breaks a window, because I guess this mob boss is also allergic to light.
He's resourceful.
He's resourceful.
This is what you need to know from this scene.
Right. Well, because okay, so he bluffs, right? So this is it. Okay, you know what? This is interesting. This is kind of a cool moment. He's got a rock and he pretends it's a thermal detonator, which is a bold-faced lie, and I kind of love how stupid it is. And he's like, listen, you got to back off. Click, click, exactly.
Yeah,
yeah, he says click. And then he pitches it at the window, which puts sunlight on Proxima, which gives him a distraction in order to escape. It's a cool setup that would work in a different circumstance. Again, yeah, you're right. It's trying to teach us he's resourceful. But essentially now they're on the run from both Proxima's gang and the cop, is my understanding of what's happening. So they rush kind of to the, I guess to the galactic space dock type place. And Han's plan...
Hold up. Let's hit pause just a sec, because I want to go back to a couple things way back at the beginning.
Let's do it.
Something that I noticed in the introductory credits is the wrong term, but when they're laying down the groundwork of what's going on, it specifically says medicine, supplies, and hyperfuel. And I don't know if anyone noticed when they're saying, what all the rare things are that Han is trying to steal. Hyperfuel is the only word that's all in capital letters.
Yeah.
Like, they are laying down, without like overtly saying it, they are showing which one of those medicine, supplies, hyperfuel, they are showing which one is the most important thing, and they are saying that fuel is going to be the most important thing for this entire movie before we even see one shot of footage. So I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, they do the same thing with Luke in The Force Awakens, where Luke Skywalker has vanished, or whatever.
And the Death Star in A New Hope.
Death Star in A New Hope. It's an interesting... I mean, because the opening crawl is a fascinating thing to have to put in your movie. Like, I think about this all the time, where like if every book, if every novel that I sent to a publisher, they were like, okay, the story's great, but now you have to write an introductory crawl that sets up the world in a way that doesn't ruin any of your twists and sets up enough exposition but not too much. That'd be a mammoth task. Like, whoever has to do that shit, like...
Well, there's a really interesting thing that I heard. I don't remember where the source is. I did not come up with this, but it was that the opening crawl of A New Hope especially is style and not information, because all of the information contained in that opening crawl is still in the movie. That is still relayed to us over the course of the movie. You don't, if you got rid of that, it's not necessary, or like the opening crawl is not necessary to the beginning of the movie. It's there as a style thing. And I haven't gone back to compare that, because I wanted to see like, oh, how true is that for the rest of the movies as well? But I have looked at A New Hope, and I think that definitely is true for that it's a style choice and not something that's required for you to get into the movie.
Yeah, it's like a tone setter. I mean, that's like classic tabletop RPG style, like table setting is, let me tell you a bit about the world. It's basically operating on one level of abstraction above our story. So our story occurs in the day-to-day of this character, and the next level of abstraction above that is what's happening in the immediate galaxy. And that's what we're being told in the opening crawl, is it's kind of that next level up. It's like your dungeon master being like, okay, this is what's happening at the world at large, and now we telescope into, you're sitting in a tavern, you're here for this reason. It's kind of that first level up. That is interesting, because I think in this movie at least, the opening crawl doesn't really tell us anything that we super need to know, except that hyperfuel is important. And all that does is let us know that when we work out that coaxium is the thing that needs to be processed to make hyperfuel, that it's valuable. Like, that's really the only thing of significance it's setting up. Plus the gangs and stuff with Proxima. It's an interesting thought. If anybody listening or watching this kind of has gone and done that work and looked at the other crawls, I'd love to know. Like, drop it in the comments or shoot us an email, because
I actually want to say that I think Empire might fit that mold, because the crawl in Empire talks about how the Empire is still hunting for the rebels, and it talks about how Han is a leader and all of this kind of stuff. And you see all of that stuff because the opening shot is the Empire sending out drones, so we know that they're being, they're hunting them. We are immediately introduced to Han and how he's a leader and all this kind of stuff. I think Rye is correct that intro could be cut out completely, and you're still given all of that same information.
It's been a while, but I feel like the prequels used the opening crawl as much more of an information dump.
Oh, dude, the amount of exposition in the prequels ones, it's from memory huge.
Yeah,
it's like the Trade Federation, like it introduces all these concepts immediately, which are all cool ideas. Like the Trade Federation and the Imperial blockades and the politics, I fucking love, but that's not how you set that up. I don't think. Also, spoilers, guys.
I'm pretty sure that's correct, because I think I looked at 2 movies after I heard that. I'm like, that's an interesting concept, and I think I looked at The Phantom Menace, and I was like, yeah, you kind of need to know all this stuff before you go in there. And then I think I looked at. I think it was either The Force Awakens or Rise of Skywalker, and I was like, I think you need to know this stuff too. Like it's like, oh, Palpatine's back, I guess.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker is huge. They're like, everybody's been dreaming of Palpatine. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, and if you didn't play Fortnite, you didn't know.
If you didn't play Fortnite, you didn't know. And isn't that just 2020 for you? Jesus, or whenever that movie came out. Yikes, 2019.
Anyway, another reason that I wanted to talk about the opening crawl is because it gets us back to the very beginning of Solo. Because I had a thought that might kind of explain what Rye was saying about how he thought the entire beginning just didn't feel right. So the entire reason that Han was boosting the speeder and trying to escape, I don't know if everyone caught on that it was a failed sell. He was going with all of that coaxium to sell for Proxima, and it was stolen from him. So that whole opening sequence is supposed to be him running for his life, which he looks a little bit scared. You could kind of see that he's a little bit bloody, so you could see that he was in a fight. But the entire demeanor that he has is coming off as it was a success. When he's back with Kira, he's like, we have this, we can get away. But he's not saying, oh, I just lost millions of dollars worth of coaxium that Proxima is going to put out a bounty on me for. The entire thing is played off as a success, when in fact it was a failure that we're coming in midway on, like Rye was talking about. And that leads into something that I've seen not only in Solo but in the entire sequel trilogy, that failure does not seem to have consequence. Nothing really bad happens because of this failure. When they go and when Han plays Sabacc against Lando, he completely loses. He had to win to get the ship, and it doesn't matter that he lost. They still got. Yeah, and that happens over and over and over again. Failure doesn't actually have any consequence in these films.
Well, they also the second something goes wrong, they just immediately give up. And they're like, well, we failed. Better wait for someone to come solve this problem. It's crazy. Like,
my favorite is when Woody Harrelson's wife dies, and then he's like, well, on to the next thing.
That was tough. Yeah. Better go do our job, I guess. That, and I think the worst one is at the end of The Last Jedi, where they're all in the cave and they're like, wow, we're really shagged. We've got, boy, we really screwed up, guys. Not sure how we're going to get out of this one. And they all literally sit around and wait for Luke and Rey to turn up. That is literally what happens. They just sit there and go, better not try to solve this ourselves. Better just sit here. I hope someone will come and solve this. And lo and behold, Luke and Rey come and solve this. And it's insane to me. I don't understand what they're doing, why failure has no consequence, why characters don't try again. Because that's what we like about characters, right? Han Solo in the original trilogy is the scrappy guy who like keeps trying shit until something works, right? He's going out to find Luke at the start of Empire, and he finds Luke, and he's like, gee, okay, what do we do now? All right, I got to cut this thing, and like he keeps trying. He doesn't just go, it's cold and we're in a snowstorm. Guess we better lay over and die. That's what would happen in the sequel trilogy, and then the Millennium Falcon would swoop in and Chewie would save them. There's never any trying to solve it again. It's just really weird. I completely agree, Darth.
That's literally what happened with Rey at the end of Force Awakens. She's just sitting there out in the snow crying. Chewie swoops in on the Falcon and saves her.
Oh my god!
But that's so. There's a thing about that. As that was a big point in one of the videos that I did about The Last Jedi, about how what I call it a third party intervention, and you can actually, everybody's seen Mandalorian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So somebody's shaking
That's
their
okay.
head.
You can spoil it. Say whatever you need to.
So the where Luke shows up at the end of Mandalorian, that's a third party intervention. But there's two big differences there. Is that you can only do that kind of once in an episode or a movie. Mm-hmm. If you do it too much, it like you're sitting there in the theater going, okay, this is somebody's going to come and save them. The stakes aren't here, and that only happened, which is why in episode 3 with Bo-Katan, when they come in to save him back to back in 2 scenes, that second time that it happens, it feels kind of off. But when Luke shows up at the end of Mandalorian, like that's the third party intervention, but they're still they haven't given up. They're like, all right, let's guns up. Yes. We're gonna try to fight. We're gonna try. Our situation is hopeless, but we're not just gonna sit here and take it. There's a difference there.
And the third party intervention occurs because of something Mando did previously.
Yes, it's a lifeline.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lifeline intervention.
Yeah,
and if I'm recalling my my 12th grade English, the Deus Machina, the chariot of the gods, just the gods literally swooping in to save someone when it's not indicated by the story whatsoever. That seems to be what he's referring to, but y'all are much more up to date on your literary terms if I'm getting that incorrect.
No, that's Deus Ex Machina is exactly what it is, and that concept can work. It only works in a certain genre, right? So like the reason it doesn't work in Star Wars is that Star Wars is a fantasy story, and they're not like tragedies. So Deus Ex Machina works well in tragedies. The one I'm thinking of specifically is in the Medea by Euripides at the very end. I don't know, this is a reference, no, but just stay with me. So at the end of that play, basically, Medea she's betrayed her husband and she's going to kill her kids because it's the only way that she can think to solve this problem. So she's going to kill her kids, kill her husband, and she's going to gain the power of, kind of gain the favor of the gods. And at the very end, when she's doing this, there's literally a Deus Ex Machina to help her do this, where she literally gets a chariot like blown by fucking crazy demon horse. Like she literally gets a chariot, like gets a literal Deus Ex Machina. And it works really well because she's doing a bad thing and it's the gods like tacitly endorsing that. But it works because of the genre space it's in. If you can't do that in a different film, like if you had, what would be like a good example? At the end of, how the fuck does A New Hope end? Oh, he shoots the Death Star. I was like, how does that film go?
It's important to note, there is a third-party intervention there at the end of A New Hope, but it's the greatest third-party intervention that ever happened in movies, when Han comes back just like we want him to save the day.
Right. It's such a good moment.
And again, there's key differences here. Is the one, we knew he was available, we knew he was out there, we really want him to come back. And the other thing is Luke is still trying to make the shot while this is happening. He's He's focused on his thing. He's trying to get something done. He's still working towards the problem, but he gets an assist from Han.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a second intervention though, because he would not have turned off the targeting computer if he had not heard Obi-Wan's voice telling him to believe in himself.
Huh. Although that's a question of, is that from diegetically, is he hearing Obi-Wan through the Force, or is he just remembering that Obi-Wan was always talking about the Force and shit?
No, that's Obi-Wan through the Force.
Okay.
100%.
In that case, yeah. In that case, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, arguably, Rey. Well, actually, okay. So I think that's the difference with the end of, not Rise of Skywalker. What's the first one in the sequel trilogy called?
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens.
At the end of Force Awakens, when Rey, when Rey is backed against the cliff and Kylo's like, "I can teach you about the Force, right? You know, I could train you." He actually reminds Rey about the Force, and she remembers that Kazmadar? Huh?
Maz Kanata.
Maz Kanata.
Oh, right.
Damn it.
You had all the right letters.
Phonetically, it sounded like a Star Wars name.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
Could you say it? What's the name again?
Maz Kanata.
Maz Kanata. Okay, so
Just
not
call
what
her,
I
just
said.
call her Maz. Just Maz.
Rey remembers what that character had said to her about the Force. Like, if you just listen, if you close your eyes and listen, you'll hear it. And it's a combination of her. She actually connects those dots herself because Kylo reminds her. So she kind of self-intervenes to kind of give herself the Force, and is able to then kind of overcome him in that moment. Yeah, it's exactly what you're talking about, Darth. It's like the fact that these failures have no consequence, and there is always a third-party intervention, robs our protagonists of the ability, and it's what you were talking about, Rey. The ability to be struggling while they're saved, like they're making an effort, like in Mandalorian, like in A New Hope, and then B, it kind of never punishes them properly for failure, because there can be no significant lasting consequence, because we wouldn't want our characters to say, I don't know, lose a limb or something, for example. Just as a random example, that could be like bad for them, but maybe you could repair that consequence later to allow them to still be a participant in your story. I don't know. Darth, did you have anything else on the introduction there? We probably should try and make some tracks into this bad boy, but do you have anything else on the start there?
One other thought that is in the Lady Proxima arena, which I'm not sure if anyone picked up on, the way that she controlled power physically. The guards that were beating Han were using like literal sticks, right? The only one who actually had a gun was her head honcho, who spoke some alien language. So they had a literal control of power with only one person with a gun, so there was no possibility of an insurrection ever happening.
Huh. That has a lot of implications for the kind of world this is. Like, guns then presumably must be contraband and controlled very heavily, right?
Yeah, which leads into eventually, when we get to the part of why in the world are there so many stormtroopers at the exit point? That I am completely confused by that, but that may tie into the contraband thing eventually when we get there.
Yeah, it's very confusing as a setting choice. Okay, from an action perspective and a choreography perspective, it makes sense, because if they had guns, they would just shoot Han, right? So like they can't do that. But the in-universe doesn't, like, there's no real tracking of why there aren't guns there. Like, and you could have like a you could even fold it into the detonator thing. Maybe the whole Lady Proxima arena, maybe the water she's in emits a very flammable gas, so you'd never bring in a blaster, because if you fired it, the whole room would go up. And so Han with the thermal detonator is an increased threat, right? You could sneak your exposition into your action. But that would be multi-purpose storytelling, and this movie has no interest in doing whatsoever. So, sorry, Solo. I like you, but you're bad. Okay, yeah. So let's talk about. So okay, we talked about the Proxima kind of setup, and this action set piece, and then we begin our kind of transition chase sequence through to the kind of space dock, or the kind of spaceport thing. Did anybody have anything on this sequence? And just checking in, Danielle, this introductory sequence, how are you feeling? Because I could only imagine that there's a lot going on and none of it makes any sense. Is that what was happening in your head?
Pretty much. And honestly, I was paying attention mostly to the actor playing Han. If I forget his name again.
Alden Ehrenreich.
Okay. I just wanted to see, like, because again, like, I've seen plenty of Star Wars movies, but I'm still unfamiliar enough that I wasn't sure how much I'd be picking up or not. I just wanted to pay attention to his performance most of the time. So a lot of the set pieces I wasn't so much paying attention to. I was just kind of taking him in and trying to see what he was doing with the character at the start. But for the most part, a lot of the stuff you guys are talking about, very in-depth, awesome, but I didn't pick up on any of it. So props to all of you guys. For picking up on all that stuff. It's
the only thing we ever think about. Like we're cursed, and I'm gonna we're cursed, and I'm gonna live forever. So I'll just be talking about Star Wars till the sun burns out, I assume.
Till Star Wars Episode 21.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, I don't know how much I'll have to say about the rest of the movie, because it's most of my focus on this has been about the beginning and trying to figure out why it didn't work for me. This chase where we're at right now is the exact point where I figured out this isn't working for me, because when I finally got to see it at home or on Disney Plus, I'm not a captive audience. I have dual screen there, and they get in the car and they're on the run and they're on their way and everything, and I reflexively pick up the mouse and open Reddit, and I'm like, oh, what's going on Reddit? I'm like, aha, this is the moment. Something's happening, or something is not happening here. Yeah. I don't care, and it's because I don't care about these characters yet. So they're in jeopardy, but I don't care. Mm-hmm. And that was like, all right, so this is the problem. They haven't got me to care about these characters.
And why do you think that is?
I think, well, like I said, partly it's that whole beginning sequence with Proxima and everything doesn't really work too well as an introduction, and it doesn't really tick all the boxes to get me to care about the characters. Like, if we're going to compare it to, say, like The Force Awakens, that 4 minutes where they introduce you to Rey, there's like 20 different things that happen that get you to care about the character, that they do very effectively, I think. Mm-hmm. But they don't, like, they don't really do that here. And the other thing is that whole sequence with Proxima is incredibly blue. And
yes,
that is a comment. Like, I have an enormous problem with the color of this movie throughout.
Yeah,
like everything is too bright. It's too dark. It's too blue. The color is all wrong.
The blue was suffocating a little. Like, I was having a hard time with it. At first I was like, geez, they really leaned into this. All right.
And part of the introduction of the character is we need to be able to see them, because we don't know who this guy is.
You know, I think about this a lot with movies that have characters or protagonists that don't talk a lot. And specifically, I always think about Blade Runner when we talk about openings, because something that both Blade Runner movies do really well is they have these kind of taciturn protagonists who aren't terribly emotive, and don't express themselves that much at the very start. Obviously, they kind of open up and are vulnerable later. But one thing they do that works really well is we just get to see like a normal day in their life. And because it's sci-fi, and because it's different, and because it's visually interesting, and they're planting the seeds of what's going to happen, that day in their life kind of like is interesting to us. I mean, like, you know, Ryan Gosling's character, Kay, his day in his life is fucking exciting because he's a bounty hunter, right? He goes out and he hunts down these synthetic humans, and you get that cool action sequence with the wrestler in sort of this weird dystopian kind of farm place. And it's interesting in and of itself conceptually, but it's also interesting character work, because we learn so much about what's going on inside this guy's head without really having to be told. And I think we just don't spend enough time with Han in his old world, right? If we're talking from a mythology perspective, if we're thinking about Joseph Campbell, we don't spend enough time with him in the world that is to understand what he's losing. So, like, because we don't know what's good about what he has, when his life is threatened, we're like, well, why does it matter? What's he losing? What's at stake here? Right? We don't know anything about his relationship with Kira. Is that good? Is that the only thing keeping him going? We don't know, because we don't spend enough time with them. Is he protecting the kids here? Does he value the kids here? Is that why he's hung around for so long? We don't know, because we don't spend enough time. And it's that inability to linger and characterize and be like, this is the old world, this is the things here that he's walking away from in order to embark on this quest, right? It'd be like if Lord of the Rings, you started, instead of having Bilbo's birthday, you started like as they're walking to the prancing pony or something. You'd be like, well, I don't know why I care about these kids.
That's a good parallel, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't work for me for that reason. I completely agree, right? It's just a missed opportunity to give us more of these characters.
Touching on what you said about sort of expanding this part, I think if they wanted to make a trilogy of movies out of this, and I think they kind of did.
What's the plan?
They should have, the whole first movie should have been that opening. Getting out of Corellia should have been the whole first movie.
Yeah. That would have been
That
good,
would have been
yeah.
really good.
Like a cool, like a gritty kind of like you could kind of lean into the kind of space noir thing.
You could have really beat down Han Solo.
Yeah.
Just like, like physically and emotionally.
Truly, because
Yeah.
it's an oppressive space.
Yeah.
Right? It looks tough to live there. Damn.
We're at 45.
We're at 45. All right, we're gonna have to take a very brief break, and then we'll come back. I think the introduction. So where we're at now, just before we hit pause and y'all enjoy some products and services. Where we're at currently is basically that these characters are on their way to escaping this location, and I think Rye hit the nail on the head. The reason why we're lingering on this so much is that the rest of the film is now has to deal with the setup of this introduction, right? Introductions and beginnings to stories are so critical because you have one act of your story to plant the exposition for literally every idea and thing that comes later, right? One of the things that we always talk about in the editing bay for my novels is like, it's a fantasy world. This is not our universe. If you want to halfway through the movie introduce the idea of like starship fuel, then we need to have that. That needs to be a present object in the first act, and granted it is here. But there are other ideas that are introduced later that need to be at least alluded to, snuck in somewhere, offhand dialogue. There are ways you can do this, background noise. There are ways that you can do this that don't feel obtuse. I think, Rye, you had a great example in one of your videos about Rey's characterization with when she's talking Wookiee. All we needed for her to be able to speak Wookiee and for it to be feasible is during that montage of her day, I think the example you used is like maybe she could be like bartering with a Wookiee or something.
Yeah, we don't even have to hear it.
No, we don't even have to hear it. We just visually, it plants it in our subconscious. Next time she speaks Wookiee, we go, yeah, of course she can speak Wookiee. She would have to speak like dozens of languages to stay afloat and barter on this weird hellhole of Tatooine or wherever the fuck she is. But it's not Tatooine, it's
Jakku, I think.
Jakku, right? Because why would you want to go back to Jakku? Yeah. All right, we're gonna take a quick ad break, so we'll be back in 1 second. Enjoy these products and or services, and if you want to buy them, click the links and stuff. It helps us out. Welcome back. We're back. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed them, and if you purchase one of them products or services, good. It's good. Keeps the wheels turning, keeps our lights on. It's good for capitalism and the economy. So let's talk about getting off Corellia. So we get this Proxima set piece, and for some reason, Kira gets zero characterization here. If she was going to be working for Darth Maul this whole time, or like later on, I don't understand why we didn't get her like doing some brutal shit to stormtroopers. Like, give us some pre-indication she's going to turn out to be a bad dude. I don't know. You could have done something here with that, I think. And also just given the Game of Thrones chick something to do. Like Emilia Clarke just kind of chews the scenery the whole time.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I didn't really notice it just because I think Dragon Lady just has such a presence on screen, but you're right. It would have been cool if we saw her do some sort of, if there were hints of immorality.
Yeah, she could have Han could have been they could have been doing a gunfight. You could have done the classic one. It's really easy, right? You disarm someone and Han's like, no, leave them. And she's like, nah, we can't risk it. Bang, shoots them or something. It could be a stormtrooper, so it's not a huge consequence because they're not people, as we all know. Oh wait, hang on.
I think the only moment that she really gets like that is when they're actually bartering with the lady to go through the door, and that's the only time she kind of asserts herself or that deviates from what Han is doing. And it's just a little bit that she's a little bit more forceful about. No, you led us to the door. and then we'll give you the stuff.
Right.
But that's the only time that happens, I think,
so,
in this opening sequence.
And so their plan here, and Roma, if I get this incorrect, someone let me know, but basically they arrive, and the plan is to use this coaxium, this starship fuel stuff, to barter their way through and then, like, get a ship or buy passage and just, like, get off the planet, right? Do they have a plan after that, or is he just like, I'm going to buy a ship and become a cool space cowboy? Is that his plan?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a good plan.
Yeah.
I have that same plan. I'm going to get off this dang rock and get off this moisture farm, and I'm going to go find adventure.
I have another question. Once they use the coaxium to get to the door, how do they buy the tickets?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing.
Do they have more than one coaxium?
No, that's it. They've only got the one.
Maybe it's like if you get through the door, you can just go anywhere you want. Maybe
the
they don't
movie
have
says
tickets.
don't think about it that hard.
Yeah. The movie's like, whoa,
and it's like,
we don't have internal consistency. What are you talking about? Yeah.
There's actually something interesting they did with the price of the coaxium. I don't know if anyone picked up on that when Han first shows it to Kira, she says this is worth, what, 500-600? I think those are the numbers that she used.
This is worth...
500-600 credits, that's more than you said we'd need.
It's worth at least 800 credits, maybe more.
Yeah.
When she's at the ticket window and she says to the lady, this is worth 800, maybe more. So she inflated the price to try to make it appear a little more valuable.
See, this is why I brought you on, Darth, because I wouldn't have noticed that. That's fucking sick. I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a little spicy little detail for a character. Would be cool. Feel like that's probably something Han could and should. Well, I suppose he does it with the detonator. I don't know. It's just like, what's the difference between them then? Maybe that she's better. He's a fast talking, smuggler, but she's a fast talking smuggler who's actually good at fast talking. Is that kind of the intonation at this stage?
I think maybe like it implies a bit of Solo's personality in the original trilogy. Like, he barters with Obi-Wan about how much they're going to pay him to take them across the galaxy or whatever. So the fact that, Han deals with money in those movies is like, oh, maybe he got it from Kira.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. Cool detail. Really, really interesting. Anything else anybody wants to call out about this kind of scene, as they arrive and they're moving through this kind of gate? I guess I should say too, narratively, basically what then happens is Kira kind of gets captured in this process, but Han kind of gets through the checkpoint okay. Okay, we should talk about this. So he goes up to the desk to sort of, I guess it's like a, you know how on the back end border planets in the Outer Rim where they're all run by kind of crime and gang lords, and the stormtrooper presence is kind of thin outside of the galaxy docks. You know how on those planets they have just a desk where you can enlist in the Navy. You guys know how it is on crime-ridden planets. Those are the key candidates we want in the Empire. But he goes up to the desk and he's like, get me into flight school, baby. I'm going to be a bloody pilot. You've never heard of anyone who's going to be such a good pilot. You don't even know how good of a pilot I'm going to be. My name's Han. And then the Imperial officer says, oh, dope, but surname or last name or whatever, which interesting means they have concepts of last names. And he goes, I don't have one. Or whatever, and the Imperial officer goes, Han Solo.
Yeah. An unremarkable backstory for, an unremarkable, like, he's a remarkable character, but he's unremarkable in contrast to, like, his role among the Jedi is that he's just a normal dude.
He's not a space wizard.
Yeah. So I really like this backstory of how he got his last name.
I don't mind the concept. I think the execution is where I take issue.
It's a little cheesy.
It's not that it's cheesy or trite or even that it's canny. It's that the setup for this doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, it's what I was saying before. Like, why is this on this planet?
Because that's how the Empire is so ubiquitous, is that they make the recruitment process so easy that they just amass these huge numbers of recruits.
Oh my god. And then do you think that they might lure them with like a false promise of education and job security? Oh my god. Are armies in real life bad?
What?
What? The military-industrial complex is not a good thing? Yeah, you're right. I'm griping. It is. I don't mind it. a lot of people hated this with a fire and a passion. How did you guys what did you guys think of this surname situation?
I don't know who pointed it out, but I love the idea that Solo would have been like Smith in our current language. If you don't know someone's, at least like in America, if you don't know someone's last name, or if they don't have a last name, Smith is like the ubiquitous last name. I think there's another one aside from Smith.
Like Doe, like Jane Doe or whatever.
That was, yeah, Jane Doe, that kind of thing. And that's what they were saying, is that Solo should have been the last name given when you don't have one. So there could have been a billion Solos out in the universe, and it wouldn't have been anything at all for another one to be added.
And that could also help him slip under the radar a lot of the time, right?
Yeah.
He's just a nobody. He's like a face in the crowd Hitman stuff.
Which also is really interesting because he is infamous, and if that were true, he would have given name to the Solo name, because it literally meant nobody. But after him, it meant someone.
So if Kiro had made it through the door with him and they went to that, would he be Han Duo?
Oh, snap.
I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, good question. Like,
well, like the way that the guy says it is like, I haven't been here all day, and this is the first guy to come here with no last name, you know? Han Solo. That's clever. I like that.
It's funny because that leads me into one of the notes that I had is, I mean, I know that they had, from a like filmmaking point of view, they had to catch her and get her on one side of the door and Han on the other side of the door, but the way that it happened felt extremely weird. It was like the guards recognized her and pulled her back, but didn't recognize Han and let him through. That's almost what it felt like. I don't know, I feel like I could talk for 40 minutes just about this entire scene itself. Like, there's just so much stuff. Like, they have the hounds that are supposed to be the trackers, who are literally 10 feet away and can't find Han and Kira for some reason. I don't know.
Why use them if they don't work?
Yeah. And also, as another side note, so we could talk about, when they are on opposite sides of the door, she slams the dice up against the door right before she gets pulled away. That was, if I counted correctly, the 6th shot of the dice in the first 11 minutes of the film.
It's so that you know that the dice are important, and don't you forget about it. Remember the dice? Hey, wait, do you remember the dice though? Hang on. No. But hey, wait, no. The dice are going to be important later. How? They won't be, don't worry.
That just makes me wish when she slammed it against the window, she just screamed, "Dice!" Oh my god.
Han, I'll
mail them to you.
Yeah. I'll FedEx them. The dice, remember the... What a fucking weird detail to... Because the dice have nothing to do with this story at all whatsoever.
Is it because they're in the original movies?
Yeah, it's because they're in the original movies, and they made such a big deal of them.
They are in the
Lost
original
Jedi.
movie for like literally 2 seconds. Like, I didn't even know they were there until I saw a like close-up of where, like, Chewie brushes past them and his shoulder slightly hits them, and that's it.
They just hang. They basically hung on the windshield of the Millennium Falcon. Yeah. It's like an air freshener, but for your like feng shui. But then they
like
became
a space hula girl.
They're pretty cool guys. But they became a big thing in The Last Jedi, because that was like the connection to Han or whatever.
But anyway, that also leads me into another interesting point with the guards recognizing Kira, and I started thinking, why? Like, Proxima recognized her, knew her name as well. Do they literally know all of the orphans that they are using? Or were Kira and Han really special? And, I mean, the obvious answer was yes, because Han was trusted to, by himself, deliver millions of dollars worth of this precious, precious fuel, and Proxima trusted him to do that all on his own. So theoretically, Han and Kira were like the 2 top, whatever, admirals, or whatever you want to call them, in the slave force that she had.
They're like the king thieves. They're the best thieves they have. Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty slick, so that makes sense.
Yeah, like, you know what? And we kind of see some of that, right? Like, they kind of seem pretty well, Han fucks it up, but Kira seems like she knows what she's doing. Yeah, and like, I guess they are special, and that seems to be implied, but we never get to contrast that with anything. It's why when stories do this and you have like a gang like this, it's why our protagonist would normally have a rival who is a bit shitter at it, who doesn't like that our character is good at the thing. Like, it's why you have like a Draco Malfoy or characters like that, because they can reveal your character's virtues and skills by contrast. But once again, like what we were talking about before, we just don't spend enough time here to get any of that.
Well, I feel like Lando fills that role a little bit later on.
Yeah, definitely. He's a great addition to this picture as well. He's
by far the best character, I think.
Yeah. I mean, his robot's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could probably talk about this scene forever. I think the theme of this opening, before we do our time cut, because when we do our time cut is when the film ostensibly starts. I think one of the overwhelming takeaway from this introduction, I think all of us have kind of said in so many different ways, is that it's not enough to just do whatever here and expect it to kind of ride it out and not switch off and kind of carry through, right? It's different when you're in a theater and you can't leave. Except that literally the exact moment you were talking about, Rye, when that happened and you like went onto Reddit, was when I got up out of the theater and went to the bathroom. Like that's how bored I was already.
See,
Yeah.
Same thing. You didn't care.
Yeah, and their job here is to make us give a shit about them, show us what they're losing, show us what Han is losing in pursuing in crossing the threshold to adventure and crossing the call to adventure. We need to understand why the old world is valuable. What here is something that he cannot bear to leave behind or lose. What here is home for him. And there are dozens of options that are all viable candidates. It could have been the prestige of being the head thief. It could have been the thrill of doing it with Kira. It could have been any number of things. The pay, the he can do whatever he wants. Like any number of things could have been the reason here. But instead, none of them are, and we just don't give a shit. And then for some reason, the film makes the genius choice to do a time cut. And we get a 3 years later, which is such a choice. Do you guys have any thoughts on, before we kind of talk about the time jump as a concept, do you guys have any thoughts like on the introduction as a whole that we haven't touched on before we kind of tiptoe our way into the next section?
Summary of my thoughts are just movies better without it.
Yep. Which
I wonder. So I was just gonna say, I wonder what would happen if we started at the 3 years later point, like no time jump. Just what would happen if we started there?
I think it's probably stronger for it.
Yeah.
There's only one moment that I can think of that's kind of a problem if you started there, is that so when they're doing the fireside chat, you know, everybody's saying like what's important to them. You know, Chewie wants to go back to his family or his tribe or whatever, and Han's like, or Val teases it out of him, oh, it's a girl that he cares about, and he's like, yeah, I left somebody behind on Corellia. I have to get back there. This is another problem, which I guess we'll get to later, but we don't know the significance. If you chop off the beginning and he turns around at the party and she's there, we don't know the significance of her because we don't know that that's who it is. Mm-hmm. But, you know, that's solved with just like he's got like a locket or something with her picture in it, or a hollow something.
Easily solved,
yeah.
in other words.
So 2 seconds again and that's fixed. Right. But that's the only thing that I can really think of as a problem.
Use what's already there, right? He's got, you know, he could be constantly handling the dice or whatever, like constantly palming them or fondling them or something, and that can be the thing that lets Val pry it out of him. Be like, you're always fucking, like, you've always got those dice in your hand. Who gave them to you? Is that the girl, right? And then we could, she must be that important that he's always kind of holding on to the last piece of her he has. Like, there are easy things you can do in your script to serve this stuff that isn't like completely changing what's happening.
Right.
Yeah, you're right though. That would be impacted, but yeah, you can write around it. Exactly. Cool. So when we cut to 3 years later, Han is serving on as an infantryman on Mimban, following his expulsion from the Flight Academy for insubordination, which is great. The war here is a fucking hellish nightmare, like we haven't really seen in Star Wars before. Han is like bad at taking orders. It's muddy. It's filthy. This is like a very different side of Star Wars that we haven't really seen here. It's like trench warfare, but it's just in this mud bowl. What did you guys think about this setup for what's going to happen next? This setting this place as it pertains to Star Wars and as it works in this film.
I thought that like the setting of a soldier in the ranks, as you know, it was already done in The Force Awakens, kind of, but I don't know, just the sort of rough nature of this setting is like way more compelling. I feel it's a weird side of Star Wars that, you know, was later expanded on in The Mandalorian. I really love this the everyman perspective.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what kind of Ryan and Darth were talking about before, which is like if we cut the start and we just had this, then you get a lot more of this, and I think it'd be really interesting to see how operationally the Empire works on the ground in these settings. You know?
The thing that I liked about it was, well, I should say that I like the movie from here on out. It's good. It's better than fine. It's good after this point. Although still being mostly fine. The one detail that I kind of like about this is that, you know, you have the perspective of Han, who is, as you said, our everyman here, and then the contrast with the officers, who are exactly how you would expect them to be based on our previous experience with the Empire, which up till this point has been all officers, right? Mm-hmm. And I think they all have accents. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure the Major does.
He does, yeah. And I think the implication in Star Wars is that characters that don't put one on, like they all do that British accent because that's how you talk in the Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was a thing back in the original trilogy that Lucas did intentionally, because that was a big thing in like the 70s, that going against the government and the man, and he portrayed all of the all of the government people by having that British accent. And that was a very intentional thing that just kind of carried over for some reason, even though we have like Obi-Wan having an accent and other characters. But
well, that's to differentiate the core worlds from the Outer Rim, right?
Yeah,
like Coruscant and all that is where the accents are from.
Right. Yeah,
I think
it's interesting. I see. That's just an interesting detail to help add flavor and like context and noise to this world in a way that I think Solo wants to do more of that than it ever ends up achieving. Like this setting, right, adds so much interesting flavor and things to pick at and show us, and like, you know, that during this war they have like a Wookiee prisoner, which is fucking weird that they throw deserters to. Like there's some interesting flavor here that is compelling world building to me. But yeah, even something like you could address that in the text in a way that's pretty interesting. Like I think the behavioral reprogramming that the Empire does to the people who they kidnap stormtroopers at birth, so it's a bit different. But like to just regular infantrymen, the military-industrial complex does this. Like it brainwashes you into thinking a certain way and acting a certain type of way to do things that they need you to do, which you otherwise wouldn't normally. And that's part of the process of that system. I think it would have been cool to see a tiny bit more of that, like just a tiny bit more of like, maybe they try and get him to do the fake accent, or they try and get him to change the way he wears his uniform. Like we could have just used like a tiny bit more oomph on the military side of things. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Well, one thing talking about the indoctrination that kind of you're describing was that, from what I understood, they did not care about him. All of the infantry, especially given the fact that they were recruiting on like kind of crime worlds like we discussed earlier, these guys, their only job was to go out and die in the battlefield to gain a couple feet, you know, to advance the army a couple feet. They didn't really care that these guys were trained, that they were the captain was, you know, giving his battle cry of "for the Empire" and all that kind of stuff, but at the core, they don't care about the general infantryman and whether he believes in the cause or not. He's just a pawn.
Just a body in a suit with a gun, effectively.
Yeah.
Well, I guess just shittier stormtrooper, basically. Who are they fighting? Does anybody pick up on
the Mimbanese.
Oh, so they're subjugating this world.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
because Han says that to the officer. It's like, you know, we're the hostiles. We're the bad guys here. You know, we're the baddies.
And he's like, yeah, dude, it's called the Empire.
Yeah.
We're not subtle about it.
Yeah, a lot of the officers are pretty like brazen about being evil, and they're like, yeah, we're the invaders.
Yeah, we are. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we're occupying this location to enforce and enact our will on it. Oh my god, maybe the military is bad. Yeah, look, and then sort of the next thing that happens is Beckett kind of saunters into town. And this weird sequence of events occurs where Han essentially, so he tries to, does he try to blackmail Beckett? I've written that down as what's happening, but is that how he tries to get onto the
Yeah,
the crew?
because he sees Beckett has bullet holes in his armor that he stole from like an officer, presumably.
Right, yeah, because Beckett's impersonating an officer, and he's like, listen, mate, I bloody know your secret, because I'm also a grifter, and if you're grifting, I want to be grifting with you. Let me onto your boat, right? But Beckett has him arrested because he outranks him in this fake uniform, and he is
what's kind of funny, though, is before he threatens Beckett, it almost looked to me like Beckett was considering taking him. Because, Han looked like he was rubbing off on him the right way, and Tobias was like, oh, I kind of like this kid. And then he threatens him, and Tobias flips the switch, and he's like, no, you are not going to threaten me. And he calls the dude over.
He's got to assert his dominance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beckett was like, I could use a surrogate son.
Yeah, he's like, I could use someone to adopt and then betray.
Yeah.
I know where this story arc is going. I'm the turncoat. Yeah, well, and so this part of our hero's journey is like testing the allies and the enemies. And as is always the way, the first easy friend you make is often the one that will inevitably betray you. It's just classic storytelling, and it's done very, very well here for the most part. I like Beckett a lot. Woody Harrelson just has such a presence in this character. I buy him for every ounce of the over-the-hill cowboy he is. There was never a second where I was like, oh, it's Woody Harrelson. I was like, it's Beckett.
Yeah,
I bought him completely. Han gets arrested and is thrown into a pit to be eaten by a Wookiee. Now, boys...
Some terrifying implications here.
Yeah, boys and Danielle, I have a question for all of y'all. Is Chewbacca eating these people, guys?
Apparently.
What the fuck?
Well, they haven't been giving him anything else, David.
What the fuck is this choice?
You do what you got to do to survive, you know?
They haven't fed him in 3 days.
Yeah.
What else is he supposed to do?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all noticed that there was actually half a droid down there, so at some point Chewie got so hungry that he ate the droid that they threw down to him too.
Is this the first time this has happened? Has he eaten man flesh before?
He's violent and he's temperamental. That we know, but yeah, I don't think it's ever implied that he ate people.
I mean, he tries to eat a porg.
Oh yeah, that's
and they're pretty cute. They're cuter than people. So maybe a person's not a big deal for him.
But this whole thing is one reason that a lot of people have a problem with the way that Chewie was introduced, to the entire universe. Was he has always been like I don't want to call him a pet, but he was like the good dog, Now you've turned him into the rabid dog chained out outside that is literally eating people who aren't necessarily bad guys. I mean, Han was fed to him and he didn't really do anything bad in the first place.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. That is a problem, especially with sort of the newer movies, that Chewie just does what he's told, and he's much more like a pet than he is in the other movies.
And he gets a lot to do in this one. I like him. I like his presence throughout. He does make active decisions for himself.
And the interesting thing with how he's introduced, I don't know if anyone noticed the music buildup to his reveal. The camera starts off behind him when he comes up out of the tunnel, and then it's this big buildup of tension, and then the way that the chord resolves is almost in a slightly comedic way. Which, if I was a little more musically inclined, I could probably describe that better. But it's because the audience is being built up to say, oh, this is an evil creature. But then the camera flips around, the chord resolves, and it's not an evil creature, it's Chewie. So the entire scene was built up for the audience, not for the characters, which is a big problem that all of these films have had, is breaking the fourth. I mean, I did an entire video about how they keep breaking the fourth wall to appeal to the audience, talking to the audience, instead of actually looking at the characters and how they would be reacting to these situations.
I noticed that too, that a lot of the beats in this movie are reliant on intertextuality and not just like it within the diegesis of the story.
Yeah, and this is something we'll talk about kind of toward the middle and end, is to what extent any of that works at all. It's a big problem Star Wars has. Its reliance on intertextuality in something like The Force Awakens works because the whole movie is about that. Every single piece of that movie needs you to know who ostensibly, it needs you to know who Han Solo and Luke are. It needs you to know that Jedi were real. It needs you to know what the Force is. It needs you to know that Luke lost a saber from the top of Cloud City. There's a lot of things you need to know for that movie to work. And because every single part of that film relies on your understanding of Star Wars, it works pretty well. It's built around that concept. The problem is you can't have it both ways. If you're going to do that, just do that. Only do that. Be like, this is where we're making no promises. This is just fluffy popcorn fan service. Or you do The Mandalorian and you tell a different kind of story and you commit to a series of concepts and you sometimes have those elements introduced. One thing I did want to touch on before we kind of move away from Nimbin is, as a setting, it's really cool. I really like it. We've talked about how much we enjoyed it. But because we don't spend enough time here, there are a few things which are kind of related to the Chewbacca thing and what you were talking about there, Darth, where you meet him and it's like, oh, well, this is for the audience because they already know who he is. There are some other things in this that just kind of never seem to matter to the film, but begin to matter because the introduction of starving Chewbacca made me think about food, which made me think about everything else. And this is a thing that happens a lot in movies where this is kind of where you get pulled out of the diegesis of the story, because I went, oh, they're not feeding Chewbacca. Does he eat people? Okay, that's weird. Does he always eat people? Has he eaten people before? That's kind of weird. Well, what other food would they be feeding him? Is there other life forms here that they can feed him? Is there local population? Is there are there animals that live here? Are they hunting them? How do they get those animals? Where do they get clean water from? What do they eat? When do they sleep? Where do they sleep?
What if this point in Chewbacca's life was actually just like the darkest thing he's ever done? It's like, and to this day he regrets it. Like, oh my god, that one time I had to eat people just traumatizes him.
He's sitting he's sitting on in the back of the Falcon with a whiskey.
Yeah, and a
staring into the middle distance. Yeah.
That's what I actually meant to say earlier, was that I actually went and looked up the backstory of why was he on that planet in the first place, and it literally was the darkest time of his life. He was kidnapped away from his family. He was found by a bounty hunter. He was sold by the bounty hunter. Tons of terrible, terrible stuff to eventually have him wind up in the pit where he's starving to death and having to eat people that he assumedly would have been friends with otherwise. So it's just like we said earlier, just a terrible introduction for a beloved character.
I mean,
but to your main point about the food, that's really interesting, because I had the exact same reaction to Exegol in The Rise of Skywalker, when it's just this completely barren planet, and then you go inside and there's thousands and thousands of people worshiping Palpatine, and my very first thought was, how are they alive? What are they eating? Where are they living? And there was a video that I saw that was, I need to find it so I could link it, but talking about, I think it was Fallout. One of the video games is
the Shondification of Fallout.
Yes, thank you. Awesome.
It's unfortunately gone.
Really?
Yeah, it got claimed by the NBA. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh! So it's a video game about a post-apocalyptic world, and he was talking about how the realism in games or movies or anything is something that's very subtle, but it adds so much. And so when he's going around a game or looking at a movie or something, he's thinking, how are these people living? And so in that video game, you can actually see that there are little farms, there are gardens. Every house has a windmill that's drawing water. It shows how they are living, which gives breadth to the game and lets you really connect with the characters and the world. It's a level of world building that doesn't happen unless you're really devoted to that from the very beginning, which Star Wars has not been. On this planet, how are they living? On Exegol, how are they living? We don't know.
this goes to something that Rye, you talk about a lot in your videos, which is this idea of like, these are fantasy stories, but so like, how does the Force work? It kind of doesn't matter. As long as when we see it work, we kind of know some of the rules and it's internally consistent. So if for this stuff to work, it just needs to be internally consistent with itself. So, you know, if you know, what's a good example? Like, okay, Fallout is a good example. In the first Fallout game, you leave your vault in search of a water chip. And the reason you need a water chip is because it lets you filter and get non-irradiated water, which is what's keeping your vault alive, right? So even the main thrust of that story tells you how people in this world get water. And then you go out into the world and you see all these other settlements like Junktown and Shady Sands and the hub, and they all have different mechanisms for survival. They're not all using water chips. They're all using different stuff to survive. And I think that's where Star Wars struggles a little bit, is by accidentally calling our attention to this stuff, the answer, because there's never any answers in the text. You either have to read a fucking visual dictionary to be like, well, how does Rey know how to speak Wookiee? What do they eat on Exegol? Because you have to either read a fucking visual dictionary to find that stuff out, or the answer is, don't think about it. The internal consistency is completely shattered. And that's when you get pulled out of the diegesis, and that's when you start to ask those questions. Instead of what you should be focusing on, which is, oh my god, Chewbacca's gonna beat the shit out of Han, how are they gonna resolve? And instead, all I'm thinking about is all of these things. And you're exactly right. It's internal, it's keeping things consistent with each other within the world, and considering those things, and building your story in a way where those questions either aren't raised or are inadvertently answered, right? If characters are poor on Corellia, what do they eat versus what do people in this war eat? Are they eating rations? Great. Show us that. It doesn't need to be in the front of the frame. It can just be part of the story if that's something you want to comment on. If you want to use starvation, you kind of need to know what the alternative was. If that makes sense. Like in the absence of food, it makes us think about the presence of food. It's the old kind of psychology technique of don't think about pink elephants, right? What are you thinking about? If the second you direct your audience not to consider something, they inadvertently consider it. And that is a big problem in Star Wars in general, I think.
Well, I think what we're talking about, and the thing that Darth brought up, the word that the guy used in the video was shandification, which I think was his own creation or whatever. And it's the basic question of you go to Exegol and your first question is, well, there's 25,000 something people there. What do they eat? Where do they sleep? And I believe the correct word is verisimilitude.
It is, yeah.
Which is, and I talked about that in one of my Mando videos, and how episode 3, I think it's episode 3, where they go to the water planet, and how all those elements that you're talking about are there. Where you have the question of, okay, what do these people eat? That's answered for you. Where do they sleep? That's answered for you. What do these people do here? That's answered for you. All of those, and it's done in a way that doesn't really sort of intrude on the story. It's just all part of it. And so that you look at this situation that these characters are in, and it's believable. It makes sense.
Yep, absolutely. And I like that Darth, you brought up Fallout, because I think Fallout New Vegas does this tremendously well at every turn. I've recently started replaying Outer Worlds, which is by the same dev team, and both of those games, in contrast to say Bethesda's Fallouts, which kind of are very weak on this front, is they're very interested in building building places that have complete diegesis within themselves. So it's exactly what you're saying. One of the things that a lot of people forget is, like, you build a location for a function, right? So in this case, Han and Beckett need to meet somewhere. Han needs to escape the planet. Okay, the solution in the storytelling there is he joins the Navy, gets kicked out, and he ends up on some backwater, right? Cool. So that's where they're going to meet. Why is Beckett there? We'll find that out later. He's after intel on some Quaxium or something like that. But okay, well, great. Now we've created this location. Let's answer all of those questions and make sure we know the answers to them. One of the most important ones is, what do people do with their free time? That answer alone will give you so much detail to put into your space, and it naturally kind of cookies out to other things, right? You kind of it's like it's a natural growth, right? If you start there, it's like, oh well, maybe if they drink, right? There's a bar. Okay, well, how do they get the liquor for the bar? What else does the bar serve? Well, the bar's gonna have to serve food of some kind. Okay, like how are they getting food? Like you can kind of start with little kernels and work your way out. This doesn't do any of that. It's just like, I don't know. Also, when did they have time to build an underground pit? How long have they been on Nimbin?
Like I'm not usually an advocate for like supplemental material, but like I don't know, I could imagine from the perspective of someone who doesn't mind reading, all like the lore and the backstory, just to fill in the blanks. Like that could, I don't know. It's like watching stuff with the intent of knowing that it's going to resolve, it's going to pay off, because you have like a bunch of other stuff to read. Like I could imagine how that's not a big deal for some people, who are really into this universe, but for people like us that like, like contained stories and such, I think it's stands out more.
Well, I think there's we should be clear, like there's a distinct difference between, all right, we're going to sit down and have a whole scene about how, this particular thing works, or just have sort of a visual cue there that isn't really touched upon, but is there for your brain to clock and go, oh, that's the answer to that question.
Yeah,
like that's
what we're talking about. It's exactly what you said with the I think the Wookiee example is so good. Your brain clocks that Rey is talking to a Wookiee. It's then not an issue later. It's just it's subconsciously clocking those things, and you do it in prose as well. Like it's one of the things I'm working on at the moment in my round of edits for book 3 is like, okay, like if you want to have a setting where people live, the first thing you need to address, because the type of world that I'm writing, it's like kind of post-apocalyptic. It's like very bare bones. It's got some fallout, some Dark Tower energy. It's like, okay, well, like, how do these people eat? What are they eating? What's the quality of the food? How often can they get food? Is it nutritious? If it's not nutritious, what impact is that having on the rest of what they're doing? And if you can answer those questions and then thread into the text little markers, they don't need to be big. You don't need to sit down and be like, right, this is how Nimbin works. This is where they get the water. This is where the food is. This is where people sleep. You don't need to do that. You just need to kind of provide us enough visual or throwaway dialogue lines that we kind of mentally, like you said, mentally clock it. Like we kind of go, yep, got it. I know enough about this place. It feels real. I'm not focusing on that. I'm worried about the character. That's your goal here. And ironically, they do this very well with the weird space yacht thing that we'll see later.
There's actually a related note about resources that will kind of bring us back to the storyline a bit. Yeah. And I cannot come up with an answer for this. I'm curious if anyone else can. Why did Beckett and his crew go to that planet to get a ship? They literally went into a war zone to get a ship and risked all of their lives. Why?
I was wondering the same thing.
Because it's easier to steal in like chaos.
Is it?
Yeah, but Voss has like billions of dollars. He could have bought them a ship. Like, why did they have to go and deal with Lando to get his ship? Like, Voss could have... I don't understand.
He's a scary man. You don't want to ask too much of him.
I'm glad...
These are questions you shouldn't be asking.
Right, essentially.
The answer to that, Darth, is because Beckett needed to meet Han.
And we have to meet Lando at some point.
Exactly.
And,
it's exactly what all y'all were talking about before. It's in service of the audience, not in service of the characters or the story.
No, I can buy that. They need a ship. They need to steal a ship.
Yeah.
You want to steal a car or whatever. If you're gonna pull off a heist, you got to steal the car, right?
Step one, yeah.
So it's untraceable. And I can buy that they need to steal this ship, and I agree with the idea of it's a chaotic situation. It's the Empire; they're not going to miss an AT hauler. So I don't think it's that much of a stretch.
No,
right? or I should say, it's not a question that I was thinking about.
I'll buy it as an explanation. But where would have been like a better place to get to steal an unmarked ship that maybe no one would miss? Probably Corellia. The crime planet.
Oh. Yeah.
Get one fresh off the assembly line, right?
Is this like a rewriting solo podcast now? Like, are we trying to pick this up?
Apparently.
It's just turned into a bit of a script doc.
Yeah, let me fix your shit, Star Wars.
Right one.
1:30. Okay, it's ad time. We're going to take a quick ad break. Thank you, Patrick, for reminding me. enjoy these products and or services. It's usually products. I don't know why. I don't think we've had a service yet. There might be though. Who knows what ads are being served? Enjoy them. Have fun with capitalism. If you like this stuff, go buy it. Helps us out. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed those advertisements and that they were brief for you. And if you did buy some stuff, let me know how it went. So what happens next in our story here is that Han basically is able to understand Chewbacca, and he persuades him to team up in order to escape, right? So they're going to kind of become a bit of a duo, a bit of a partnership to get off this dang Nimbin rock, this big mud bowl. Now, essentially what happens next is that Beckett was already on the fence about Han, he threw him away, but seeing that Han has escaped and recruited a Wookiee's a great asset, right? He's strong, he's powerful. Beckett kind of sees some value in Han's resourcefulness, sees some value in having Chewbacca, and he says, listen, fine, we'll take him on board, right? So he kind of caves.
It's kind of funny later on. I don't know if you Rye brought up the scene where they're on the bridge underneath the ship, Han and Chewie, and I don't know if anyone got it because Chewie says it in Sri Luk or whatever his language is called, but he says they only saved us because of me, and then Han responds, they saved us because of me. So they're actually arguing which one of them was responsible for the ship coming back to save them.
That's kind of fun. I like that. Yeah, I didn't really have any particular thoughts about the escape or them getting their way onto Beckett's ship. It needed to happen narratively. It's pretty ineloquent, but there's nothing ostensibly wrong with it.
I got two things about this. The first is so the video I made about Rey speaking Wookiee. I said in there that the same questions I had about her, or the basic problem is that her background doesn't really establish that she should speak Wookiee. Mm-hmm. It doesn't automatically make you think she should speak Wookiee, which makes it kind of jump out at me in The Force Awakens. Here, it's the exact same thing. It's that later Han, in A New Hope, speaks Wookiee, and that makes sense. Chewie's his partner. It's his character introduction where they can just say, this is what he can do. And that's fine. But here, we've already had sort of his introduction, which doesn't really work that well. And they haven't given me any reason to think that he would know how to speak Wookiee. So it's the exact same problem that she has, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this, again, there are so many other options here that they could have gone with. To I'm not even going to, pitch any of them because they're all really, really obvious. But, yeah, same issue. It's just not set up at all.
Couldn't they have put, a Wookiee on his original planet? I forget what it's called.
Yeah,
or would that
it's
they could have been
thing.
Wookiee.
It's the same.
Wookiees get enslaved a lot.
Right.
It's a slave place. Could have been Wookiees there. Wookiee bodyguards. He could have just spoken bad Wookiee to start with, and maybe not fully understood most of what Chewie was saying.
Which he kind of says, doesn't he say he doesn't fully speak it? He said he speaks some Wookiee, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I'm correct on that or not.
He speaks a smidge.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So he just was fluent. He just kept going. I'm like, all right, I guess you know more than just some.
Well, no, if you look at the translations, it's really broken.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the syntax is all intentionally bad to show that he doesn't really speak the language. He says look, go now, stuff like that, where you get the point, but he doesn't really know what he's saying.
It's a shame that isn't better conveyed in the performances, I guess.
I think it's pretty conveyed. He seems to be straining his mouth. It seems like a painful language to speak, and he kind of takes breaks in between words and stuff. I thought it was done pretty well.
But an interesting point that I wanted to bring up was something that I did an entire section on in my analysis of Rey. It was the fact that she didn't just speak Wookiee, but she spoke multiple languages. She spoke droid.
She speaks binary,
Yeah, and then there was that little alien that tried to kidnap BB-8. She spoke that language as well. And the point that I raise is that an orphan who is struggling to survive is not actively learning, trying to better themselves. And Han would have had the same exact issue when he's growing up, I assume, as an orphan on this very harsh planet. All they're trying to do is steal stuff to get food to survive. Why would he ever have tried to learn other languages?
Yeah, better not go on that run. Better not go on that thieving run tonight. I got to sit down and read my French textbook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other thing I wanted to say is that I kind of figured this out sometime later. I think it was my second watch, but it was one of the things I really like about this movie is every big section of the movie, they're stealing something. Because it's a heist movie, right?
Yeah.
So the very first shot, they're stealing something, and then he's stealing the coaxium. Or, no, he steals the speeder, then he steals the coaxium, then they steal the ship, and then so on and so forth.
Yep.
And they're stealing something everywhere they go, and I really like that.
Yeah. It has a nice internal, has a nice thematic consistency.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that kind of, so, I don't know, do we want to talk about this initial Cloud Riders scene, or do we want to kind of lean into discussing that exact thing, which is like the, no, you know, we'll stick with the story, and we'll kind of, we might arrive and discuss the kind of thieving and greed stuff in a minute. So basically so Beckett's plan is he's got a train heist that he's doing, right? And they're going to go steal a shipment of coaxium on Vandor 1, which is a location we haven't seen before. And it's essentially the train job from Firefly, if you guys remember that TV show. It's beat for beat the exact same thing in the setup and the execution until everything goes wrong, and then it becomes Star Wars again. To the point where I can see the Whedon influence in an aggressive kind of weird way where the shipmates occupy the same roles as the characters in Firefly. They lean into the Western thing. I don't think it's not sort of like cribbing anything from that. It just, they're wearing the inspiration here on their sleeve, and I kind of dig that. But so we get this kind of cool action sequence where our team is going to rob this train and steal this coaxium. But of course, the plan goes south when a band of marauders led by Emphas Nest, which is the world's hardest name to say, arrives to hijack. She's gonna heist their heist. He's heisting the heisters. And in the resulting kind of chaos, the coaxium is destroyed in a pretty cool explosion, and Beckett's wife, Val, and the pilot, Rio, kind of perish in the action.
Rio's death got me.
Yeah? Rio, you fell for Rio?
Yeah, I didn't really care about Val, but Rio, I liked him.
Yeah, he seemed fun.
Yeah.
I like his I like his arms. He's kind of got a cool thing going on.
No, but it's weird how the beginning scene when he gets separated from Kira on Corellia, and then this scene, it's just like these very tiny bits of pathos here and there, that they try to have it both ways, where they want huge, cool kind of sprawling plot with also these poignant moments of character deaths and stuff, and they try to have it both ways. Doesn't really work.
And it's hard to put your finger on exactly why that is. I don't know. I think mostly it's just we never spend enough time with any one character for that stuff to super land properly.
I mean, you got the campfire scene, which is you get bits of every character. And that's pretty much it. And then the next scene is this. They die.
Yeah.
But Rio's death has so much more impact because he has much more interaction with everyone than Val does. She pretty much, her only interaction is to diss Han, whereas Rio is more making an emotional connection. That's why his death has so much more impact on us than hers, even though she actively sacrifices herself to save everyone's life. We should feel much more sorrow for her death. But I'm with Patrick. I very much was affected by Rio's death because we liked him more, because he was a likable character, because he was written in a way that made us care about him, where Val was antagonistic and purposefully written to be so.
That wasn't my feeling on that. I liked her just fine. My problem was when she's like, it's been a ride, babe, and I'm gonna hit the button and kill myself now. I'm like, they're not rebels, right? What? She's killing herself for a job?
It doesn't make any sense.
That was one of that pulled me out of the scene right there. So it lacked the emotional impact for me because of that, I think.
I took that to mean that was the only way that she saw that her husband was going to be able to survive, is if she blew up the bridge. That was my interpretation.
I could see that. Yeah. I could see that. I can see both those readings making total sense. I don't know. Danielle, what did you think?
I'm like, I think both of those interpretations are both valid. I kind of, when I saw it, I was just sort of like, there's too many characters and we have to come back to, what was her name? Kira from the beginning at some point, I'm assuming. So when she sacrificed herself, it was sort of like, yeah, we need this, something that's supposed to sort of pull at our heartstrings, supposed to be this emotional moment. And because we don't know this character that well, I just didn't really feel much of anything. It's that point in the movie when you feel you're supposed to feel this thing, feel the thing. And I didn't. So yeah, just, it was a beat. It happened. I was like, all right, I wish I cared more about this character. And again, Rio, I agree with everybody that like, I cared about his death a little more. It hit me harder. I wanted Val's to hit me harder, but it just
didn't.
It didn't.
Beckett shares our apathy.
I don't understand why you wouldn't just cut Val entirely and merge any of her plot required kind of activities to be Rio's. Seems like a no-brainer to me. Yeah, Beckett seems very unfazed by this.
Oh no. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, dang. That's what a boy. We got a job to do. I was like, wait, sorry, my dude.
Which would have been a thing that would have made me care more as well about Val. Maybe would have hit harder if he actually dwelled on that a little more. But he doesn't. And
I get what they're going for. He's supposed to be like the cool cat. He doesn't care about anything.
Yeah, he cares about money.
I'm just here about money.
Yeah.
I'm just me. I'm a gangster. I'm a cowboy. Like I get what they're doing. I'm not sure to what extent it works.
Well, I think that this is the first instance where it kind of touches on one of the bigger issues with this movie as it relates to the rest of Star Wars, which is when we first meet Han in A New Hope, he's a bit of a selfish jerk. He's looking out for numero uno. And this Han, we have to get him to that point. And this Han is not that much of a jerk. He's generally a pretty good guy. And so Beckett is his example to build on of, looking out for numero uno and, his wife or whatever relationship they had. The person most significant to him has just died. And, well, that's bad. But moving on, we have other problems to deal with.
That's just Star Wars.
And that's Han's example character, which, we sort of go back to that in other scenes of the movie as well. And I think it's one of the bigger issues I have with Han's character in here is how do we get him, or I think a better way to put that is like, I like this Han, but I kind of have to not like him by the end of it, and I don't think they did that well enough.
Yeah, same thing. Like it's reverse character progression from where he ends up in episode 4, and it just does not make sense. It's almost like we needed to have Kira die in his arms. We needed to have something turn him, because he is a good guy now. He needs to be a semi-bad guy, and he never gets to that point. He ends the movie with giving away all his money to someone who needs it. He is not the same guy he is in episode 4.
I wonder if that's because they were planning to do 2 more of these. My thinking is they're setting up Kira to be his ultimate kind of love/rival. Her betrayal, when he discovers her betrayal and that she's working for Darth Maul, that I think is the thing, and she's gonna die, and that's gonna be the thing that turns him. But obviously that didn't happen. We didn't get 2 more, so you're absolutely right, it doesn't work. And this goes back to what Pat was talking about like at the start, which is like, this needs to be a completely contained story that works by itself, and it doesn't. Even that, absent the fact he shows up later, it still doesn't work by itself as it stands. And that's kind of a shame that this, yeah, you're right, this Han doesn't really change this movie at all. He starts off as like a kind of a jerk who has a heart of gold, and he ends as kind of a jerk who has a heart of gold.
Wait, I'm sorry, which movie are you talking about? A New Hope? Yeah, exact same character arc.
Exactly the same character arc. So Beckett basically reveals that he was ordered to steal a shipment for Dryden Voss, which is a very Star Wars name. Dryden Voss sounds like a fucking OC, like someone that you've written. It's a fan fiction name.
Sounds like a car.
It doesn't. Dryden Voss. Yeah, I got the Dryden Voss 12.
Yeah.
And Dryden. It's a hard name to say. Dryden Voss is a high-ranking crime boss in the Crimson Dawn Syndicate, which we don't know anything about yet. Now, Han and Chewie sort of volunteer. I guess so. Han and Chewie are like, look, we'll help you work this out, right? We were part of this crew. This is our problem now. We're going to work with you to kind of help sort things out with Voss. And Beckett, kind of absent of other options, sort of agrees to do this. I guess he doesn't really have any other choice. He's like, yeah, I'll take you to. You can probably help. So they travel to Voss's yacht, where Han finds Kira, who is now one of kind of Crimson Dawn's top kind of lieutenants. She's sort of like I'm not really sure of her exact relationship to Voss professionally, like what her role is. She seems to be like a PA/lieutenant/ kind of emissary. It's very hard to say what she actually does. But we bump into her again here, and we meet Voss, who's our big bad. And he's all scarred up, and he's played by Paul Bettany, which is a primo choice casting. He's intimidating. He's British, because everyone evil in Star Wars is British. And he's like, y'all have failed me. This is disappointing. And Han boldly, apropos of nobody asking him to speak, suggests a very risky plan to steal unrefined coaxium from the minds of none other than Kessel. Is the plan here? What do you guys think about this fancy yacht and this setting and these characters as we kind of get introduced to them again?
This is where Solo shines the best, I think. When in the yacht with like all just the set design, the costumes, the art direction, it's so weird good. And it's unique. The music, what they're singing is like kind of like a bit off kilter. This is the best part of the movie.
It feels like a real place.
Yeah.
How do they get food? Well, there's waitresses, the waiting staff and robots, and there's drinks and platters, and yeah, it does all the things it needs to. I really like it. What about all y'all?
One thing that really bugged me once I thought about it was the fact that unless the ship came to them, well, even if the ship came to them, they were walking because their ship was destroyed. They're walking through the snow, and then they find Dryden Voss's ship. Why didn't he send his literal army to help them fight off Enfrey's Nest and save the coax?
Good question.
It's a good question.
For another time.
Because then Val wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't. Then, because then it raises the question of why wouldn't he just send his army to Kessel to annex it? Anyway, don't think about it.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest problem that I have with him is yes, he is working for someone else. Maybe he doesn't have full control of the finances, but he never seems to give them, any of the people who are working for them, he doesn't give them the tools that they need in order to actually complete their mission. He could have bought them a ship. He could have bought them weapons. He doesn't actually provide them anything with all of the wealth that he has. He has literal diamonds just sitting around his living room for no reason when he could have bought tools with those diamonds,
that goes back to sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I don't know if that speaks, I don't know how much I stand behind this, but if that could speak to his character, him doing that, like saying, well, like it's almost like he's not giving them the tools, and that's the point. Again, I don't know how much I stand behind that, but perhaps that's what they were going for, to sort of convey his cruelty and just how much of an ass he is. But I don't know. It seems a little flimsy. But sorry, what were you going to say, Ray?
I was going to say, to go back to earlier, a nitpicky thing is that they're not going, in terms of not having the tools that they need to do the job, they kind of require Han and Chewie to do this job. As well, where were the other two people that they would have needed?
Yeah. Yeah.
But so that's a nitpicky thing. You shouldn't be thinking about that.
No, exactly.
Now, the only thing that I could think of for this particular part is that, just to maintain that separation between...
My assumption was like he's using all these contractors and middlemen so that he doesn't directly go against the Empire.
Yeah. Because that's the whole thing about the Kessel job, is that if they do it, they're not affiliated with him, so there's not going to be a war between...
Right.
What are they called again? Something... The Crimson Dawn?
Crimson Dawn and
and the pikes.
Yeah. And we'll talk about Kessel. Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. But essentially, what we get here is Han and Chewie. They basically agree to this effective like suicide mission. There's no way that you can make the Kessel run. And Han's like, well, I'm the bloody best bloody pilot you've ever bloody met, mate. You don't know about me. You've never met anyone who's as good at flying ships as I am. I'll make it happen. And Dryden Voss, for some reason, goes, yeah, sure. He's like, yeah, I believe you.
It's either that or he dies, so he's got to be pretty confident.
Yeah, well, he's not losing anything if they die, really. Yeah. Except, I guess, like a valuable contractor in Beckett, but then Beckett's fucked up already, so... Yeah, Voss's setup is nice. I agree with Pat. I think this is Solo at its best. This feels like a real place. Ironically, Kessel gets a very similar treatment. Basically, kind of where we're at now is. So I can't remember who it is. Is it Voss or Kira that insists Kira go with them? Voss.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Voss. Yeah.
Why? Because he's just said it's a suicide mission. Why would you send one of your top lieutenants / PA / weird, whatever their relationship is?
Because she needs to go with him. Like, they need to have...
I forgot there was a plot happening. Yeah.
As like insurance.
The implication that I felt was that she had vouched for Han, and that was Dryden's way of saying, if you vouch for him, then you are literally vouching for him with your life. So you have to go with him and prove that he is worth me investing in. That's not to defend the decision, because I don't really think it was... Yeah.
No, well, I think that goes back to what Danielle was saying earlier. Like, that decision tells you a lot about his character and the organization as a whole, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. True.
I think it also speaks to him treating all of these people as expendable whilst pretending he cares. Like, that's a big thing he does with Beckett a lot, where he's always like, he's very polite and he's like gentile with him, but he's willing to throw him away at a moment's notice. It's this faux kind of intimacy in order to manipulate these people to get them to do what he wants. Yeah, there is something underlyingly sinister here.
And along those lines of underlying sinister, just to touch on the fact that she is literally branded with his ring. Her that insignia of his ring is branded on her wrist, and the numerous times that we see him casually put his arm around her shoulders or touch her gives you the implication of especially when she says to Han, "You don't know the things that I've had to do." You can see what kind of relationship that she has had.
Yeah, makes me fucking really uneasy. Yeah, that's done very, very well, in my opinion. Yeah, it makes me squirm every time he does it. I hate it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's a bad dude. Voss is in no uncertain terms the villain of our story here.
Did you get that from when he stabbed that dude with the knife?
Yeah, the knife stabby was kind of... That's when I started to suspect. Yeah, it wasn't until he tried to stab our heroes that I knew for sure he was the baddie.
True. No, it's for me. It's the waitress with like the half the head that like is so creepy to me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Can we talk about? Let's talk about. Okay, we've touched on it already, but the design of this yacht is fucking sensational, and makes no goddamn sense, and I love it. Like, it's a space yacht that is upright like a sail, and they're on the like one of these middle floors, and the fucking robots and the people there are all weird looking. Like, he just has a harem of people there to party with him at all times.
Yeah.
They're in a fucking middle of nowhere, fucking podunk rock, and he's just got a party happening.
Just living his best life.
He's living his best life. I'm a little jealous. He's out there drinking space drink, taking space drugs.
Yeah, eating space shrimp.
Eating space shrimp with space women. Yeah, he's definitely made it. And I think showing us his opulence in comparison to the horrific situation on Corellia, and then the kind of the war-torn Nimbin, this is the first time we've really seen a clean part of Star Wars that either isn't the Empire or isn't like part of society before it fell. Because we get a lot of like clean, normal places in the prequel trilogy, but we've never really seen like independent of the Republic and of the Empire. This is really the first time in Star Wars that we've seen like wealth that looks like opulence. I mean, Jabba's palace does not, it's like a crime den. It doesn't look opulent and clean, you know?
Well, no, we have Canto Bight, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Canto Bight. Fuck me. Canto Bight.
Well, no, exactly what you were saying just there. Like, that's like, again, when I was arguing with my Star Wars buddy after the movie, I was like, I kind of like that sequence because it's a look at something that's not a base or a ship, and it's I appreciate any time that happens.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of arguing about whether or not that whole sequence actually looks like Star Wars, but I liked that it was a different look. That is one positive thing I can say about that sequence.
Well, hey, we'll take it. You know what? We'll give Solo the points where it can get it. It kind of needs them at this point. We've been ragging on it pretty hard. We'll give him these ones for free. Does anybody have anything else on the yacht before we take a quick break and then talk about what happens next?
There's only one thing that I have, and that's when Kira shows up to surprise him. So there's this thing. I don't know how much you buy into this, but this idea that pretty early on in the movie, I think the rule these days is about 11 minutes in, is that we should have a general idea of what this movie's about and where we're going. What's the big goal of the movie? Like, or get the plans to the rebels, that kind of thing. We should know what that is very early on, but if we know it too soon, it will die at the midpoint.
Yes.
And so my feeling going into this was, okay, he states it at the campfire, I've got to get back to Corellia, I've been away too long, I got to get back to Kira. And I'm thinking, okay, that's what this movie's about. He's got to do this job to get back to her. And then we get here at the midpoint on the ship, and it's this is the midpoint, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we get here, and it's like, no, there she is. That objective is now complete.
But
so
I suppose then his motivation is to clean up the mess he made getting here, which is not nearly as compelling as having that as a clear.
So I'm like, all right, this is what this movie's about, I guess.
Well, I think the implication going back to the ring and the brand on her arm, because we see Han's reaction to both of those things, and that could be twofold of A, he's seeing that she's been abused in some fashion, but B, he is seeing that she is literally owned by someone. So one way you could interpret that is that Han now knows he has to fight to get money in order to buy her because he doesn't have her. She may physically be there, but he knows on some level that he doesn't actually have her yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Especially because I feel like there's this sort of a theme of liberation in the movie, and it's there, and it's not subtle, but it's never really followed through pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, it's a topic the movie has in it, but it's never really addressed. Like the story never really says anything about it.
Yeah. So I find that interesting.
Cool event, though.
Sorry?
Makes a cool event, though.
Makes a cool event. It does. There's some cool stuff.
I hadn't thought about it like that, but I can totally see that in there, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we might kind of step away and have a quick break here and then come back and talk about some of the middle and the end of this film. We're going to take a quick ad break, so enjoy these products and or services, and we'll be right back with you. Hey guys, welcome back to Backtrack Behind the Creators, the only show on the internet to talk about Solo for, I guess, 4 consecutive weeks now, depending on how these drop. This week, I'm once again joined by my good friend, the esteemed co-host of A Method to the Madness, Patrick Laverne. What's up, Pat?
Hey, not much, man.
Not much.
Thanks for having me on.
I'm enjoying that esteemed is becoming part of your moniker.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, we should put that on the business card or something.
We should.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Get you some business cards. We're once again joined, as always, by Danielle from Level Story. What's up, Danielle?
Hey, David. Thanks for having me today.
And once again, the house is full. We've brought in the big guns, the big Star Wars guns, the big Star Wars blasters.
The Death Stars?
We got the big Death Stars in the... Should have prepared this bit before we hit record. We got Darth from YouTube. What's up, Darth?
Hey, guys.
And once again, we have Ryebold back in the house. What's up, Ry?
Thank you. Good to be back.
So where we left off last time is we were talking about, we were kind of working through the plot of Solo kind of beat for beat. We lingered a lot on the introduction because that is the setup for the rest of the story and is where a lot of the failures kind of seed and then find themselves filtering through to the rest of the movie. As a reminder, basically the part of the plot we were up to talking about was where our crew, consisting of Han and Chewbacca and Tobias, they're on Voss's Dryden Voss's big kind of space yacht in his little fancy party. We've just reconnected with Kira, and they've agreed to go on the Kessel Run to extract some unrefined coaxium from the mines of Kessel, and they need to, in fact, get it back to a processing plant within like a certain amount of time because it's unrefined, it's unstable. And this mission to go and recover this fuel, I thought was a really good opportunity to talk about something that I've noticed is a real focal point of this film. I did mention it last time, but there are a lot of parallels in this film between the way that it deals with things like currency and fuel, and then also its kind of Western inspiration. I alluded to it last time, but it does wear its Firefly influence very large on its sleeve, Firefly the TV show, even to the point where we were discussing if we had cut the film and opened with the muddy kind of trench warfare, this kind of trench space warfare. That is actually how the show Firefly starts. And it's how you get introduced to your core crew members. If they'd opened the film that way, then it almost plays out beat for beat like the first episode of Firefly, as if it were a movie. So I thought it was a good opportunity to kind of discuss some of the influences here and the implications of using them. So I wanted to start with reading a bit of a quote for you guys just to kind of get a little bit of perspective. So in Bullet Points Monthly, Vivian Chan, when she's writing about The Last of Us Part 2, is talking about the way that the iconography of Western frontierism is often used to denote a sense of like imperial and patriotic safety and security. In that game, for those of you familiar with it, the town of Jackson is this kind of like very Western frontier, new world, safe, good place. It's got like a cozy bar with batwing doors. There's wooden houses, men with guitars, there's straw hats. Everybody's wearing kind of the plaid shirts. Everybody has like a lumberjack and an air of like this kind of new frontierism to them. But I think crucially, and this is where there's an overlap with Solo, crucially when you introduce these elements, you also introduce with it the tools of the West. And this is really where Solo kind of finds itself a little bit at a crossroads with its introduction of different concepts. So in that article, in Chan's own words, I'll just read you a bit of an extract here. Quote, "Cowboys are finally back, and their endless arsenal with them. The premise that support both prepper fantasies and suburban paranoia is the same. Protect your own, enforce your borders, shoot first, and check the bodies later. It's what drives our protagonists to do the violence they do, and it sits quietly in the background of even the game's most peaceful scenes and its most communal spaces." End quote. And in my opinion, it's here that Solo squints at not just its setting, but its themes. So we talked about it a little bit. I think all the three of us, me, Rye, and Darth, we kind of talked about it before in our email chains as we were prepping for this kind of mini-series. But the introduction of coaxium as starship fuel is weird to me because of everything I've just talked about. So you have the tools of the West, right? Han gets this dope blaster, and we get all of these framed shots like they're from a Clint Eastwood movie where, he steps into frame and he's kind of got his legs planted and he's got his hand on his belt, and he's going to pull the blaster out and do the quick fire. There are all these Western influences that it's wearing, and with it brings the oil of the Star Wars universe, which is coaxium. So it makes sense to me that this space Western story focuses on a natural resource as its object of desire, because if you're going to take the tools and the kind of trappings of the West, why not take the resources with them? I think my issue here, and this is where I want to get your guys' kind of opinion as we set the tone for this episode, is if this is the focus, right? The focus here is the systematic kind of push and pull of you have this occupying force taking this natural resource to do something with it, which is a systematic demand, right? But the film frames it as an interpersonal conflict. Voss, Beckett, and Han deal with coaxium as a slight amongst peers, while the larger narrative treats it as this kind of like systematic pressure where, it's like, oh boy, if we don't recover enough coaxium, then the deal's bust, and then, this trade organization isn't going to be able to make its deal with the Empire, and it's going to have all these systematic implications. But the three of our protagonists, or the three of our kind of key core cast members, treat it like it's an interpersonal conflict, as if as if not only does Han occupy the role of the capitalist here, claiming these natural resources, but he also carries a pistol and rebels against the oppressive empire. He's almost this. He's the classic cowboy. He's both a hero and a victim of society, or the societization of the West, or as the West is ending. Han is this halcyon of the West, right? He is the last kind of great, and Beckett embodies this as well, that they're kind of the last cowboys in some sense before the Empire finally closes in, and we kind of get what follows, which is kind of the next trilogy where the Empire truly takes over. And it's almost, if you were going to sit down with a textbook and be like, how would you recreate the West in space? These are all of the things I would check off my list on that kind of box. But it introduces this issue that I know that Darth, we kind of talked about a little bit, which is like, what's the fucking deal with coaxium? And why is this the first time we're hearing about it?
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing that is not just relegated to Solo. Because I was thinking about that from The Mandalorian, which I'm not sure if everyone is fully up to date on that, but there was a lot that, I mean, yes, he's a bounty hunter and he's just trying to deal with how do I make money and how do I live, but a lot of the time he's saying we are low on fuel, I need money for fuel. He's not saying I need money for food, I need money for better weapons or something. It seems to very frequently come down to needing money for fuel. And then you look at further comparisons of how that is very much presented as a Western as well. You have the same kind of stances of him having that gun on his hip. He's got the same kind of fast firing. The music, even more specifically, has that same kind of it sounds so much like a Western, even more than the Solo soundtrack does. But yeah, it's really weird that they patterned both of those so much after Westerns. And one thing that I'm starting to think about, and this is getting away from the fuel question a little bit, but is Westerns to me feel safe because it's something that we're very, very familiar with. At least that may be more of an American thing, but it's something that we're very familiar with, the Western and the lone gun, and it's not a mystery. So for Disney, who has never really known what to do with the Star Wars franchise after they got it, half the time they're disappointing people, half the time people are kind of just meh, this is okay. So going with that Western motif feels like just a safe choice for them to be making.
That is an interesting point. It does. Yeah, I mean, The Mandalorian's a great comparison point. I think The Mandalorian leans into it even more so, right? It's even framed like cowboy dime novels are, where each episode is him getting on his horse and riding to the next village and encountering whatever problem is to be found there, right? This is classic video game RPG structure. This is like Fallout 2 in a nutshell, which is another game that relies on Westerns a lot. Where it's like there is a structural simplicity to Westerns that let you do these kind of complex stories with very simple, like easy to understand kind of conflicts within certain areas. Like, so, in The Mandalorian, he arrives at a location. I'm thinking specifically of the episode where we get the Boba Fett armor reintroduced, right? He arrives to a town. It's the most Western episode of the show, right? He arrives at a town. They have a problem. They have something he wants. He's going to help them solve the problem in exchange for the thing he wants. There are complications, but he ultimately gets what he wants, right? And then there are further like story implications, right? Boba Fett we get reintroduced to. We get our next kind of where to go next, where the Mandalorians are. Like it does all the things it needs to do, but it's a very, very simple plot structure. And I think Solo wanted to be that very badly, but it gets bogged down in a lot of this, like, I don't know. That stuff works because that town and its problem is really isolated. Like this giant sand dragon thing has nothing ostensibly to do with the Empire or Tatooine as a whole or the economy. It's just like a local issue that they're dealing with. It's like the geckos in the cave nearby the town in Fallout 2, and you go and kill the geckos. It's not affecting like the Enclave or the broader story. It's just like a thing to be solved. Whereas I think Solo wants a lot of this stuff to be interwoven and systematic, where it's like, yeah, this Dryden Voss dude is working for this huge, or he runs this Crimson Dawn thing, and then they secretly work for the Empire, and then Kira is the apprentice of Darth Maul, and like it wants all these threads to kind of come together, and it ends up feeling like I don't know, is forced the right word? It just feels canny to me. Like it feels obvious in some ways.
I think I understand what you're saying, and it's one of the issues that people have highlighted about the current season of Mandalorian, which is if you look at the first season of Mandalorian, it's very much an isolated story, which is what makes it more interesting, because that's not something we've seen very much of. Whereas in the second season, we're taking this smaller isolated story and tying into the characters that we already know and the much bigger story of Star Wars. And that's what you get with Darth Maul, and that's coming in at the end of this, but we're getting a little bit ahead of things there.
I think this film, or like Kathleen Kennedy, like whoever's in charge of the movies, they conflate gravitas with scope, and like the Mandalorian has like a gravitas because the scope is with the characters, whereas like I think they think that the scope in the movies has to do with what you're saying, like this interconnected system of references, and it all fundamentally comes back to the genetically destined bloodline of the Skywalkers and stuff like that, which the Mandalorian also does at the end of that season. But yeah, it feels the need to just like connecting things to what has already been established, and therefore constantly expanding it.
And I think because this story is absent us giving a shit about the characters, this is a way to force us to care, right? It's like, well, you give a shit about Star Wars. This has a bunch of Star Wars stuff in it. And it's like, yeah, I care about, well, actually, I don't really give a shit about the Star Wars universe. What I care about is the characters in it. And you're right. That's such an interesting, that connects some dots for me in my head of like, yeah, they're sort of going, absent being able to create characters that we're super invested in this story, the alternative is like, I guess, presenting us with, hey, look at how this fits into stuff you already know, and look at the far-reaching consequences in the Star Wars universe, in the story at large. Therefore, you must care. Instead of actually doing the work of giving us characters to give a shit about, it almost feels like maybe this is a product of the directors changing hands. I don't know, but it feels like them panicking and being like, shit, well, if our movie's kind of boring and no one cares about these characters, and even the most exciting action is bereft of dramatic tension, how do we ratchet that up? We'll scope it. We'll increase the scope. We'll say, look at how important and affecting this is. You care about this for these reasons. And that is kind of, I felt like you touched on that's kind of why Mandalorian season 2 maybe didn't resonate as emotionally well for me, is that in the first season it was just about Mando and his kind of journey and his discovery of that maybe his worldview could use some adjustment, and that maybe he'd grown up in a particular way. And then season 2 was like, now he's in the middle of, the Mandalorian's trying to take back Mandalore, and he's also in the middle of like this Luke Jedi thing, and then also this Ahsoka Darth Vader thing, and then also this Ahsoka and General whoever thing, and like suddenly he just by plot accident he ends up in the middle of all of these gigantic events. And this has that tone, but instead of where Mando, it feels like natural for him to stumble into it because he's the only character in Star Wars that doesn't realize he's in Star Wars. Like there's something about this movie where that all feels forced. And it's probably the thing that we'll end up talking about the most, is it just feels so disingenuous.
I think you're getting close to talking about, or basically just what people, when they say fan service and they mean it in a negative way, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they're like, oh, look, here's how he got his blaster. Okay. And, here's this thing and here's that thing. And about this and so on and so on and so forth. And I was talking to somebody about Mandalorian versus like the sequels earlier this week. And I was saying how, because they described Mandalorian, especially season 2, as being nothing but fan service. And I was saying how, if you look especially at, if you compare the Mandalorian with the sequels, it feels to me like the sequels, and this movie as well, they're like, all right, here's the different things that we need to hit. How do we work that into the plot? Versus how Jon Favreau in an interview actually described how he got to the end of Mandalorian season 2 and who shows up there. and saying, I wrote the plot, and then who would show up there, and then ask the question who would show up there, and that's the answer.
And you're absolutely right.
And so in that respect, you can actually compare that directly with the end of Solo. Again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but you compare that with Maul's appearance, where that is like, it makes sense that that's who it would be if you know the broader story of like the Clone Wars and Rebels and everything. But if you are just, your casual Star Wars moviegoer and like, wait a minute, the last time I saw him, he was cut in half, falling down the shaft.
He was real dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it also doesn't recontextualize anything in the story. Like we don't get that reveal and then go, oh my god, if only I'd been paying more attention, I could have seen that Kira was using all of Maul's tactics. Like, because we don't know anything about what, like, it
literally does nothing.
It does nothing. It's not like the best example I can think of is in the original Sherlock Holmes novels. Moriarty is not like a big player. Like, he's in one story, but the reason he's famous is he's in the story where Sherlock Holmes dies and stays dead for like a number of actual years. But the reason that story is really interesting and why Moriarty kind of stuck in everybody's head as like a really interesting villain is he's able to push Sherlock in a way that he's never been pushed before. Equally with when you kind of first meet the femme fatale of that story, it's Sherlock's sexism that ultimately means he's beaten by Irene Adler. He underestimates a woman because he's vulnerable to society's kind of prejudices in a way that he hadn't really considered before. But each of those stories ends with you suddenly realizing that Sherlock was beaten by this other person. In Irene Adler's case, she's already she's out of the picture already. She's escaped the country. And he goes to the safe where she's supposedly hidden the stuff, and he's like, damn, she beat me. And the way that you find out that she beat him recontextualizes every part of that story where you're like, oh, she was playing him the whole time. That's really cool. And you can make that connection and you can see how she did it because you suddenly understand that she's using his tactics against him. This story doesn't have that. This story doesn't have a moment where you're like, oh my god, Darth Maul was involved the whole time. Wow. You just go, huh, what, all right. Yeah, you're like, I recognize that red man. Yeah.
Well, the thing especially about his reveal that I think the first time I saw it and every time I've seen it since then, I kind of it has the opposite of probably the desired effect where he's standing there and it's what's his name? Is it Ray Park?
No, it's a new guy.
Yeah.
Is it Ray Park? I
thought it was Ray Park. Well, whoever is playing it. He's got the voice and the look and everything. I'm like, well, first of all, he looks kind of a lot older than the last time we saw him, but he's still very intimidating. Again, based on what I've seen from him in Clone Wars and Rebels, like I find that character is much more developed now than he was in Just a Phantom Menace. So to me, he's bringing all that with him and he's intimidating. But to your average audience goer, they might be still sitting there going like, wait, I know who that is. Do I? He looks familiar. Wasn't he dead? And then he ignites the lightsaber. And part of that is to remind you of who he is, right? If you're, casual Star Wars guy. But I see that, and it's supposed to be intimidating, and I see it, and I just laugh because why is he doing that? It doesn't make any sense.
Why would you? Also, those are like, okay, so this is the thing about lightsabers. They're pretty dangerous tools. Like, it just also, we've seen characters use the Force while on hologram calls before to like strangle people and stuff. Like Darth Vader does it all the time when he's talking to people through the Star Wars cell phone type thing. I don't understand why he didn't just like do the Force on Kira or something. Like do something actually intimidating. Prove that he could hurt her from a distance. I don't know. Igniting a lightsaber, what's he going to do? Cut through the hologram? Like what's the threat there? I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's so baffling. It's just like, look at how big my dick is, guys. Check this out. Look at what is... anyway, okay, we listen, all right. We got off track immediately.
We started at the middle of the movie, and now we're at the end.
Now we're at the end. Okay, so...
That's efficiency, people.
So, we need to get a ship, right? This is our current quest, is we need a ship for this run that's going to be fast enough to do the Kessel Run. And Kira's like, listen, I know a guy, right? And we all think, ooh, she knows a guy. And she's like, yeah, it's the fastest bloody ship you've ever bloody heard of, mate. It's the Millennium Bloody Falcon. And we're like... Yes, it is, boys. And so we head to a no good bar full of miscreants.
Hold up. Pause and rewind like 30 seconds there.
Yes.
We had talked briefly about why he forced Kira to go in the first place, and we never really had a solid answer to that.
No.
Aside from she just had to go to make the story progress.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought about two things when I did my rewatch. Number one, Dryden doesn't refer to him as his girlfriend, his personal assistant, nothing. He refers to her as his lieutenant. Which is a very interesting definition, because that both carries military, some kind of military term with it, and it also conveys that she has some level of experience. Well, then that's when he's like introducing her, right? So then fast forward to the part where he's telling her to go with them. And if you look at the scene, and it's like when you watch it again, look at the way that she is framed in the shot when he is saying, "If you fail me again, we'll all be out of options." And she is the one in the foreground that the camera is focusing on. So the way that he's threatening her is almost like saying, "I was looking for an excuse to test you again, and this is it," because whatever she did for him last time apparently didn't work. And so that's the way that I interpreted it with this second viewing, was that he was just using Han as an excuse to test Kira. I don't know if any of that is true, but...
Interesting.
Well, the fact that she betrays him at the end maybe speaks to like why she messed up the first time. Maybe she was already trying to put that plan in motion.
Yeah. Well, because if she's working with Maul behind his back the whole time, maybe she's trying to undercut this son of a bitch. Maybe she's the one that wants to have the cool glowy dagger thing. You know?
It suits her better.
It does. It's a pretty cool weapon.
It is.
I'd take a laser knife any day. That is a good point, Darth. Trying to unpack that motivation, but then it's like, then he's really mad that the coaxium is, I don't know. There's a lot of layers to this. That does make more sense though. Does anybody have any other ideas? Any other pitches for why that happens?
I think it's possible, and I think it was Danielle who might have mentioned this last time. I think it's possible. I like that answer better that Darth had, but it's possible it could be they were going for something as simple as you speak up or you vouch for somebody, and you're on the line too.
Mm-hmm. That does sound like very like crime gang type.
Yeah,
energy. That sounds like somebody out of Peaky Blinders.
But even I mean, I can kind of see that, but even that is not. They don't really commit to that as an idea, so you could go either way on that.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the larger issue with a lot of the ideas here, is that none of them are completely, like, they never lean into anything enough that they risk consequence. We touched on it last time.
Or that they're actually saying something. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you if you lent into any of these, you risk accidentally upsetting some of your audience if they disagree with it, and they maybe don't like our protagonists, and we can't have that, because as Kennedy says over and over again, our job here is to protect these characters, not tell good stories. And that is the hill she will die on, and that is what she will be famous for, in my opinion, is protecting these characters, not telling good stories. Because to tell a good story, you have to put your characters in moral and mortal jeopardy properly, and that can people might not like the decisions they make, and that's what makes good stories is that you're able to interpret and decide for yourself. But there has to be no room for that. Okay, we don't want to lean too far into anything in case we accidentally say something someone doesn't like, because The Last Jedi was received very poorly, so they're in panic mode at this point. So I kind of get it from a capitalist perspective, but yeah, it's that they just there's never any commitment to any of these concepts.
Is that a real quote?
What?
We have to protect these characters or something? What did you say?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I had it in my notes from last time.
A few moments later.
Where were we? Nope.
1 hour later.
I feel like it was around the pathos. It might have been at the start.
2,000 years later.
You could probably just sell just as many toys if you made a good movie. Just saying, Miss Kennedy.
It's from a YouTube video where she's
The main thing is to protect these characters, make sure that they still continue to live in the way that you created them.
The exact quote is she's talking about the way that she decides how to frame projects and who to put on them. And she's like, our number one priority is protecting these characters above all else. The exact quote is protecting these characters.
Yeah, I know I've heard that before as well. And I've also heard her say that they had no clue where to go with the storyline because there was no existing material, which I wish I had been the audience when she had said that. I just would have burst out laughing and I had been escorted out.
Yeah.
Well, the context of that is important because she was referring to, I believe, the Rise of Skywalker.
She was.
Even that was
someone threw a tarpaulin over the hundreds of novels and comic books and.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is the entire EU and everything, but I think she was saying there's no source material for where they're going after The Last Jedi, which on the one hand is true, but on the other is what's the one where Palpatine comes back in the EU?
Oh God, there's
because that's there. It's out there.
It's dark something.
Is it Dark Disciple?
No, Dark Disciple's the. No, Dark Disciple's the one with the.
No, it's Dark. Yeah, I don't remember. Somebody will know what it is.
Someone let us know
what we're talking about.
You know what we're fucking talking about. But yeah, it's like even absent like all of that EU stuff. You could just like write a good movie though. Like this is the thing
that's your job. Like that's the job, right? You come up with an idea.
Well, yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I can't just like if I turn around tomorrow and I was like, yeah, I'm really struggling with book 4 because there's no existing material. Yeah, duh. That's what you're doing. Right. You're creating stories. It's just. What a bad faith
perplexing.
argument. Yeah. All right. So, we need a ship, right? So we head to this den of thieves, this hive of villainy, and we meet Lando Calrissian, played by Donald Glover, which is chef's kiss. What an inspired casting choice.
Oh, so good.
Oh, he's delightful. I would watch him do anything, but this is just just beautiful, beautiful. What a great piece of cinema. The capes, the facial hair, everything. Oh, it's delightful.
Yes. The mustache.
The mustache is so powerful. And so the setup here is Kira's like, look, I know a guy, right? And what we need to do is Han's like, he's going to challenge Lando to a game of Sabacc, with the wager being Lando's ship. Now he needs to win this, right? They don't have any money. All they've got left is this one thing of coaxium. They need to win this. But Lando cheats to win, and then joins them anyway.
Yeah.
I don't really...
Han's like, I can't pay you, and he just lets that go.
Yeah, he's like, well, but I'll come on your suicide run, I guess.
Well, no, Beckett offers to pay him, though. Beckett says, we'll give you 25% if you come in, and Lando says no, 50%, then they negotiate it down to whatever, 25. Although that does bring up a point that I had been wanting to talk about was Dryden Voss should be getting like 100% of the cut because he's the boss.
That's
and
true.
They're giving away all of these sub percentages to other people. Like they're saying Han gets a cut, Chewie gets a cut. Now they're giving Lando 25%. Where is that coming from? Unless
aren't they doing this to recover the coaxium they lost the first time? Like aren't they already in debt?
I always took that to mean so they're getting X amount of credits for doing this job, and that is the pool that they're dividing up, is what I took it to mean.
Okay. But surely they're doing this for free because they fucked up the first one. It didn't occur to me that Dryden would still be paying them. I thought this was them working off their debt so he doesn't murder them.
Well, that's the question of did he pay? I mean, he wouldn't. This doesn't seem like the guy that would pay in advance, right?
No,
so
that's true.
So they made a deal where I'll pay you this and you bring me that, and but if you fail, then I'll kill you. But that's it's never mind. I'm not going to pay you for not doing the job. I'm going to kill you too. So
right, yeah, he loses nothing if they die anyway.
Yeah,
yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I have a whole bunch of stuff to say about this scene, but I know from last time that Danielle had really wanted to talk about Lando and L3. Did you want to do that now?
I do, but I'll save that for later in the movie.
Hold on, one more thing about the money, just because it just occurred to me that we talked about how cruel Beckett was, and he didn't care about giving away that extra 25% because that was his dead wife's share that she doesn't need anymore.
This dude is icy, man. This dude is icy.
Old and rational.
Jesus Christ. This dude.
I forgot about that.
Is winning the foot race for like rationalization. That's
Well, he's Lan's no, he's not Lan. Han. He's Han's Obi-Wan character for this movie. He's who Han needs to become.
Yeah.
Or not become, because he's still not that, but he needs to be more like him, or to learn from him, so that he can become the Han from A New Hope.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because he's the mentor in this hero's journey here, and which is which I kind of like, because the way that resolves itself is that Han actually does outsmart him, even though Han is still beat by Kira. Like, there's a lot of kind of moving pieces on the board at the end, which we'll talk about. But like, yeah, you're right. This is, in order to contend with the new world, he needs to take on a lot of the skills that the mentor is kind of presenting to him. And he manages to do it pretty effectively. Does anyone else have anything on the Lando introduction /
Yes. So I love how, this film had a chance to extrapolate Lando and Han's relationship, something that you see glimpses of in like episode 5 and 6, and I never really thought anything of it, but when I watched this, it occurred to me how great their relationship is, because they're kind of the same person. They're both arrogant and suave and talkative, and it's the best dynamic of the movie, I think.
It's great because they constantly do things, and the other one's like, God damn it, now I have to go save you, and they keep doing it to each other. It's so good.
And just like, the characterization of Lando, like he has a full drawer of capes.
I know.
His weird kind of relationship with his robot. And yeah, all that is great. I also love how, because when they're playing that game of Sabacc, because from the original trilogy that he won the Millennium Falcon from him. And so it's a great little subversion here when he loses. Oh, so you don't expect it. Yeah.
Little cheeky subversion. I like that. Their dynamic is just phenomenal. The charisma of these two actors together is, I would watch like a mini series of them just like doing space shit.
Oh yeah.
Just like little fun kind of space adventures. Something that's interesting here is that, and it's not really something that Star Wars gets into too much, ever really, is kind of back to what we were talking about before with like coaxium and the economy and money and stuff. We talked about it last episode around Voss's yacht and his wealth, and the first time we've really seen wealth outside of the Empire. Lando is the first time we've really seen wealth and cleanliness on the kind of, not the criminal end, because Voss is kind of a criminal, but like in a non-systematized space. So Voss is part of this collective of the Crimson Dawn or whatever they're called, and a lot of his wealth and opulence is because he's part of that structure. Lando is an independent agent who has seemingly wealth and luxury and freedom in a way that we haven't really seen before. And I think that's what makes him an attractive prospect for Han to be friends with, is he kind of represents Beckett's endgame, which is like, you become the suave, swashbuckling space cowboy, and you get your independent wealth, and you get your own ship. He's kind of everything that... Lando is everything that Han wants to be, and he's everything that Beckett is pretending to be. And I think that's kind of interesting to me. That nice little kind of foils for each other there. Yeah, I love it.
So the stuff that I had, I wrote several pages of notes on this, but or not just on this scene, but like I think I have a full page on this scene where I was trying to figure out what is the purpose of this scene, because you start off with the problem of, we need a fast ship. So the solution is Lando has a fast ship, we need to hire him, but we have the problem of he's retired, and then so then you have we go into the solution of, all right, we'll beat him in a card game. And the first thing I have here is, one of my big things is the establishing of skills or tools before we know that we need these tools or skills. So it's like, oh, well, we can beat him in a card game. I'm a great gambler. Where does that come from? That's just out of nowhere.
Yeah, is he?
Yeah, but I was thinking about this. I'm like, on the one hand, it's just like, okay, I'm suddenly Han is a great gambler, but that totally does fit with his personality, because it is a game of bluffing. But the other part of the problem with this scene is, how does Sabacc work?
Yeah. What?
I wondered if we were going to get into this.
Where's the tension? Yeah.
I was thinking that tension is right. Like, I was thinking of like the Hitchcock thing of shock versus suspense, where we know something that the characters don't, and like I think we don't know that Lando cheated until after the game is over.
No, we know he's cheating during. We see him cheat and Han does.
Because I know we see the arm thing, but I don't remember if that's before or after.
I'm pretty sure
he
we
wins.
only see that the mechanism slide up his sleeve right after he wins the game with Han. So Han looks defeated, and then we see the close-up of his sleeve.
Okay, so it's dramatic tension then.
I was
we know the same thing,
and I was watching this scene today, and I had a thought, and I went and you guys have seen Casino Royale, James Bond?
Oh yeah.
So good.
Yeah, so they have
Patrick.
that game.
Pat just shook his head. What are you doing, Pat?
I've seen no James Bond films.
Okay. I'm gonna.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen it, but I don't know. Like, I only saw it like at a hotel one time where I was like falling asleep.
The best of Daniel Craig's Bond movies.
Yeah, Mitchie's been getting up me to watch.
I 100% concur.
Okay, we're
with
gonna
that.
do it for your podcast. I'm pressuring you into this.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
it's on microphone. You can't take it back.
So anyway, during that they have. So I don't remember. I didn't have enough time to go back and like look to see how much they explain Texas Hold'em or whatever. But the movement they do with the cards and everything else. If you don't know how to play poker, they make it very clear to you and the audience what's happening, who's got the advantage, what the decision is. And then they cut to the girl and I forget the guy's name, but there's two other people watching this game take place. Mm-hmm. And he's telling her, oh, this guy needs to bluff. This is what's happening here. And so you have that, it's communicating information to the audience on what we should be worried about. This is good, this is bad, this is, so on and so forth. And I think in the scene that I was looking at, the guy who's communicating to the audience goes, "Oh, the bad guy. He just that's his tell. James is going to win this, and so that's what we're thinking." And no, subvert the expectations. The bad guy wins. But so I was thinking about that, and then go back to this scene. There is none of that. So this whole, and then you finish the card game. Han loses the ship that he does not have, and Lando doesn't seem to care about that. And then they hire him anyway. So I was like, what was the point of all that? And it's basically just the two of them talking and the introduction of Lando's character. But I think you could cut that whole part because really the only thing that you really need out of all that is establishing that Lando has the arm thing, because that's how Han beats him at the end.
Mm.
Yeah, that would have been actually really good, I think, if maybe Han was... Like maybe they walked in, he catches the game and he notices that or something. Like instead of having us play the game and go through this whole scene, just have Han watching and then just be quick about it.
Well, I don't know if anyone, I don't know if you picked up on it, but Han knew he was cheating without ever seeing the device.
There's no way he could have had that green Psylocke. They'd all been played. Also,
because Han was, we'll say counting cards, even though it's really hard to do that when it comes to poker, and I'm
counting
assuming
shapes?
Sabak is...
I don't know. They have shapes and colors. It's very confusing.
Yeah, but he said there was no way he had that little green Psylocke because all of them had been played. So he had an extra card in the deck that was not supposed to be there. So Han knew that there was cheating going on. And the interesting thing, before I forget to say it, like at the very end when Han eventually does win, and he wins completely legit just because he steals that card. Well, 30 years later, Lando accuses him of cheating to win the Falcon. But he cheated by making Lando not able to cheat. That was his quote-unquote cheating.
See, that's there's layers to that, yeah.
Yeah, and in that scene, that is the first time that he sees the arm thing. So, like what Darth said, he knows he's cheating. Mm-hmm. Or he knew he cheated, but he doesn't see the arm thing until he's like, Chewie, rip his arms off, and Lando raises his hand, and then Han sees the thing sticking out.
Yeah, right. Interesting. So it's interesting you bring that up, Rye, like that as a comparison point, because I just finished watching The Queen's Gambit. I don't know if you guys have seen that Netflix show, but that's all about chess and like really high level chess play. And I know the basics of chess, but they do this thing in that very similarly to Casino Royale, where when they're playing these very high level chess games that are just like way too complicated to explain in a TV show, they have like commentary, like radio commentators, or they'll have they'll have another chess expert standing by commentating to somebody else, explaining to you who's kind of got the upper hand and who's winning and like what they need to do to overcome. But crucially, the acting is so good of the characters playing chess that even absent that commentary, you can tell when someone's in a tight spot. Right, they do a really good job of communicating purely with facial expressions. The actors in this are so good that you understand just from looking at them and how they move the pieces and the tension on their faces and their posture and the way and how long they take to play their pieces, you can tell whether or not they're in a sticky situation. And it's really subtle and it's really smart, and it makes for very, very good dramatic TV. And I think there's a missed opportunity here, either to like you say in Casino Royale, give us that commentary, or trying to think of even another solution where you could have, if you wanted Sabak to be a big part of this, there's a lot of opportunities to have people playing Sabak in this world. Like maybe it's a favorite game of smugglers or something, and we could at least get au fait enough with it that we could understand what's happening, but that would be so much conceptual legwork that I almost think it's not worth it.
That would be interesting if they had introduced that at some point, like in the beginning of the movie, like in at Han's home, like him playing that with somebody. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that would work necessarily, but it would have at least planted the seed that, okay, he's played this before, he's good at it.
I mean, he could even be playing it during the fireside chat or something. Like, there's a lot of opportunities here to see that as a skill, like Rye was saying.
When you go into the cinema, they should have been handing out flyers explaining the game.
Give me the how to. Yeah. I want the
no.
Yeah.
I want to go back and clarify that, like, because this is a big thing of that I see on the one side of critics of especially the sequels. You have this idea that everything needs to be explained, and then on the other side, you have the people are like, well, then it would just be like, an hour and a half long lore session or whatever. And I think certain things need to be explained. Certain things we need to get contextual clues. The reason why I think this scene would work a lot better if Sabak were explained to us, or at least we knew where the advantage was, would be that this scene feels very passive to me, because we're watching two guys talk, and then somebody wins and somebody loses, and we don't know we don't really have an anticipation of what's going to happen there. So it feels very passive to me in the middle of the movie, where we have very long sections. We go from the yacht to this, to stealing the Falcon, to all the conversations on the Falcon. There's a lot of very inactive moments in this middle of the movie.
Mm-hmm. And one reason that game feels so passive, I just realized, is because the ending of that first game was Lando betting his ship against Han's ship, Han's imaginary ship. And
pretend ship.
So we've had whatever 6 minutes of gameplay of them pushing the gold coins back and forth across the table. All of that meant absolutely nothing, because it all came down to betting one ship against the other ship. So no one actually had an advantage when it comes to all of the money that was on the table. So like Rai said, the entire thing had no point, because from the very first hand, Han could have sat down and said, okay, I'm playing for your ship, and all of the money on the table is completely irrelevant.
That is such an interesting contrast then with what we were discussing with Casino Royale, where in that story, Bond has a certain amount of money that the British Secret Service have given him, and he's constantly pushing the envelope of how much of that he can bet and try and get away with. Where they're like, no, we're only giving you this much, and he's constantly like, no, I'm pushing this thing. I'm going to try and get more to make this thing happen. And because the money is a point of tension there, where he then at some point has to kind of go outside the rules to get more cash to make this thing work. Whereas here, the money is, you're right, it's immaterial. Ultimately, it's just one hand that is actually where the tension exists, which is that final play between the two. That is so interesting as an escalating stakes issue. Then him betting more coin, or him betting the coaxium, or whatever it is, like there's no rising tension. It's just the same thing until the end, and then there's a spike, and then that's it. Like there's no arc to this scene. It's just flat, and then bang, and then we're out of it.
Yeah, and all of that again in the middle of this very long section of the movie where we do not have that, where we don't have a lot of tension.
Yeah,
and this is where I think fan service is sometimes not good, because I don't think fan service in and of itself is bad, but this felt like a bad example of it, because it's basically there just to sort of say, oh, you think he's going to win the Millennium Falcon? Haha, just kidding. So
I can imagine Ron Howard saying that.
Well, it provides a lot of characterization.
One interesting thing that could have let them inject more tension into it was looking at how Sabacc was portrayed in the books and stuff. I recall it was presented as a much bigger game of luck because the cards were digital and would actually randomly change a couple times throughout the game. So I think it was called like a Wild Sabacc moment or something like that, where the cards change and now you really don't know what your opponent has. That could have given a completely different... Because, like, maybe Han, at that point, he doesn't know that the little green Psylop hasn't been played because all the cards changed. So maybe it's back in... The cards that were discarded, they're now back in play. So it could have created a lot more tension if they had gone with that route, but granted, that might have been way more confusing, because this is the first time it's ever been put on film. So that may have been a more confusing way to go with it.
It's definitely a more interesting pitch, and it presents more interesting problems to have to solve narratively and exposition-wise, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think the obvious solve here is kind of rearrange the scene a little bit and have Kira maybe explain to Chewbacca what's going on, because he's a fucking giant dog. He doesn't know what the fuck this card game is. It's a really easy, like, he's pretty smart.
Be careful. You do not refer to Chewbacca as a pet.
He's a big dog man. Is that better? He's a dog man.
I mean, ironically, it would have gone the other way because he's, 140 years old, so he actually would have been explaining it to her, probably.
That wouldn't have helped us as the audience, though. Just the whole time. Kira's like, wow, that sounds really tense.
No, I mean,
actually, that's a very
he's
funny
190 years old,
scene.
so
I
he
that.
might know it. But he likes the chess thing that he plays that he plays on the Falcon. So
the holographic.
He might not know how to play Sabacc. So, but she could explain it to him, or she could explain it to Beckett, or Beckett could explain it to her. There's lots of different ways. There's lots of people available who aren't doing anything to lay out some exposition.
I also maybe would have liked to see a bit more like physical danger here. We're in like a tavern in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's a lot of guns and stuff around. Someone's clearly cheating. Like, it would have been cool to see the tension in the room ratchet up slowly as the game goes on, and you could maybe see people getting a little restless, and like maybe, Kira could be like, oh, what the fuck's going on? And Beckett could explain like, oh, those people are clearly with this guy who's playing and they hate these people, and Lando's the interloper here and he's ruffling some feathers, and we could maybe see some hands on some belts and stuff near some guns. Like, give us that, like, real, like, Western, like, this is a dangerous place to be trying to achieve this goal of getting the ship. And maybe that could help us with the rising tension. Like, it's the little details that seem to constantly fail this movie when it comes to these structural decisions. We have to take a quick ad break, and then we're going to talk about Kessel and the journey to Kessel. With there's a few little kind of, a few little sort of small independent, they're almost like little, like, short character moments that we get on the Falcon. So we'll take a quick break and then talk about those. So we're gonna cut away, enjoy these products or services, whatever they may be, and we'll be right back with you. All right, welcome back from that brief ad break. So now we're going to talk about traveling from where this back end port. We've convinced Lando to give us a ride and to give us some assistance on this quest as a kind of a splitting some of our reward here. And we get kind of these little character moments on the Falcon. We get Chewie playing chess. We get Han and Kira fooling around in the cape closet, which I love that there's a cape closet. And he's like, stop making out on my capes. It's very, very fun. My all-time favorite moment of this whole thing is Lando recording his exploits on like a little holotape. Is my favorite thing of all time. Like their little adventures or whatever.
It's very good. William Shatner-esque.
It's very like Captain's Log.
Yeah. Well, even his inflection is like Stardate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Captain's Log.
Captain's Log. Yeah, it does have that vibe. I really like this little sequence. It's maybe misplaced pacing wise, but it does a lot for us to understand where Han and Kira are at. Yeah, what do y'all think of this little journey, and I guess the introduction here of L337, the kind of co-pilot / Lando's companion. Danielle, do you just want to tell us about L3?
Okay. Well, first of all, we meet her back where they were playing. What's the game called again? I apologize.
Sabak.
Okay. Because she is at this fighting arena, it looks like, where droids are fighting, or are forced to fight. And she's basically screaming for them to be liberated and realize that they're independent and they can make choices of their own free will. Which is a pretty strong introduction considering, because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if we've ever seen a droid quite recognize their quote-unquote humanity or independence. Outwardly like this.
This is the first time. C-3PO sometimes, but this is really the first time it's not played for a laugh.
And he always admits that he's like a droid and doesn't own anything and all that kind of stuff. Like it's somewhere where he's written intelligently enough to almost have humanity about him, but he knows that he doesn't. So yeah, I think you're right that she is like completely unique so far in what we've seen. Aside from Rogue One and whatever that robot's name was.
The one played by
R2 is R2. You know the thing about him is he marches to his own beat or whatever.
That's true.
Yeah.
But no, this one is far and away the most outspoken of all the droids. I imagine if R2 could speak basic, he would probably sound quite a bit like this. Although I don't think I think this character takes it further than any droid that we've seen by far.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess she also likes Lando.
Lando likes her.
This is a tricky one, guys. This is a tricky one to talk about. Yeah. So I want to just do a quick bit of table setting, and then Danielle, take us away and sort of tell us how this works for you. So we were talking before about the fact that this is like a Western, and the object of desire is fuel, and there is a lot of like particularly with Kessel as a concept, there is the idea of like, it leans into the Western stuff even more. There's a mine where they're getting this resource, and the people in the mine are the ones who are under the toe of the oppressive ruling class. And the ones who are under the toe of the oppressive ruling class happen to also be droids, which seems to suggest in this kind of in the way that they've adapted the West here, and taken these themes, the tacit implication, whether or not they're doing it like consciously or whether it's just a product of the themes they've chosen and the topics they've chosen to explore, the tacit implication here is that droids are a stand-in for the oppressed class, which in the West was typically the native population, your indigenous populations, your indigenous peoples. And so the tacit implication here is that droids are representative of that kind of class of people on Kessel, and perhaps in the Star Wars universe writ large, in L3's kind of view. And that L3, this droid, has an attraction to Lando, and Lando has an attraction to this droid, and that he is our only character of color outside of Beckett's wife in this story. There's a lot going on here textually, and there's less going on subtextually than I think there should be. That's my table setting. That's why it's hard to talk about. How does this? What do you think of all of this, Danielle? Where's your head at?
Well, the whole romance stuff, at least as far as I was concerned, I thought that was more just played as a joke. Correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't think that Lando actually had feelings for her. I thought it was more of a platonic thing. Like he almost, like because she suggests it at one point, and he's kind of like, or he's not there for that, I guess, but like she'll make comments and he's just kind of like, no. But then like you realize, at her unfortunate demise, that he really does love her, but it didn't feel like anything beyond platonic. I don't know. It just felt like a friendship thing. I don't know how everybody else read that, but it just felt like a sort of gag for me.
I believe what they were going for was that Lando literally did have a kink for robots, because when he's being served by the robot droid while they're playing Sabacc, he says something like, "Thank you, sweetheart," or something like that. So just the fact that he assigned a female gender, assumedly, to that robot, but then the same thing a second time with L3, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, there's a moment when Kira asked her, like, how would that work? And then L3 goes, "Oh, it works." Like, as if they've done it or something.
Oh, it's so weird. It
gave me major vibes from Captain Jack from Doctor Who. Like, he was attracted to any species whatsoever. It didn't matter. If
it breeds and it fucks, he's in.
He swings
ready.
every direction.
He doesn't give it. He doesn't discriminate, that man. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Captain Jack is a really good touchstone for this kind of sexuality, where it's almost like... I think Doctor Who gets away with it more because Captain Jack has a much broader range of emotional expression throughout both his time on Doctor Who and Torchwood, and even his reintroduction into the series under Chris Chibnall. Even though Chris Chibnall's a hack and should not be allowed to write that TV program, at least he handles that character relatively well, because it is his character. I think Captain Jack has lots more degrees of emotionality, whereas L3 is either screaming about liberation or is kind of horny for Lando. Those are the two modes of being if you're the L3 droid. I think Rogue One's an interesting touch point, because that loudmouth droid in that, who's played by that's Alan Tudyk, right? That droid has a lot of character and personality, and like is dynamic and has like ranges of emotion. Whereas I feel like L3 sometimes, at least the on-screen appearance, we don't seem to get a lot of other interests at play here. I don't know. It feels reductionist that the lower class, or the subjugated class robot, as a standard for the indigenous people, only cares about not being under the heel of the oppressive class, and also wants to fuck the pilot. Like, why are those the two modes of being for this character?
That's kind of, though, like Disney's direction with a lot of their properties today. A lot of people say this about the Disney remakes, where they'll have this moment of quote-unquote wokeness, where they'll basically be trying to do the woke thing, and it's not. And so it kind of feels like L3 is there to be like, oh, she's all about liberation and rebellion, and that's what a lot of people can resonate with, especially today. But like, it just kind of falls flat, and she doesn't really have a character.
Well, Disney's way behind on their like diversity quota, so they're trying to catch up. They're trying to.
Well, that's true.
But then to have the one of the only people of color in the film like basically find her pleas for revolution exasperating is weirdly tone deaf.
They don't know that.
No, I know. Yeah. I know that. I know that they don't know that. But yeah, it's a lot. I think look. There's a lot of ways to read this. I think there's a portion of the community who read this as maybe like an asexual kind of romantic relationship in some ways, or even like Danielle said, like kind of a platonic, but with the potential for something more there. I think a lot of people found in this character something they could identify with that they hadn't maybe seen in Star Wars before. Even though L3 is a droid, but there is at least a portion of the community that went, yeah, I feel better represented in some ways by having this character here. I just think that maybe we shouldn't necessarily be giving Disney points for doing the absolute bare minimum, and still somehow doing it in a very tone-deaf way that has a lot of really nasty kind of implications if you think about it for too long. Yeah,
and not to get away from this too much, but I forgot to mention too that she apparently has a very good navigation system. So that obviously ties in with the Falcon. But I guess we'll get there.
And actually, to still talk about her personality, it's a point to talk about whether Lando really cared about her at all, because he actually came out and said that he would have wiped her memory and reformatted her, except that she had the best navigational system out of anyone ever. So did he quote unquote love her if he was willing to get rid of her personality with a snap of his fingers?
But that's a classic Han Solo move, to lie about caring about someone in order to not get hurt, right? That's like, if you don't express vulnerability, then you can't be hurt, right? If you keep everybody at arm's length.
Yeah, I didn't really take that line, or I didn't think that line was meant to be read literally or heard literally. That, well, I would, but he's such a good cook or something like that, or that kind of stuff. You see that all over the place.
Yeah, I thought he was just being clever.
But I was thinking about that when I was, because we only hear his or her side of it. The romantic relationship or whatever is only implied by her, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well,
I believe so.
The death scene really shows it from his point of view, though. I mean,
right. But to what Danielle said about, like, is that is that more than just a platonic relationship? Like the in Rogue One, who is that? It's K2SO.
Yep.
And Cassian and Jin, and of course us in the audience, we feel we are emotionally affected by his death. Spoiler alert. So I mean, I'm trying to think of how to. But there's no romantic relationship there. He's just part of the team, and they've grown attached to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the reactions of the main characters who see him die, at least if I recall right, maybe Jin doesn't actually see him die because she's climbing around out in the thing at that particular time.
Well, it's not something they at that point of the movie. I don't think it's something they really have much time to dwell on.
Yeah. So I guess there is no good comparison.
Yeah, which makes it even more interesting as an inclusion. I'm sure we'll talk about L3 more when we get to the end of this sequence, but essentially, so the plan on Kessel is this is the proper heist bit of the movie. So they're going to break in.
If I may, sorry.
No, you go.
I said before how this middle part of the movie is very kind of slow, and how maybe I would cut out that poker scene or whatever, but. Pretty much, I think just about every scene that happens on the Falcon, I think there is some value. It's a lot of exposition, but there is some value there. And the big lesson of the movie is in that, or for Han at least, or for his character, is there when Beckett's playing with Chewbacca. And what does he say? So anticipate your opponent. There's a lesson to be learned here. People are predictable. And what is it? And then he's so there's that, and then he talks to Han separately later, and Han's like, well, that's or what is he? Beckett says, I trust no one. And Han says that's a lonely way to live, and he says that's the only way to live. So there's a lot of mentor conversations happening here, and planting seeds for later events in the movie.
Absolutely.
Which is cool. That's smart.
Yeah, this is.
And I like that.
And the film does this a few times here, where it sets up things for later that we need to know that is important, and it slips by, and you don't notice it happening. It's very subtle, and it sticks in your head. And then when it pays off later, it doesn't clock as weird. It's very competently made sequence. It does a lot for the story.
That's part of what I like to see in sort of like a character's arc, where like you can see the points where here's the lesson, and here's where the lesson's reinforced, and the different things to how do we get the character from A to B. Like, there are movies in Star Wars where characters go from A to B, and I'm like, I'm not really sure how they got there. They did, but I'm not sure where are the points along that journey to mark. All right, this is the transition. This is the lesson. This is the lesson being learned. This is the lesson not being learned. So on and so forth.
Yeah, and that's a large part of the structural stuff going on here, where we've talked about Joseph Campbell a few times and the way that this story kind of uses your classic hero's journey. And this is a great point in the middle of the story where we're in the middle of working out our allies and our enemies in anticipation for the final conflict. And this does a really good job of doing a lot of red herring work with both Beckett and Kira, where they both get their own little character moment with Han, where they get to convey to him their worldview, and he ultimately has to decide which of those he is going to adopt and honor in the end. And that is going to then determine his allegiance when when the guns come out at the end and everything comes down to the wire. And it does a good job of that. I think the Kira scene's interesting because conversely with Beckett, where Beckett is trying to like not set up Han to kind of beat him, but Beckett is like mentoring him in a way that benefits Beckett. Whereas I think Kira, at least in her little moment, I don't read that as her manipulating him. I read that as like a very authentic kind of interaction that they have.
The interesting thing to me that I noticed was that both Beckett and Kira have very, very similar like worldviews, and this kind of felt like it was a theme of the movie that just wasn't really overt, but that they didn't care about winning. They didn't care about finding happiness. All they cared about was surviving. And Kira says that outright at some point, something like Han says, we're going to win this. And she says, that's not what this is about. We're just trying to get by. We're just trying to survive. And the implication being that their lives have been so tough and they've been so broken so many times that they don't care about working towards a future. They're just trying to get through another day, get through another ship full of fuel and food for another day. And when you look at it, it makes total sense that's why Beckett he wasn't broken by Val dying, because he had been broken a long time ago and he didn't care about he didn't really deep down expect to ever have a happy future. So losing her really didn't affect him all that much. Just like Kira leaving Han at the end didn't seem to affect her all that much, because she had also been broken a long time ago and wasn't really expecting that happy future with Han that he was hoping for.
I guess Lando kind of does the same thing with L3 as well, where he never really fully commits to that, so he's never really completely hurt by it.
I disagree a little bit with the Kira part, but I think we'll probably get to that. Maybe not tonight.
Yeah, at this rate, probably not, but that's okay. So the plan on Kessel is very convoluted, but also very simple. So essentially, the Kira is going to pretend to be an Imperial lieutenant type person. They're going to bust in. They're going to locate the coaxium, and then they're going to boost it. It's a pretty simple kind of heist little setup. I think that one of my favorite parts of this movie is the shootout as they're escaping. Visually, it's one of my favorite parts of the film. It's just like, it's so well done. Does anybody have any thoughts on the kind of heist itself? It's basically pretty straightforward. Everything's going fine until L3 decides she's going to do a robot revolution.
As you do.
Again, like, yeah, we're not the best people to talk about this, but there is something at play here that I would love to maybe someone who you should seek out some more informed opinions on this sort of thing is Austin Walker. He writes for Vice Games. He's talked a lot about, big Star Wars fan. He's talked a lot about this stuff where the conflation of like droids and an indigenous population, particularly in a Western setting. There's a lot of icky stuff going on here. But as a plot setup, she starts this revolution, which then the whole mine basically erupts into this huge gunfight, and they have to kind of get the coaxium out in the midst of this kind of all-out sort of revolution. What do you guys think of the sequence as we go from like breaking into to suddenly everything hits the fan and we have to escape?
Well, the interesting thing of what you were just talking about with the indigenous people was that same thing is repeated later on with what's the planet that they go to? Severine,
yeah.
Where they're refining the coaxium, and all of the people that live there look at least a little bit remotely, you could say, like Native Americans. We have the same type of theme of the Western and the abused, beat down Native people who are trying to have their own rebellion and get the money to start that rebellion. So we've got the two different revolutions, the robot revolution, and then the actual rebellion of the, not just the Severinians, but a whole bunch of different worlds that were represented there.
Well, and the rebellion, right? Crucially, the Star Wars rebellion is started there.
Tying it into that big Star Wars story.
Yeah, exactly right. That is interesting. It's there is a lot of doubling in this story that's done relatively well. I don't want to talk about that side too much, just because I don't feel like we're best placed to do that. But I guess from a structural perspective, this thing plays out in a kind of interesting way. So Han's the one getting the coaxium, right? He's in the belly of the beast trying to extract it, and as he's escaping, he's helped out by I can't remember. Is it Chewbacca or is it just another Wookiee?
Yeah, it's some other Wookiee.
Just some other Wookiee.
Yeah.
But why?
Yeah, because doesn't Chewbacca go off or something? I don't know if I'm mixing up scenes.
Yeah, before they get to the coaxium, Chewie sees a group of Wookiees. There you go. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Yeah, Chewie does see a group of Wookiees, and he leaves Han. And Han's like, all right, well, go do your thing. And then he goes alone to get the coaxium.
Right. So everybody's doing a little jailbreak kind of revolution on the side whilst the mission is happening. This is bad. Right. So this is one of those.
Chewie's back at the same time though. Like the little Wookiee gets there first, and he helps Han first. But then when Han starts pushing the cart again, Chewie is right there helping him push the cart. So. Yeah, it seemed weird. Like, why is this Wookiee helping Han? But I think Chewie was supposed to be there, and they just didn't have the right camera angles to show that they arrived roughly at the same time.
I thought Chewie was the first one to come back. He's not.
I forget to be. Doesn't he like somebody's about to attack Han and he comes at the last second
the other Wookiee.
Or something?
That's the other Wookiee.
Yeah. That's the other one? Oh, okay.
I hate to be that guy, but all the Wookiees kind of look the same in this movie.
Wow, David. Wait, so do Chewbacca and Han part at this point? Like, is he in the rest of the movie?
Yeah, he needs to come back on the he escapes with them.
Okay, because that's weird because Han and Chewie have this moment where they say goodbye to each other. It seems very final. It
feels like an end game thing, to be honest with you. This whole section.
And it would have been great if that was like, if they plan to continue this further. The
three,
yeah. It was like a really sweet moment, and then Han goes back and gives Chewie whatever he gives him, like a stick or something, a weapon.
That's right.
Yeah.
God, this movie's so weird. I mean, one thing the sequence does really well is the lieutenant's intention carries through. So like everybody knows the plan is to get the coaxium and get out. Everybody separates off to do all these subtasks, but they all keep working toward the lieutenant's intention because they all know where it's going ultimately, and it plays out nicely in that way, in a way that The Last Jedi never manages to, because no one knows what the fuck Holdo's plan is. There's a symmetry and a way that this is handled as a heist that I think works well.
We skipped over two things at the beginning of this, but Rye, were you going to add something right here at this point?
I was going to say something about I had two things on this. One thing about the droids and another about Kira.
Yeah,
but,
go ahead.
On the droids, I think when I watch this, it's potentially problematic that you have L3 and she's like, these droids and restraining bolts. So she takes off the restraining bolts and the droids just run wild. That the idea that that's the only thing that's holding them in check seems like very questionable design decisions were made going into the construction.
Manufacturing wise, not the best.
Yeah. Like if you think about like iRobot and the 3 laws, like these, they have robots, they have droids like walking across like the control panels, like shorting out things, letting all the prisoners go, implying that I guess these droids were abused and that they would understand that they've been abused.
Well, let's to explain that, we need to skip back to the original Star Wars movie and look at the fact that 3PO and R2 both had restraining bolts put on them when they were sold because they were stolen robots. They didn't hold any allegiance to their current masters because they were stolen. So we could assume that all of these on Kessel were also all stolen, thus why they had to have the restraining bolts on them.
And doesn't, and now that I think about it, doesn't Jabba tortures droids, doesn't he?
He tortures 3PO. Yeah, the pigmen do. I think.
On Cloud City, we see one of them getting ripped apart. I can't remember about Jabba.
No, I'm talking about. I think it's in Return of the Jedi.
I think it's in Return. Yeah, because 3PO and R2 go in first, And then he keeps R2
like
around to
branding
serve drinks, and 3PO gets tortured in the back room or something, or vice versa.
I think they're like branding the droid's feet or whatever.
Yeah, it's something
I'm
really
pretty
specific.
sure that's Jedi.
Like it's one of those like really granular, like this thing will never come up again, but we promise this matters type Star Wars moments. Yeah. And then oopsie doopsie.
That's when the one droid tells R2 that he's going to serve on the Master's sailing barge or whatever.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Because when Luke goes to rescue everybody and we have that whole dust up, R2's serving like cocktails because he's got his little arm out with a little tray, which is kind of great. What a weird treatment. It's very strange. What did you have on Kira there, Rye?
So going back to my big thing about establishing skills and stuff. So she Beckett pulls out the guns and starts shooting people in the control room, and then Kira pulls off some ridiculous move and takes the guy out in the room that she's in.
Like some MMA.
And you have a bit of a lamp shading with L3 going whoa, and then Kira saying, what does she say?
It was
that Dryden Voss.
Yeah,
it was
Terrace Kasi was the martial art.
And that Dryden Voss had taught her. So,
that's big.
You remember my thing about we need to know about the stuff beforehand, right?
What a weird
the skills. So there's two things happening here. The first is that this is setting up her fight at the end of the movie.
Yep.
So we know that she can do that when we get there because we saw her do it here, but. You also have to establish it for this moment too, and the way that she does that is she attaches it to her background by saying that it was Dryden that taught her. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Like, it's not enough for her to just say, "Oh, I know how to do this." You have to take it and attach it to the background of that we know about.
So the example that I can't remember which video it's in. It might be the Rey Wookiee one, right? But where you talk about is it in Sicario 2 with the
Sicario 2
where he knows sign language and then it falls nicely into his background because it's like his deceased daughter was deaf, which is information we didn't previously know, but it makes perfect sense and solves that problem really neatly. This is trying to do a similar thing, but it doesn't really have any material relationship to the scene it's in. So like this isn't a sequence where they're in a location where it's mission critical for her to know this skill. And then she suddenly pulls it out of her ass, and we're like, how the fuck does she know how to do that? And she gives us an explanation that deepens her characterization and makes us go, oh yeah, of course. Because based on what we know about her previously, that checks out. We've never seen Dryden Voss do Kung Fu, so this doesn't have that same consistency. There's nothing about Dryden as a rich mob boss who sits in a sailing yacht that suggests to me that he would know how to do this world's version of Krav Maga.
That was what actually one of the two things I wanted to talk about was this exact scene and how it set up her final fight with Dryden, and the fact that he taught her indicates that he is the master, she is the apprentice, right? But when they actually fight, it doesn't come off that way. They should have basically both been doing the same moves. Like in many films you see, Equilibrium comes to mind. At the final fight scene, the guys are literally using the same moves on each other because they were both trained in exactly the same way. It should have been very much like that with her fighting Dryden, but it wasn't. Granted, they had different weapons, but they didn't seem to move in a similar fashion to me.
You know what's a really good example of that exact scene is Anakin v Obi-Wan, where they literally try and use the same moves on each other the whole fight. It's like Anakin goes back to do a swing, and then Obi-Wan's like, I taught you how to do that, counters it, does the same thing, right? There's even that sequence where they both do a very similar string of sword blows, and they both go to use the Force at the same time, because it's clearly an Obi-Wan move. Like, that shit works really well, because you suddenly go, oh yeah, like, of course they would know the same move. This dude trained him. And yeah, you're right, there's never that sense in that final fight. And that's just a problem of choreography, maybe, I don't know.
That we're at.
We're at the ad time. It's ad break time. Listen, yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about with that point there, Rye, around the kung fu?
I think that was everything. Let me double check my notes.
The only other important thing that I had to point out was at the very beginning when they are going in, and Kira walks up and punches Han in the stomach and gives him the dice. because we gotta have those dice.
Yeah, we gotta get those dice.
I have that here in my notes, and I have underlined why.
Why? Hey guys,
because dice,
why?
like
because they're important. Don't forget about the dice, you idiots. Remember the dice? They aren't going to be plot critical at all. They have nothing to do with the story, whatsoever. Okay, cool. Well, let's pick up as our heroes are kind of escaping Kessel, and then we'll talk about the Kessel run after the break here. Please sit back, put your feet up wherever you are. If you're driving in your vehicle, if you're sitting at work, if you're at the gym, whatever you're doing, enjoy these products or services. Think about them. Think about spending some money. Why don't you? It's about time. You deserve it. We'll be back in a sec. All right, welcome back for that brief ad break. Whatever you advertised, I hope it was good. I hope they were high quality ads. Sometimes they're not. You never bloody know. But we live in capitalism, don't we, guys? So we were just saying in the ad break that the one thing we didn't talk about was L3's death. So I might just set the table for this one and then kick to Danielle to maybe kind of start us talking about this. So our crew is escaping the mines of Kessel. Han and Chewbacca have the coaxium, and Chewbacca kind of gets it onto the ship. And Han and Lando are sort of, with Kira's help, fighting off the attackers in a very spectacular action sequence. It's very cool visually. The way that they use the smoke and the particle effects and the lasers and the water and the steam and like the smoke, like the whole thing is very cool looking. We get one of our first uses of a thermal detonator in the main series, and it's fucking sick. Kira's just chucking them left and right. It's very, very cool. And in the midst of this, L3 kind of emerges, fighting off the Imperials there. She kind of emerges and is fighting her way back, and she gets fatally wounded. She goes down. Lando rushes in to save her, and sort of like jumps in and does some cool. He's like bang bang bang, and then he kind of rolls up and he's kind of cradling her in his arms. And Han is like, Lando, what the fuck are you doing? And then Lando kind of charges in after him. And kind of drags the two of them back to the ship, and they all sort of get on and manage to escape safely. But this death sequence here, now she's on the ship and she's kind of dying, and Lando holds her in his arms, and we get this kind of goodbye with L3. Danielle, talk to me about this death sequence.
So, I think more than anything, at least a focus for me about this death sequence was I actually knew that this was coming. Even though I didn't intend to see Solo, I had watched a video essay on droids, and they had mentioned this scene, so I knew it was coming. So it's just sort of anticipating it and when it was going to happen. So in that way, it wasn't surprising. But the thing that I knew what was coming was sort of where this leads for L3, and sort of the tension between her wanting to liberate droids and her fate at the end of this. Mm-hmm. Because with her expert navigation system, she becomes part of the ship, and essentially is why they call the ship a she. Mm-hmm. And the tension here being that she's sort of fighting for the droids' freedom and their choice to be liberated, and she has the exact opposite fate, and then the heroes just think this is okay.
Yeah.
And we could go all over, like, many directions here, but it feels like this is just another example of the film seeming to try to do something, but not really following through with it, not committing to it. And it's just kind of feels like fan service as well, the bad kind.
It's a callback to, it's either A New Hope or Empire, with the 3PO says that R2, either him or R2 talks to the computer system on the Falcon and says it was rude. Is that what he says, Darth?
Yeah. And I want to say it said something about having an odd dialect.
Yeah, I think.
Interesting.
Sir, I don't know where your ship learned to communicate, but it has the most peculiar dialect. I believe, sir, it says that the power coupling on...
So that was them trying to fill in another.
But yeah,
This is how we got
you're
here.
exactly right. It's fan service,
Yeah.
is what it is.
But it's a really interesting point that Danielle brings up is, would that be something L3 wanted? Would she feel that she was now permanently enslaved because she never gave her permission to be a part of the Falcon like that? But then other people would say, we saved your life. Why aren't you thankful? I mean...
Right.
Okay.
I think it's just like this nebulous portion of her consciousness got integrated. So it's not like her mind is trapped in the ship. It's like, the part that's useful got trapped, which is the navigation, and then
the rest of us dead.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's you know how you know in the second Pirates of the Caribbean movie where there's people that are like part of the ship, like they're when you become
part of the ship, part of the crew,
part of the ship, part of the crew. It has a bit of that vibe where it's like we saved your life. Why aren't you thankful?
Right.
That you're an indentured servant on this ship.
But it's like not good though.
It's not
like,
good
right,
though.
Will Turner.
Yeah.
Like that sucks. He can't see his wife and stuff. He has to be at sea all the time.
Right.
Like
L3 can't do the sex with Lando.
Lando will find a way.
Lando would just fuck the exhaust pipe, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It
Just give a
works.
shit.
It just works.
oh god.
Sorry. It feels bad. It feels bad as a resolution for this character, but it gives us the setup we need to answer the question of, you guys can't do the Kessel Run. No one's ever done the Kessel Run in that quick of a time. There's no navigational system that's that good, and there's no ship that's that fast. Well, suddenly we have a ship that is that fast and has that good of a navigational system. So from a plot perspective.
That raised an interesting question to me. Is it's never really explained why she has such a good navigational system, because like generally you can't map something until you've been there. There is no chance that she had ever been to the mall before to know what it was and to map it. So how did she map it?
It also raises, I mean, that is a really interesting point that raises another issue that I've never thought about, which is if this is the kind of primary source of coaxium in this sector, why don't the Imperials have like a proper procedure for getting this out of there? Like, how do they get it out normally? Well,
they have a path, don't they?
This right, what you're saying right there is my enormous world building problem for this movie.
Mm.
Is that when they're like, all right, well, we need a source of unrefined coaxium, and she says the exact line is, the only astatic source that exists is under a spice mine on Kessel. So I don't know if that's different than something else, or maybe that's the only one that isn't controlled by the Imperials.
Yeah, because they did say there was an Imperial-controlled one, which was the same planet that was in Rogue One at the very end. I'm blanking on the name.
No, they're talking about...
She said there was one on Scarif.
No, but they're talking about refined coaxium.
This is...
And then Han suggests, well, what about unrefined coaxium? And then she says, there's only one source of that, which... If there was only one source for this fuel that you need to dominate the galaxy, no, it would not be run by a criminal syndicate. The Imperials would 100% control
and
that.
You'd have more guys on it, probably.
Right.
Like, I'd have like a few I'd have a lot of guns there. I'd have the whole system it's in locked down completely. Like, this is... Yeah, like in a Western story, this is the fort where there's like the mini guns and they've got the grenades and they have the horses and the sniper rifles. Like, this is the fortified area. This is just, they just let it be run by this like weird kind of offshoot with very little protection. And I guess in their defense, they do get a Star Destroyer that does appear kind of in the Kessel Run itself. But yeah.
Why are they not there already?
Why they're not there already? Yeah. This speaks to what we talked about last time, which is that the sense that these are real places, the sense that these are places that have existed. It feels like they went, okay, we need a cool heist, and we need to explain the Kessel Run and where that came from, because that's a famous Star Wars thing. What do we put here instead of what story are we telling and what could we use? Like what happens with Luke? It's like no. Well, the Kessel Run needs to be in it. So how do we manufacture a situation where Kessel and the run is happening? It feels like the wrong way around to have come to this as a solution, and you can feel it in the text.
One interesting way that we could look at it is that the Empire did have control of it because they had a Star Destroyer there that could stop anything from getting out unless they wanted it out. And a way of ensuring that you have control is to make the public think that they have a little bit of control, so then they don't really feel like rebelling. So if the Empire is able to say, oh, you have this mine over here, we're not in control of that mine, quote unquote. So now they have a source of coaxium that they could go out and they could sell, whether it's on the black market or just sell to the general public. And now the general public is like, oh, the Empire isn't that bad. They're letting us have this little piece over here. But when in reality, the Empire still has their ship there immediately as soon as a problem pops up.
Well, if it was a source of coaxium, I would buy into that. But if it's the source of coaxium, then no, they would. No, screw your freedom or your implication of freedom. Like, we are absolutely locking this down.
Yeah.
Would be
playing dice with God a little
go.
bit to not have that completely secured.
Yeah.
I mean,
this like one little ship can just waltz in there and steal a bunch of coaxium like that. Yeah, that's a problem. But I would say that in defense of the fan servicey bit of this is, I thought they took a very creative way to resolve the problem of Han's original statement that we all like to make fun of is, what is it? This ship did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs, or it's like, isn't that a unit of distance, not time?
Yeah.
So it's which it is. They resolve that by like him taking the shortcut.
Yeah.
But and then going back to what you were saying about L3, that was a big question that I had, which isn't really going into the beginning of the sequence, which is a problem. Is they're like, oh, we need her navigation computer, and I'm thinking, well, isn't that just maps and other stuff? So we're going into an area that nobody's been in, that is in a constant state of flux. What good is a navigational computer going to do you? And it's not until the end of the sequence where they're like, oh, L3's computer is mapping where we need to go, or
it's like
scanning the system and figuring out where we need to go. Yeah. And that happens at the end, though. It doesn't happen at the beginning. So throughout this sequence, I still have that question.
And another really interesting point that her being integrated with the ship brings up is another video that Film Theory did, and it definitely deserves a watch if you haven't seen it, because he basically breaks down the fact that there is a lot of evidence that shows that Han Solo cannot actually fly, and it's L3 that's doing all of the flying for the Falcon in the original trilogy. It's really interesting, but it shows how important it is when you are building up the backstory in a prequel like this, that every little decision can have major implications later on if you don't fully think out how these things are being integrated with the existing storyline.
Mm-hmm. Right. And this is part of why what we talked about in the very first episode of this kind of little mini series here is that, like when you have directors like Lord and Miller who are real like improv-y and making this fun picture, they are going to tread on things that matter to this story making sense. But it feels like they, instead of what should have happened, which is they got Ron Howden to finish this off and he tightened up those bolts, it feels like he just came in and he went, let's just take out all the improv. And then they didn't bother to tighten up any of the other nuts or bolts that are at play here. So the Kessel Run itself is essentially they're following the path until they come into there's a Star Destroyer in the way. And they can't get past it. And there's a great line where I think Han's like, don't worry, it's not like they're gonna send out TIE fighters. They can't afford to waste them on a ship our size. Then they immediately send out TIE fighters. Great little moment. But basically what they end up doing is they're gonna take the shortcut, right? They're gonna use this navigational situation to cut through the Maw. We don't really know what that is. And then we get one of the weirdest sequences I've ever seen in Star Wars, aside from the Raptors in The Force Awakens, where we're in this kind of black space fog, and there is just this like eldritch space creature.
Space Cthulhu, yeah.
A space Cthulhu.
So good.
It's just so cool. And then what is sucking it in? Is there's like a black hole? Or there's like a something.
Yeah, it's like like a black hole.
That's what the Maw is.
Yeah, and so Han tricks this space Cthulhu into getting caught into its gravitational well, And he's like, haha, I'm very clever. Isn't this a really smart move? And he does it. And then he's like, fuck, now we're stuck in it. And they're using all of their energy to get themselves moving forward. And this is what I really like about the sequence is that everybody on the crew is involved in getting them out of this. Like, they don't just give up. They're not like, oh, we should wait for something to happen. They actively, proactively are like, okay, quick, get this to the fuel line. Like, there is this, he's like, okay, if we inject it straight here, we can do it. Kira's doing this thing. Chewbacca's doing this. Han's doing this. Beckett's like sprinting into the ship to go and plug in the fuel. Like, everybody's involved in this effort to escape this big gravity well. And they do some, I'm sure Darth or Rye, you might remember specifically what it is, but they inject coaxium directly into the hyperfuel line or something.
Yeah. Into the core or whatever.
Something.
I don't know. The cool thing about the sequence that you're talking about is all of that stuff is happening, and you still get these little character moments too, where what is it? They need to do something, and Chewie just reaches up and flips a bunch of switches, and they're like, "Well, wait a minute," and he's like, "Oh, you're 190 years old."
Yeah.
And then so Kira's like, "All right, well, you sit in the seat." Fan servicey moment. Mm-hmm. The theme plays as Chewie sits down, and then she runs back to help Lando and grabs one of his capes to put out a fire, at which he objects to because it's his favorite cape.
Did you see the hilarious thing about Chewie right there, though? Like, as soon as Chewie sits down in that seat, the headlights of the ship turn on. Han was literally driving without the headlights on in pitch black.
That's so funny. Oh, what a nice little touch. This feels like the film at its best.
Yeah.
And this clockwork sequence of them getting it working feels like a Lord and Miller sequence. Like, everything is firing off in perfect symmetry, and it has this like rhythm to it where it's like, do this, bang, character moment, do that, bang, character moment. Like, it just feels very good. And this is when the movie, this is when I'm in.
The whole sequence is a digression from the plot too, so totally
absolutely,
like, as if it's improv. Yeah.
It feels like improv, but it's fine tuned. Everything is firing on all cylinders,
which is what they do best. It's like improv, but very planned out improv.
Yes. It feels like the way that every episode of Firefly feels, but the way that you remember it feeling, not the way it actually is, which is like just a pretty good TV drama, right? Like, it achieves the thing it's looking for in a way that's brilliant. It's very, very good. Does anybody have anything else they want to touch on with this sequence? We could talk about the Space Cthulhu if you guys want. I don't know. I feel like it's just going to make us sad because it's the worst part of the sequence, despite how good this sequence is.
I mean, like
the space monster?
Yeah.
Props to the VFX team. Like, that shit looks dope.
The whole,
when he gets, like, how its skin comes off when it's getting stuffed in.
It's very gross.
Yeah.
It looks very cool.
The only thing that I would say, I have two things on that. Darth, you want to go first?
Yeah, so the thought that I had wasn't necessarily just about the monster, because they mentioned it earlier on. They say, what is making all that sound as they're flying in through the tunnel, and they said that it's spacebergs crashing together, right? And they said there's nothing out there but vacuum-breathing life forms. And I cannot wrap my mind around what a vacuum-breathing life form.
What is that sentence? It's just things that they drink, they breathe vacuum, not air. You guys get it, right?
They expel air.
They expel air and they drink vacuum.
Yeah.
What's to get, Darth? It's just science.
So the reverse trees, I guess. I don't know.
You know how fish breathe water and we breathe air? It's like that, but with space. I literally think that's as much as they thought about it.
Well, see, like it's to me, it makes sense that you could through space mumbo jumbo, you could have a being that exists in a nebula because or it feeds on the hydrogen or the carbon bergs or whatever. But to call it vacuum breathing, well, I mean, I suppose you have like the Purgles too, right?
The what? Sorry,
the Purgles from Rebels. They're called Purgles. The space whales that are capable of hyperspace travel.
Yeah, I'm not caught up, but I mean every science fiction series pretty much has some kind of space something that could live out there. But I had always just assumed that those things don't need to breathe, because that makes way more sense to me than that they breathe vacuum, which is nothing.
But it's not. There's no molecules in it. Like this,
there's nothing out there.
Breathe. Breathing is like a physiological action. Like it doesn't.
What? Maybe they're breathing. It's antimatter.
No, that's not. This antimatter isn't. It's the absence of matter. It's just not the opposite.
Dark energy.
Well, it's still a thing.
They're breathing dark energy.
They could breathe dark matter, I guess. Okay, they could breathe dark matter, but it's not a vacuum. It's not a vacuum. They're not breathing vacuum. If they, you know what I mean? Like, it's different. Like, dark matter is is a quantity that you could point to. It has mass. We just don't know what it is. Like, that's a thing that exists. A vacuum is not that. A vacuum is the absence of everything. There's no dark matter in the vacuum. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense, Pat.
I'll get Mitchie to elaborate on this. He can probably tell us.
Someone call a physicist, because I'm gonna fucking herniate. This stuff really annoys the shit out of me, because it's such an unnecessary piece of dialogue. You could have called it anything else, and it wouldn't have raised any. Exactly what Rye's saying.
What made you the most upset in Solo?
It's actually a three-way tie, I think, between a few items.
It's not robosexual Lando. It's vacuum breathing space whales.
It's vacuum breathing space whales. I think I'm more comfortable with Lando fucking robots, to be honest.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Okay. Look, don't kink shame me.
Don't look at David's searches.
Don't kink shame me. I'm just into. Listen, they got lots of moving parts. All right, lots of opportunities for friction.
Super dynamic.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Look, I hate it with I was fine with it when we glanced over it, but now that you've reminded me of that line, Darth, I hate it. Yeah, I did. Bri, you had some stuff. Did you have? You had two things.
Well, the first one was exactly what Darth said, that they do prep us that there is some, or L3 does prepare us for something to be out there earlier on. So that's fine. The second one is the way that he distracts the vacuum breathing space whale into the maw that's the fan servicey bit of this, because that's the escape pod that's missing.
I hate that. It's been like how many years between this and? Oh no, it's actually pretty close, right? It's like a few months between this and A New Hope.
I don't think that's. I think it's a while still.
So what I'm saying is, like, they probably would have replaced the escape pod. It seems like
the interesting thing is that Lando says that he had a escape pod installed, so it hasn't been there that long.
Looks like you had a little work done.
Indeed I have, and installed an escape pod and the mandible notch.
Like when they're first going into the impound lot and Lando is going through all of the modifications that he's made to the ship, I'm pretty darn sure that one of the things he said was, I had an escape pod installed.
Well, at least that's setting
so
it
it's
up
custom.
Yeah.
Well, because like when they do the overhead nostalgia shot with the theme, when the theme plays, when they first go to the Falcon, you could see it's you look at it and go like, wait a minute, that's not how the Millennium Falcon looks like, because it has the part in the middle.
I see. See, that's almost leather.
But okay, so the escape pod is at the front of the ship, which is the worst place to put an escape pod.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, if you're crashing, that's not the direction you want to go.
Wait, that actually brings up something that I've really been interested to talk about, which is picture where the cockpit is on the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the extreme right-hand side, right?
Yep.
Like, it's almost literally tacked onto the right side of the ship. So he has like 200 feet of ship to his left. How can they drive anywhere and have any sense of how big the ship is without running into anything?
I built the Falcon in there's a space game called Empyrean.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys heard of that, but I built my version of the Falcon in that game, and it is impossible to fly that thing in anything other than third person, because you can't see 90% of the ship. You cannot see it.
It's like a huge design flaw.
And a good probably 45, 50 degrees of your forward vision is obscured by what's immediately to your left.
You know what they need is like a big, like a giant pole with a giant mirror, so you can see the rest of the ship while you're flying. Like one of those curved mirrors. Yeah.
Or the backup cameras you get on the fancy SUVs these days.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, exactly. The huge wing mirrors. Yeah. It's a weird design ship, and it seems like it'd be hard to fly. But maybe that's why you need a really good navigational droid, is because the ship is designed very poorly. I don't know.
Or a co-pilot, yeah.
And a co-pilot who's also a Chewbacca. Yeah. But look, ultimately we do escape. right? So we get away from Kessel and we head to Savareen. Savareen? Is that how you pronounce it?
Ooh, let's pause before we get there, because I think Rye is really gonna like this this thought that I had, because it's all about the realism and setting up something that's about to happen. So during this whole entire chase, the whole thing is that the coax is getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and it's going to blow up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They never turned down the air conditioning. Like, they could have done something. They could have filled, they could have put ice around. They could have done something, at the very least, turning down the environmental controls so that all of them have to put on coats, so that all of them have obvious frost, coming out when they breathe. All of that would have given life to the fact that they are trying to keep this hot matter cool, leading up to them crash landing on the planet and getting it offloaded.
Would also set us
That
some
would have been cool.
interesting character moments, like maybe Chewbacca and Lando. Maybe Chewbacca can give Lando a bit of a cuddle. Maybe Kira and Han can get a bit cozy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could get some, you know what I'm saying? Also,
they get Lando's mini cape.
Lando could wear 37 capes at once. Yeah.
That could work if you did, because this is the climax of the second act, I guess, going into, because Savareen's all the third.
Yeah.
But because I was thinking, what you could do is you could take the character moment with Han and Kira and move it to here, where they're like super cold or whatever. But structurally, that doesn't really work. Like, that would be so the whole point of the coaxium heating up is that's just a ticking clock that they have to beat to add tension or whatever. So I'm fine with it as it is, but them taking extra steps to try to cool it or buy themselves a little more time, that demonstrates the ingenuity and problem solving, which I really like to see, and creativity, which I really like to see in characters.
That's a really good.
I like those moments when they happen in movies.
Yeah, it's a really good thought, Darth. I think there's a lot of room there for some interesting, not just world building, but like also the character and the plot, kind of that multi-purpose storytelling that we keep talking about not seeing in this story. So we head to Savareen, and this is kind of this is actually a really good place to wrap up this episode, because this is as Rye was saying, this is the downbeat of the end of the second act, and we're then going to go into the third act where we now have a new problem to overcome. But essentially what's happening here is the Falcon's pretty roughed up by its experience in the Maw. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of head into Savareen and kind of crash land at the docks there, and sort of rush in to kind of store this coaxium, this unrefined coaxium, as quickly as possible to make sure it doesn't kind of explode. Now, remind me, are they refining it? The Savareens, are they refining it on this planet, or is it still unrefined?
Yeah, that's the refinery.
They are.
Yeah.
They
we have this little downbeat where the refining is happening, and we get a little like Kira Han moment where he's like, what are we gonna, she's like, what are you gonna do next once you get your payoff? And then they have this little back and forth, and Kira says, well, who are you, right? And Han has this little smirk, and he replies, I'm an outlaw. And Kira thinks it's kind of funny because she can really see that he's a good guy, but it's a cute little character moment, and I'm just ready for these two crazy kids to get together, guys. And yeah, it's a cute little moment they have, but of course it can't last for long, as Emphasis, cannot say this name, Emphasis, Emphas arrives, having tracked the team from Vandor, and we kind of get this a Mexican standoff, kind of, where it's like the Cloud Riders, they're like, listen, they turn up, and suddenly Beckett's like, okay, let me do all the talking, don't even worry about this, guys, I've got this. And Han gives his best Beckett impression, and it's fucking terrible. He's like, you don't want to mess with us. We've got a ship full of troopers on that boat right there. They're gonna come in, and you don't want to mess with us right now. And then Lando takes off and leaves. And Han just kind of steps back in line, and he's like, okay, do you think? And this is where we get the reveal that that she and her crew are rebels that are trying to strike back at the Syndicate and the Empire. And this is our hook. It's the end of our second act and the inciting incident for our third. Does anybody have any thoughts on this little sequence before we kind of wrap up this episode?
I have a bunch of thoughts on this sequence.
Good, let's do it.
I mean, I don't know if you want to save it for the next one or just do a little bit.
Yeah,
I have one thing here that I could throw in at the tail end if you want to save most of the Savarine stuff for later. But the little bit where Beckett starts to talk to Emphas and says, he leads off, and then Han jumps in and goes, "We got 80,000 guys down there, and all I got to do is snap my fingers," and then you turn and the ship just takes off with a nice bit of comic relief. But this is, I think, something that has happened repeatedly to Han throughout the movie, where at various points, I want to say, I'm trying to think how many different scenes it happens in, because there's several where he talks a big game and then is immediately wrong, or immediately shown to be bluffing. Because it happens in the beginning with Proxima with the grenade. Oh, that's just a rock, and then it happens with Lando in the card game
with Beckett and the blackmail. It happens with Sabak. It happens on. Does it happen on Kessel? I don't think it does.
I think it does.
I don't think. Yeah, it happens to him very often. And there's like immediate ramifications as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought that was just something that occurred to me while we were talking, but I thought that was an interesting little thing about his character in this movie.
That does also kind of happen in A New Hope a lot, where he's like, "Here's my plan. Here's how it's going to go down," and then it immediately goes wrong. Like multiple times in that movie, where he's like, it's fine, we'll go down the garbage chute, it'll be fine. And it's like, okay, it's super not fine. This was a bad idea. Like just repeated, constant, everything he pitches goes wrong. It's very, very good characterization. Yeah, I like it. Does anybody have anything they want to say at the end of this one before we kind of wrap up?
Well, since you were relating back to the original trilogy, the line that was fan service but also was kind of good fan service was right before Lando tells him, "I'm going to go wait in my ship." Lando looks at Han and says, "I hate you," and Han says, "I know."
Because you guys remember I remember. You remember the Star Wars? and then she say, "I love you," and he said, "I know." It's just like in Star Wars, because this is Star Wars.
She says the thing, and he does the thing. He did the thing that he does.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Also, I love that little joke where Han's like telling that dude, "Oh, I just made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs," and then Chewie growls, and he's like, "Well, it is if you round down."
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like that a lot. Yeah.
And one last thing that I want to make clear before we wrap up today is that I like this movie.
Yeah, I think we all do,
I want that to be clear.
Yeah,
I really like the getting to Kessel, doing the heist, and getting out of Kessel. I really like that sequence. That is like pitch perfect, except for the kung fu thing, which has broken my brain, and the air breathing vacuum monsters. But like everything else is, aside from those two details, I think it's really, really, really well done. This is exactly what Rye was talking about in our first episode. Is like this movie's good when it gets going. It's just that it takes a really long time to get going, and then is still hampered by the struggles it has in that first kind of act, and its difficulty with its own material. Yeah, I also really like this movie. I think we can all kind of agree that, like,
I don't think that's been clear in everything that we've gone over.
Yeah, it goes without saying that we like it enough to talk about it for this long. I think that should speak volumes.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, just because, look, like, I gotta say, because I told David I have to say it like in every episode I'm on the podcast, but I love the Kingdom Hearts video games, but I'll critique them to no end. Like, so, you know, and I could go on for hours doing that. So just because, you know, you're critiquing something a lot doesn't mean that you dislike it, or that you think it's bad necessarily.
Yeah,
we do like this movie, it seems.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I'll still never play Kingdom Hearts, and you'll never make me, Danielle, but keep trying. It's been about...
What if Star Wars is in it one day?
Ooh.
Not that I want that, but...
Interesting. It's been about, for your reference, it's been about a year and a half, and Danielle has been trying to convince me, least once a month, or reminding me like, hey, Kingdom Hearts is a thing. You should play it.
If you don't try it, you'll never know.
I'm pretty sure I know. I'm pretty sure I know. Yeah. So where we left off last time, we were kind of just on the planet where we're going to go refine our coaxium. We were kind of talking a bit about the setup here for the third and final act of the movie, and kind of drawing everything together. I think, Rye, you had something that you wanted to talk about with the world building of this planet. Savarine? What? Savarine?
Savarine, yes.
Savarine. So I thought we'd kick off there, because that's the planet we've landed on is Savarine.
So when I look at Savarine, I see a massive world building problem, and it goes all the way back to something we talked about. I think that Darth brought up in the first episode that we recorded, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, and where you talked about shandification and verisimilitude. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, talking about the mud planet, I think.
Yeah, and exactly. And then I was thinking about this, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I was like, what? You take the first 3 questions of, I think, of shandification or verisimilitude is, what do they eat? Where do they sleep?
Yep.
What do they do? And I look at this, and it doesn't really make sense to me. So this is a refinery for coaxium. Do they have coaxium here? What are they refining? Because if the only place if they have coaxium here, which is why the refinery is here, then why do we go to Kessel? Why don't we just go here?
Or why isn't the refinery on Kessel?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if maybe there was coaxium here, and if so, but there's no longer coaxium here, so if so, why is there still a refinery here? Like, it would make sense if maybe they had to like spin it up or something, but no, there's people on hand ready to go to.
They're just waiting, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's like enough people there that like locals running a bar or whatever for none of the visitors that are there.
Yeah, and there's a question that Beckett, he walks up to the bartender, who doesn't reply, because we're going to get to that later. But he says, what does he say? I wrote it down. I hear you make good brandy. And my first question is, out of what? It's a desert planet. I mean, I don't know what you make brandy from, but I know you make it out of something. So what is he making brandy out of?
Space grapes.
Space grapes?
Space grapes.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rye, you haven't heard of space grapes? It makes the best space brandy.
Clearly, yes.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, I look at this planet and I see a lot of Exegol. They're the same problems that Exegol has, where you look at it and you go, what are they? You ask these questions and it's not readily apparent. It doesn't really make sense.
Do you think that, because thinking about this in context, right? When we were discussing the Mud Planet, we were discussing a little bit about the Mandalorian and how often it has to overcome this challenge due to the sheer volume of places we visit in the Star Wars universe in that TV program. But the way that it tells its stories is that each setting, whatever activity that we're doing there with Mando, is usually related to something that's making that world go round. So like in the Water Planet, for instance, the activity we're doing is helping the Mandalorians jack this Imperial transport or what have you, or this Imperial gunship rather, because this is a water planet and mostly the way you get around is either by boat or by flying. And so it's kind of related. And like same with like the ice planet, where it's like, okay, well, this is a pretty uninhabitable piece of like barren land. How does the ecosystem work here? Oh, there are these spider things, and there's this and there's that. And you like each of the planets, like, we go to Tatooine, and we get to see how, a town in the middle of Podunk nowhere, Tatooine functions. They have a sheriff and they have supplies, but there's also raiders and there's people trying to take what they have. And all of these things, like the story is related to the way that those places function. And Savarine is literally just a setting for where Dryden Voss's yacht needs to dock. Like, this could just be an empty dock in the middle of space and it wouldn't make a difference to the plot. And that's probably not a good thing.
Well, I think the bigger plot there was not for Dryden Voss at all, but the whole point where we have this little village there was for Enfrey's Nest to give them the big tie-in to, the big bad evil corporation is draining people dry. Here is the literal proof in front of you, and it's all these people without their tongues.
Right. But then
that's what I said. Like it all ties back together, but that leaves me with, again, more questions. Because like I said, the way that she tells the story, the Crimson Dawn was coming to get their coaxium. It wasn't just their, I guess, refined coaxium, but they had coaxium.
And presumably
now they don't. And
yeah, well,
again, what are they still doing there?
But yeah, why are they still there? And is it because they don't have a way of getting off planet? And if so, how does it opens a bunch of questions that feel weird to be asking because it's the wrong place. What we should be caring about here is that these are oppressed people who have been oppressed by Crimson Dawn, who are looking for some get back, which is what's going to help us set up our double and triple crossing later. Not thinking about like, well, how do you buy how much does it cost to get, a fare on a ship, to a different planet? Like how expensive is it to travel in space? And if these guys are refining coaxium, surely they have enough nascent wealth. If there is coaxium here that they could afford to do that, and if it's all been taken by Crimson Dawn, then why is Crimson Dawn so eager for even more coaxium if that's a lot of coaxium? Like there's a horizontal alignment that doesn't really track either. But to your point about the bar, it's interesting because this is the second bar that we've been to in this movie, I think. No, I guess third if you count the inside of the yacht, because it's kind of like a club type thing. But this one is like, it's doing the very old school American novel thing of, you see a normal bar where it's like everything is like, it's like a deliberately looking bar where you can go and get all your kinds of fancy drinks and different things. And then this bar is like, this is what poor people's bars look like. And it's very on the nose. Like it reminds me of every like Western movie where you go to the miners or the mudders, bar, and they don't drink beer. They drink some like fortified cheap spirit that's made in like barrels or something. Like it has that energy to it without committing to any of the rest of the accoutrement of like letting us know how this place works. And also, why is there one bartender? Are there not other bar staff? Does the bartender sell drinks to the people who are subjugated?
It's the off season.
It's the off season.
You should see it when they're busy.
You should see it in summer.
Yeah.
Spring break, man. This place goes off. Yeah. No, it's an interesting thought though, Ryan. What could you see? What could you see the opportunities there? Like, what could they do different here, or what's your takeaway for us as we then set up the rest of this sequence?
Oh man, how to do that differently? I haven't really thought about, but there's just so many questions, and I want to be clear again that this is not a big deal, but it's something, and it's a question that jumps out at me, and then it's a question that jumps out at me which is not answered, which leads to other questions which are not answered, which leads to other questions which are not answered, and now I'm not in the movie anymore. And and that's where things become problematic for me. But I mean, if somebody were to call this a nitpick, they would be right.
I think with of this, you go, Darth.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So the bigger part for me, that eventually I was going to do an entire video on, is the fact that the fans aren't actually upset about the nitpick. The fans jump at stuff like this trying to dissect it because the directors, the writers, the creators, they didn't care to dissect it either. So the fact that these things, and this is not an isolated thing, it's all over the Disney Star Wars stuff, is that they have things that don't make sense that very easily could have made sense if they cared enough to put the effort in, which they so obviously didn't.
I think that is the key to all of this, is like, it's obvious to me that they didn't really care. Because I think about the amount of like energy and time I spend slaving over little details, right? I'm like, well, I was having a thought the other day where I was like, okay, well, if they're in this particular location, they can't be eating like any kind of bird product, like fowl or like chicken or something, because of the location they're in. And it completely destroyed a scene I'd set up. And I was like, fuck, okay, well, I have to rethink about what are they, because they were cooking. There was a conversation that was transpiring in the book where two characters were cooking and talking. I was like, well, they can't be preparing fowl because there's no access to fowl here. So how do they get the fowl? Well, that's not going to work. So then I had to completely rework the scene because I realized that if I just left it in and been like, fuck it, doesn't matter, no one's going to notice. Like it does matter. And that little stuff is the thing that you slave over. And ironically, that's the stuff that Lucas was very interested in. That just doesn't seem to have carried through to the new creators.
Well, and it's weird because like it's not like film production is too complicated for you to have that level of prudence. You know, like in the MCU, they keep a track of like extras in movies so that they can hire them back to be the same, you know, background characters that they were in some other movie.
Yep. And they do little things like clothing follows from movie to movie, like the jacket that Wanda wears in Avengers Age of Ultron is the leather jacket that Scarlet Widow was wearing in like one of the first movies. Because it was just around the Avengers base and Wanda just picked it up and put it on.
Oh, that's
like
cool.
It was on the carrier. Like little details like that where like it doesn't matter, but you go, yeah, of course. And there's a shot where you see it in like, you know how they each have their own, like on the airship, they each have their own little container for their superhero costume in the locker room or whatever. Like you see that leather jacket just lying around, and then in one scene Wanda's not wearing a jacket, and the next scene it's gone and she's wearing it. And I went back and I was like, oh, that is that jacket. And like little things like that matter. They give you a sense of continuity, and that like in real life, everything is objects in space, and if you can track those objects in space, you get that sense of this being a real world and this having consequence. It's such a good point, Pat. I think that's where Star Wars is less. Although the ironic thing though is The Force Awakens is all about that, right? It's about Luke's saber, like this sword that he's lost.
Is it? I can't remember.
I mean,
is that like a
that right there? What you bring up is a big question that is in the script, in the original script, and in the original shot or the initial leaked shot list. But it's the question of, well, wait a minute, where did this come from? The last time we saw it, it was tumbling in towards a gas planet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a good question for another time. That's never answered.
That was for all the Ryebold fans out there. It was a little callback. Okay, yeah. So I completely agree, and I think to set up the rest of this episode, because what we're going to be talking about a lot here is the way that this movie comes together and forms a climax, and a lot of that is going to be to do with answering the question of like, what is this movie trying to say about the topics that it raises, and the way that movies resolve and the way that characters react to the topics in them is how we develop theme and how we understand theme. And so when Rye's talking about like it's yes, they're nitpicks. The problem is there's a lot of small things in this that don't work, which ultimately contribute to the whole not working. I think you can get away with little mistakes or little kind of shortcuts or sleight of hand, but there is just like, it's at every turn, it's like every location is plagued by the same problems. Like the same writing issues percolate through the rest of this movie, and are kind of Star Wars problems, not just this movie problems. And I think that's the context under which we're entering this kind of final piece, is to try and talk about the bit of the movie that I think we all like the most, which is this cool, like, cowboy standoff, triple double bluff, weird, just like heist film shenanigans, which is like really cool and fun.
I have one more thing, sorry, before we get to Enfys showing up. So there's a part where Kira and Han, this is I think before they talk to the bartender, but where Kira and Han have a moment alone. And, he wants her to go with him, and she says, no, I have to stay with Dryden and everything. And she says everyone serves someone. That's one important line that she says. And then the next important bit is that he is adamant that he's an outlaw.
I have that written down here. I have that written on my notes too. Han smirks and replies, I'm an outlaw.
Yeah. And he's an outlaw. So it's him saying, I'm the guy who you remember at the beginning of A New Hope. And she's saying, no, you're not. You're the guy at the end of A New Hope.
Yeah.
And then he says, I'm definitely not the good guy. I'm a terrible person, in the most unconvincing delivery I've ever heard.
Yeah,
so
really unconvincing.
I'm not sure quite what to think of that. Like, I just thought that little interaction was very interesting. Remember, we've talked about this before, how a big goal of this movie is to say that, here's Han. Here's Han origin story. How does he become who he is when we meet him in A New Hope? Because right now he is not that guy.
I suspect the way that we're supposed to read that line, right? I think, and I don't know if this is how you read it, right? But like, I think the way we're supposed to read that is he's overcompensating because he thinks that Kira was in love with the guy back on the podunk, crime planet. And so he's trying to project that old version of himself and trying to convince her like, no, I'm still the outlaw. I'm still the bad boy that you fell in love with like all those years ago. Don't worry, I haven't changed that much. That was kind of how I read it.
I think that might be right, because I think maybe he misunderstands her reasoning for not wanting to go with him and wanting to stay with Dryden, because his initial response is, "Oh, you're with him," and she says, "No, I owe him."
Yeah.
And so, and I think she also says that she's done terrible things, which Dryden also says later, that you're like, you don't really know her, who she is now.
Yeah, you haven't seen the thing she has or something.
Yeah, and I think Beckett's trying to get the same thing across to him, that like, you don't know her anymore either.
Yeah, and they're both right.
Maybe that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. I don't know, like, this is maybe a larger Star Wars question, so maybe, Darth, this is an arena that you could help chip into, because I'm going to speak from ignorance here, but, Kira's a new character, right? Like, she's new for this movie?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Yeah. So that makes me think, like, they've got a lot of vertical movement they can do with her. Like, she could end up being, like, if they did this trilogy, she could have ended up being, like, a really cool, evil... Oh my god. She could have started as, like, kind of a strong leader and then had a sudden turn and become very evil for no reason at the end.
Whoa. Yeah.
Whoa.
Someone should make a show out of that.
Someone should make a show out of that with dragons.
Well, a lot of the commentary that I've seen around this movie, and an interest in continuing the story into a trilogy, has been about her. Because we already know where Han's going to end up. And it might be interesting to see where he goes to get, or what he goes through to get to that point. Mm-hmm. But I'm much more interested in her, because she's a completely new character.
Plus she's
I've also heard that her character, that Kira, was so when Lucas sold his everything to Disney, he gave them scripts for 7, 8, and 9, and they didn't have to use them, but he was like, as part of the deal, I'm going to give you these fairly fleshed out scripts, and the main character of that was a character named Kira, who was the female Jedi. And I don't know how much of that character they put into this version of Kira, but the names just are... I mean, it seems like they just took one and copy-pasted her from there to there. So it would be really interesting to see Lucas's original script, to see how much of that character was put into this solo character, and how much of her arc over those 3 films may have happened or been planned to happen over the solo trilogy.
See, that's interesting, because we know that this script was part of the deal, not the final version of it, but the pre-treatment was part of the deal with Disney. Because in my research for that first episode we did, it was glaringly obvious that part of the agreement was Lucas was going to supply them with a bunch of like alternate non-sequel trilogy material. The sequel trilogy material was Lucas threw that in as a goodwill gesture. The rest of it was contractual. Like, as part of the contract, they were like, we'll deliver you X number of scripts so you have future options. So I wonder, you might be right, because Kira became Rey in the sequel trilogy, but the character's different enough. Like, they just visually look the same. If you've seen the concept art, they just have a visual similarity. I do wonder if Kira is the arc that we may have seen for a character like Rey, who starts off relatively well-meaning, kind of poor, and then is eventually seduced to the dark side and has to find their way back. Don't know. There's a lot of parallels, at least. I mean, I guess we'll talk about Kira at the end, because there's some pretty interesting stuff that happens with her. But does anybody have anything else before we get emphasis into the arena here?
Not before. I've got several when they arrive.
Okay, excellent. Well, so I'll set up this scene, and then I might hand to you, Darth, to give us some framework here. So you're right. Pat's just trying to kick the wall.
Yeah.
So emphasis. Okay, so our heroes are at the bar and they're trying to decide what to do next. They're waiting for their coaxium to refine, I guess. The ship kind of swoops in on the horizon and lands, and we get Emphas Nest and the Cloud Riders kind of walk out to meet our heroes in a kind of a Mexican standoff. We get a very classic Western framing where we get the shot of Han stepping into frame, and we're looking through his legs with his hand on his blaster. Very classic, like Clint Eastwood type visual aesthetic here. And Emphas confronts our heroes and is like, "Listen, you can't take that coaxium. We need it. We tried to heist you one time. We're gonna have to take that from you. Very sorry. Han, like we kind of discussed last time, Han bluffs and he's like, listen, you don't want to do that. We've got a ship full of like 1,000 dudes down there. They're going to come out here. They're going to blast you all to bits. And then Lando immediately takes off. And Han steps back in line and shuts up. And Emphas reveals that, so she she takes the helmet off at this stage. And I think it's supposed to be a twist. I'm not really sure what
Judging from the music, it seems like it.
The music cues and the camera movement make us think that her being kind of younger is a twist, but I never really thought about her age, so it done nothing for me here.
Yeah, no.
But she takes off her helmet and she's like, listen, listen, this planet has been fucked up by the Crimson Dawn. Look at all these poor people who are now, they took all the coaxium, they took all the wealth. We're going to get back at Crimson Dawn, we're going to get back at the Empire, and we need your coaxium to do it. You got to bloody help us out here. And that's kind of our setup. And now our heroes have to decide what they want to do about Dryden Voss and Emphas Nest, the Cloud Riders, and then this indigenous population who have been done over by both the Crimson Dawn and the Empire. So Darth, why don't you take us away with this rich tapestry?
Okay, so one of the points actually was directly what you just said about the mask, and it's something that annoyed a lot of people with Ben Solo when he takes off his mask for the first time, and that whole reveal is supposed to make you think he is scarred and he is gruesome looking, and then it turns out that he's the prettiest boy in all of Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
And then they did the same thing with her, and I just don't understand why the creators have this need to make us think that it is a scarred, disfigured person who is hiding their face because they're scarred and disfigured, and then it's supposed to be a big shock to the audience. Oh, they're not this ugly person. They're young or they're pretty or whatever. It just doesn't really make sense unless it's like we talked about before, where they're trying to artificially build tension in a really easy way instead of introducing something storyline-wise.
I mean, because that would work if Star Wars was a universe where things that were ugly or weird looking weren't accepted. But, like, there are bars full of fucked up, weird looking shit all over the place that nobody seems to bat an eyelid at. That doesn't even work in the world. Interesting you mentioned Kylo, because I have many gripes with the way that they handled that. Because up until the point where he takes the helmet off, he has this animalistic alienness to him. And he's, like, kind of scary. Like, him stalking Rey through the forest. And, he's using the sound of the lightsaber to disorient her and stuff. That shit works for me 24/7. Like, it's so good. Especially after that opening sequence where he freezes that blaster. But, like, the whole way through, I'm like, damn, this guy's, like, going to be intimidating as hell. Like, he's going to do some crazy stuff. And then you're right, he takes off the helmet. And I'm like, oh, it's the guy from Girls. I was like, wait, what? Like, I was like, wait, what? What reveal was that supposed to be?
I think it works a lot better with Adam Driver just because of what you were saying, how sinister Kylo Ren seems to be when he's in full costume. Then he takes off his helmet, and then I don't know. For me, he kind of has this like kind of innocent look to him, and he's kind of young. I don't know. I think you're meant to get the impression that like, oh, it's just some kid, and it's meant to contrast really heavily with what you've seen of him up until that point. Whereas I don't really, you see Emphas Nest like twice in this movie, and it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it'd be different if we had a main character who like had a helmet on the whole time, and then we had this reveal. It'd be like Mando, for instance. When you first see his face, you're like, oh yeah, it's Pedro Pascal.
Oh, it's Oberyn Martell, yeah.
Yeah, he's still very good looking.
So to me, the mask reveal was a lot more like up until this point, Emphas Nest has been not. I don't think she is the antagonist, but has been an antagonistic force.
Yeah.
First in the Great Train robbery, and now here on Savareen, and so the mask reveal to me is like you have with the voice changer and the mask, you have all these preconceived notions that this is the antagonist and it's gonna do evil marauders, as Beckett says, and then she takes the mask off and it's this young girl, and you're like, wait a minute. So I think that's kind of like prepping you for. Or preparing you for the reveal that no, we're actually the good guys and you guys are working for the bad guys, but you should come over and work for us.
But that's also setting up the idea that we initially, like, our immediate reaction is to say that a young pretty girl is not the villain, when the whole point of at the end of this movie, the young pretty girl was the villain. I mean,
I have thoughts on that too, but I don't necessarily agree with that.
I guess, okay, if we're going to be generous, I'm kind of, okay, if we're going to be generous, I can see that as intentional. So I could see them trying to go for that. It's a little saccharine to do that kind of thematic mirroring in that way. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Darth, from a, like, conceptually, I could see that might have been their intention, which is like, oh, look, this young woman, like, you know, is doing this for all the right reasons. And she's not dangerous. She's the good guy. And then the one character whom we're familiar with, who is doing it for reasons that we care about, which is Han, she, you know, is revealed to be duplicitous.
Well, something else that's interesting about the mask, which was a complete, like, throwaway line, was she says something like, when my mother survived and still wore the mask. So they're playing off the fact that this character, Enfys Nest, has been someone who has been fighting the Empire and fighting the bad guys for at least 2 generations.
Mm-hmm.
But it was only one sentence and never really focused on, and it just felt really weird as a throwaway sentence, number one. And as Raya's been talking about this whole time, it felt like it's something that could have been built up a lot throughout this entire thing.
Yeah, it's not like You go, Ray.
No, go. Well, I was going to say, so the part of the twist, for me at least, is that did you know the sex of Enfys Nest beforehand?
No.
I thought it was a guy.
Okay.
I mean, that might be a bit sexist to me, but, you know, my bad person voice changer sounds masculine. I'm thinking guy. And then she takes the mask off and it's like, oh, it's a girl. Not only that, but it's a young girl. But like Darth said, the part about the mother, it's more, to me, it feels more like a what's the Princess Bride, Dread Pirate Roberts.
I was literally just thinking that.
Yeah.
That was the point I was gonna make. Yeah, Dread Pirate Roberts, where it's like it could be anyone. Yeah, but do you think that gets conflated with the gender reveal, where it's like, because we don't know that Enfys Nest should be a particular gender or has been around for a long time, that, like, unlike the Dread Pirate Roberts thing where you go like, suddenly everything makes sense, this doesn't have that same effect?
I was gonna say, like, if I think part of the gender reveal is that, well, let's say, go to Darth's example. Let's say, you know, Enfys Nest takes the mask off and it's Adam Driver.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the fact that it's Enfys Nest takes the mask off, and my preconceived notions of this character was it's going to be a guy, and probably because of the mask, maybe, as Darth said, grotesquely scarred or whatever. But none of my preconceived notions are correct. So maybe everything I think about this character is wrong. Whereas if it had been Adam Driver, you know, who's not scarred and everything, but still male, I might not be in that position to accept that this maybe is not the antagonist that I thought it was.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I think that's like right on the nose. Yeah, exactly. I don't understand why it's here. Like, what? It doesn't, yeah. I mean, okay, so she reveals that the face reveal is in combination with revealing their mission and why they've been trying to take the coaxium, right? They are one and the same in some ways. The movie is like, we are the good guys here. Look at us. We look like good guys. We have a bunch of diverse people. There's a dwarf. There's weirdly scarred people. There's some funny looking aliens. We're a bunch of kind of mismatched, kind of cobbled together team here. You like there is virtue signaling the movie is doing to let us know that these are the good guys. And like I don't know who mentioned it before. It might have been you, Darth. But like we talked about before, like we then get the reveal of like, oh well, they've cut out the tongues and this and that and like this oppression. But there are all of these signifiers to let us know that, yeah, these are a marginalized group. And whilst, yes, you need to code people that way, there is something kind of a little gross about the way that it's done. Sort of like it feels a little exploitive in some ways. But yeah, aside from that, does the reveal of them being the good guys, like as the setup for this conflict at the end, is there tension in that setup for you guys? Does that work as a proposition, being torn between Darth'd and Voss and these good guys?
The whole thing just didn't make sense to me at all. I mean, it was visually exciting and tense, at least the first time you saw it, but it just does not make sense that there was no build up to them suddenly deciding that they're not the bad guys anymore. Like, Enfys has been trying to kill them immediately, no second thoughts about it, yet now that they don't have guns drawn, are completely outnumbered, they're not immediately gunned down, and Enfys is like, oh yeah, let's sit down and talk about this, we're not really evil, we haven't been trying to kill you this whole time.
Also, haven't they killed a bunch of each other's own people, like during the train heist?
Yeah.
Isn't Enfys essentially responsible for like the death of Beckett's wife and the ship pilot Rio?
Great point. Yeah.
And didn't our heroes? No, and our heroes killed a bunch of Cloud Riders with blasters.
I hadn't even thought about one of the things that Darth just said. Just made it click for me. Like, they don't have the coaxium. The villagers have it. It's going through the pipes right now.
Yeah.
So, like, Enfys could just be like, all right, we're going to hold you at gunpoint and just take the stuff. I don't get it.
Also, the villagers are on Enfys's side, so couldn't they just trick? Like, there's so many options here. They could trick our heroes. Like, there's any number of ways to do this.
They just saw the goodness shining from Han. They're like, this guy, we want him.
I've seen his jacket. He's going to be a hero.
I got something. Something just clicked for me. So like, because part of an extension of what I just said was that if their goal is the coaxium, then why would they give it to Han and Chewie and Kira to put it on the take the real coaxium to Dryden, which we haven't gotten to yet, but that's the plan. And if their goal is the coaxium, why are they okay with doing that? Why don't they just take the coaxium? Because they've already got it. And then it occurs to me that these are the villagers who were terrorized by Crimson Dawn. So maybe their goal is, we want the coaxium and we want to kill these people. And in that case, it makes sense.
Because we don't see the discussion they have. We cut away. We don't get to see the setup for this double, triple, twisty stuff. That all happens off screen. So what I think maybe the implication off screen is that was the agreement. It's like, hey, we'll get you the coaxium, but you have to help us take out Crimson Dawn. Like, that seems to be the agreement that they've made. Because that benefits everybody.
And Enfys and their group, they would be motivated to do that.
Yes. What benefits them, and it benefits Han and Kira, it sort of starts to track, and then you also get, like, if Kira's an apprentice of Maul, then it's like the Sith, you kill the Master, become the Master. Like, it sort of makes sense for a lot of what these characters are all, like, what their actual motivations are, all kind of line up to this as the plan. Even if it's a very silly plan that has a lot of points of failure.
It does seem very contrived.
It's very complicated.
It follows. Everybody's maybe not acting perfectly logically, but it kind of makes sense.
Well, it's
good enough. It's good enough movie logic.
Everybody behaves the way that the movie presents them as wanting to behave, or like is their nascent tendency. Beckett does all the things you would expect Beckett to do. Kira does all the Kira stuff. Han does all the Han stuff. Chewie is a dog. Just like classic Star Wars. You guys get it.
But there was I don't think we talked about this last time, but there was, oh man, I had a thought about Chewie. Right, it was like right after when I was thinking about what you said about the Chewie as a dog, and I said you can't talk about him like that because I've seen other people get jumped on, and I think it was the sequels, the sequel trilogy specifically, that not only does Rey inherit the Falcon, but she also inherits Chewbacca.
Yep.
Why doesn't Chewbacca inherit the Falcon? And it's like they're treating him like a pet, which he's not. And I was thinking about this might be the only movie where Chewbacca actually has sort of his own motivations Does that make sense? Like when they're when they're on Kessel and it's Chewie's working with Han to go get the stuff, and then he sees the Wookiees being tortured, and he's like, he goes to Han like, I gotta go. And then I think that might be the only time in the entire Star Wars saga that Chewie actually has his own thing going on.
You might be right.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm like running it through my head. I'm like, maybe the only other one is in the Clone Wars. Wait, is it the Clone Wars? No, it's in the
Rebels, probably.
Well, no, not Clone. I was thinking the movie. Sorry, Revenge of the Sith. I can never remember what the prequels are called. In Revenge of the Sith, Chewie helps Yoda escape Kashyyyk. Yeah, and the reason for that is because it benefits Chewie, because if the Empire finds Yoda there, then they'll kill all the remaining Wookiees. Like, there is a motivation for Chewbacca to do that is him. It benefits him.
That is one of my favorite scenes, by the way, because no one ever talks about how hilarious it is. Like, think back to the scene for a second. So Yoda lets his cane fall to the floor because he is feeling through the Force that all of the Jedi are being killed. 2 stormtroopers get the message over their comms so no one can hear it. They get it over their comms, Order 66, kill Yoda. So they come up behind him, raise their guns. Yoda senses it, leaps backwards, cuts off their heads. Chewbacca and Tarfor immediately grab Yoda and run. They don't care that he just assassinated 2 of his own guards. They are like, we are protecting this little green dude because he's our friend. Like, they have no idea that Order 66 happened. They are just trying to protect their little dude.
We could have jammed this tiny green man in a rocket ASAP. But no, yeah, that's Chewie's agency is a question, maybe for another time, because I think this movie is the most characterization he gets, and he feels like a real character. Like the fact that Beckett has Chewie at gunpoint and it's a real threat, like that makes Chewie feel like an actual character to me. Where it's like, yeah, he's just one of the boys on the crew doing his thing. Like, yeah, he can
even
be held
then,
at gunpoint.
so much of that characterization was just thrown in because, like you guys have said before, they were just trying to do this checklist of all of this stuff. Like, he gets his what are they called, the bandoliers, the ammo straps across his chest that he always wears. Like, he gets those in this film, but if I recall correctly, he literally never picks up a gun and shoots a gun in the entire film. So why is he wearing this bandolier for ammo when he never has a gun?
Is it ammo? I thought it was like grenades or something.
Okay, he never throws a grenade. I mean, whatever
he?
it is, he never uses
Kira
it.
throws a shitload of grenades.
Oh, doesn't he in somewhere in the sequel trilogy? I swear.
No, he and Han plant thermal detonators inside Starkiller base right before Kylo runs Han through with a saber.
All right. Well, look, he just felt a little naked. He just wanted.
He just wanted something. Yeah. It's like pants. It's like Wookiee pants.
Yeah.
Maybe all the Wookiees have sashes.
It's like Worf's thing in Star Trek.
Yeah, yeah. It's Worf's little battle sash. Yeah. Fuck, Star Trek's good. Anyway, I miss Next Generation. Have you all seen that new Picard show?
Not yet.
I have not yet.
Okay, you probably don't need to.
Oh,
it's very good. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I have a friend who's very, very into Star Trek, and he was like,
Yeah, it was a bit mad to me.
I don't like it. He doesn't like it.
I think we've just committed one of the cardinal podcast sins, which is on a Star Wars show. We're talking about Star Trek. I think they're going to take my podcast license away for that one.
They might.
So we might have to bleep that out.
Yeah, but we were dissing on it, so it's okay. That's what we're supposed to do.
We were ragging on it, yeah. Fucking, it's silly. They don't even do anything. All they do is talk. It's for babies. I want swords and fights. I'm a big boy. I like Star Wars. Okay, so let's set up the ending here. Does anybody have anything else before I kind of try and set up this weird heist cross thing?
The only thing that I have before the action kicks off is the interaction with Dryden, or between Dryden and Kira.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have one before we leave this, which was something that I've been thinking about more since Rye's been bringing it up, of how world building beforehand can set the stage for things to happen. And it got me to thinking, what are the odds that, as far as I could tell, this that planet, Savarine, was the home planet of Enfries. At least her, maybe several of her cohorts, but at least her, that was her home planet. Was that the impression you guys got?
Yeah, more or less.
I think that's the kind of the impression, but at the same time, I was like, well, she still has her tongue, so she's definitely wasn't with these people.
The impression I got was that she was the generation that was under the ones whose tongues got cut out.
Yeah,
that was whether or not that's true, but the whole point just goes back to what we had talked about earlier of the coincidence that the only planet in the entire galaxy where you could refine coaxium under the radar happens to be the planet that Enfries is on, that they tracked them to. Like, the coincidences in this are just weird.
Yeah, and that can easily be solved by proving it's not a coincidence and being like, this is my home planet. Like, you could just do that. She could have been like, we were from here. But we, it's easy. Instead it's left as a coincidence instead of being a plot point, if you know what I mean. And this movie has plenty of coincidence already. But yeah, that's a good point.
Well, it would have made more sense for them to, they refine the coaxium on one planet and then get kidnapped from Enfries to go to another planet where they meet her home people who have been hurt by the bad guys. Like, that would make a lot more sense versus having them coincidentally be on the same planet. It just feels like very lazy world building.
Yeah, it's almost like they had one soundstage and they were like, okay, we have this beach that we can film on.
Yeah.
And this soundstage, let's just reuse the beach a bunch.
Well, speaking of the beach, there's two things here again that when I'm watching these movies and this little question in the back of the analytical part of my brain, which shouldn't be saying anything, is like when a Beckett goes walking down the beach. I'm like, where is he going?
I thought that same thing. I thought that this time. I was rewatching it this week again, and I was like, where's he going? He doesn't have a ship. What? Like, the whole time I'm like, oh man, I don't want him to hurt Chewie. Those crates look really heavy. And then the camera keeps panning and all that's in front of them is more beach. And I'm like, wait a second. What? Does he have
I thought
exit strat?
Yeah, it's kind of like I had the same feeling on it was episode 7, Mandalorian this season, when they let when Mayfeld at the end of the episode, and I'm like, where is he going? Did they give him any money? How does he get off this planet?
Yeah, he just goes, all right, I'm out of here. It's like, wait.
What? You can't give him a ride somewhere?
When he's surrounded by the enemy troopers too, they're literally at their base, and the base is on high alert because they just blew everything up there. I mean,
it's they killed a bunch of the native population too.
Yeah. We can give you a ride, fam. It's a big ship. Yes, Pat, is it time for an ad break?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right, we'll take a quick ad break, and then we'll kind of jump in to setting up the ending, and then we might jump in and talk a little bit about some of the reason the things we've been talking about, like these little nitpicks, are so prevalent when it comes to this movie and what genre this movie is trying to be. So we'll take a very quick break and then come back. All right. We are back. Hope you enjoyed those products or services. We had a great chat about Pokemon cards. It was excellent. What I want to talk about next is just a few kind of things to tie together what Rye was discussing before and a lot of what we've been talking about as a setup for this last piece of the movie. So there's a question that we really haven't answered yet, and it's kind of a question that dwells at the heart of most of Star Wars, which is what genre is this movie specifically, right? Because Star Wars is fantasy, set in with the table setting of sci-fi. But in these kinds of settings, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, like we've been focused on a lot of the time. So we shouldn't have to worry about a lot of the mechanics of this world. They should be easy for us to understand, and there should be markers and signifiers for us to kind of understand how certain things work. So for example, questions this film raised that I've just written down really quickly are, coaxium is starship fuel, which is great, but how do you get water in space? What about air? Is there oxygen on spaceships? Do they have filters? You picking up oxygen cylinders? Are there oxygen masks in Star Wars? Because pilots sure wear them, and we've seen them used in the sequel trilogy, but there's never any spacesuits. So
Well, they always have like some sort of barrier whenever they have like ships that are.
yeah, there's like a shield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Don't think too hard.
Don't think about it.
Yeah.
That's a really funny point about the water. Just while you're talking about it, I was looking in the visual dictionary for episode 7, and I think it was 7, but anyway, one of the sequels, and a lot of the aliens are amphibious, right? So apparently, instead of just making those amphibious creatures walk around like normal people, they built like aqua tunnels in the spaceships. So there's literally tunnels full of water that these creatures can swim through around the spaceships instead of having to walk around and wear bubble domes or whatever.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
That was my reaction when I
That's insane.
I loved that. That's fantastic.
That's so expensive. What a prohibitive design in your ship.
Unless it's part of like the water filtration system that they use to also let people drink, and maybe, but it definitely felt like it was thought of after the fact because there was no hint of that in the movies whatsoever.
Yeah, I think A New Hope would have gone differently if instead of shooting into the exhaust vent, it was like shoot it into the swimming pipes for the fish people. Would have been a different kind of vibe. That's incredible. I thought you were going to say they drink their own recycled piss, Darth. I thought that's where we were going.
Well, I think in every space film they actually do.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I've seen that, the one with Matt Damon. He's up there on Mars having fun. Potatoes and whatnot. Another question that was raised by this movie specifically is, so Han gets his blaster, which is like a broken down sniper rifle. What fuel does it use? Does he need ammo? Where do you buy blaster ammo? Is it battery powered? If so, do they need to charge it?
Yeah, you don't see him charging it when he goes to sleep every night.
He's got like a really jank lightning cable, so he's got to like plug it in and unplug it a few times.
Yeah.
And like wiggle it just to get the right angle. But this film, we've discussed it before. This film centers resources in a way that no other Star Wars film does. And everything ends up needing this little hat tip explanation to the point where it sort of takes over when they don't do it. So, like, for example, like this movie sets up a bunch of stuff like, why is the Falcon so uniquely fast and agile? Why can it navigate to places where the Imperials can't? But then we also do other things, like we find out where Han got his blaster. We find out where the dice came from. We find out how he got his ship. We find out what the Kessel Run was. It feels like this laundry list of Han Solo character creation plot points rather than its own actual story. And the two things I've written down here as comparison points are like Red Dead 2 or Rogue One, which are both prequels, where they explain like a single thing rather than a complete history. Red Dead 2 explains John's hat, ultimately. And it explains why he wears that hat and its legacy and why he wears it with every outfit he wears in that game, more or less. And so like as this story progresses, I'm left with the question of like, what is the movie about? And the closest thing I could come to is like the topics it keeps bringing up is like thieving and like resourcing, all this stuff. And all of these things are centered. And so in some ways it's about greed. In some ways the topic of the movie is greed or like want or something. The greed of Voss, the greed of Beckett, the greed of Han, the greed of Disney. So we'll kind of talk a little bit about that as we get toward the end and we try and understand like what it is this movie is trying to say about those topics. But as we alluded to before, Enfys basically bends Han's ear, and kind of off-screen-ish, we see a deal be struck between them. We do get the impression that Beckett is not too thrilled about this. Beckett's kind of like, look, if you want to double betray, you can kind of do it on your. I'm not fully sure this is a great idea, guys. Right? So he's on board, but he's not super on board. So we go into the Sky Yacht, and I can't remember if it was Rye or Darth, but you had a point about the interaction here with Kira. But essentially, we go in, and our heroes deliver the coaxium. Voss he's a little suspicious. He's like, something feels fishy here. And we have a bit of a back and forth where our heroes try and talk him down and try and convince him that nothing's wrong. And then, of course, we do get our confrontation where they open the coaxium and Beckett realizes that Han is planning this backstab. And that's kind of the setup. Like, I'll probably leave it there because then we can talk about the outcome and everything after that. But yeah, did somebody have something about the interaction with Kira?
Well, let's refresh the details real quick right there. So Beckett Beckett leaves after Han talks about the betrayal, so we don't see him at all. As soon as they arrive at Dryden Voss's ship, Voss has already been informed by Beckett. So from the very beginning, Voss is playing around with him. He is toying with him because he is angry. So he knows fully what's going on the entire time. And then eventually he opens the door and calls in Beckett, which is the reveal that they were betrayed, that Voss knew that they were quote unquote fake coaxium that was delivered the whole time. So so that's the full setup going into what Rye's going to be talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when Dryden is talking to Kira, he says, what did he say? I wrote it down here. What would you do if the person you trusted most in the world betrayed you? And she says, I would want to know why, if it was a moment of weakness or something else. And then I can't read my own writing here. And then I would ask the person to prove their loyalty by sacrificing something they love. Now, I was trying to think about that. I'm like, what? There's something about that I thought was pretty interesting, and I was thinking, and this is where I said earlier that I kind of disagree with what Darth said about Kira being a villain. Actually, is I was thinking, is she foreshadowing what's going to happen at the end of the movie with that line? Because and that gets to her motivation later, but or her motivation at the end of the movie is that what she's doing? Is she sacrificing what she loves when she's leaving Han there? Like,
yeah,
because obviously it's kind of obvious that she has feelings for Han. She really likes Han. She believes in Han, but she is tied to Crimson Dawn forever now, and. Right. And that it was to the question of I wrote it down. The other thing I wrote down here is she going to go see what's his name, Darth Maul? Mm-hmm. Is she going to see Darth Maul at the end because is that what she wants to do, or is that what she needs to do?
I think this is where it gets interesting, right? So the character's needs and wants, and the difference between them is where most stories take place, right? So Kira wants to stay with Han, and she wants to be with him, and she wants to go and live the life of an outlaw with the sexy, swashbuckling Alden Ehrenreich, but what she needs to do is go and square her debt with Darth Maul. And what Han wants is to have a life with Kira and to help the fledgling rebellion. But what he needs to do is find his own way in the world with his companion Chewbacca. And so you raise an interesting point, which is to the question of, like, does that make sense for Kira? Is she talking about, she's not, because she's obviously setting up to betray Voss, right? So she's kind of doing this like double, triple, there's a few layers to it, but she's saying this, giving Voss the indication that she will sacrifice Han, right? What she's actually saying is, in order to go and pursue that need, which is to square things with Darth, or to go and pursue that angle, she's going to sacrifice being with him, not literally killing him. So it's kind of like, there's like the initial layer, and then there's the next layer above it, which is like the actual truth. As to whether either of them are emotionally resonant.
Well, yeah. The whole thing about the want and the need was that if she's sacrificing Han because she wanted to replace Dross or Dross, that's Dryden Voss. That she wanted to, if she wanted to replace him and move up the chain of Crimson Dawn, then yes, she is a villain. But if she's doing that, if she's sacrificing what she wants, which is to be with Han, to protect him, I think she keeps telling him, like, you don't understand, or what's this thing? It's like, you can't win this game. You stay in as long as you can.
Yeah.
And the only way that she knows that he's going to get away from Crimson Dawn is if she's there to to sort of cover up everything that went down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because she lies to Maul at the end. It says, Beckett betrayed him, and never mind, he's dead. She doesn't tell him that.
Yeah, because Maul's like, hey, when you get here, we'll work out what to do with Beckett, and we'll work out what to do with his companions. And she's like, no, it was just Beckett. Like, he was the perpetrator. Yeah, it's interesting, but I don't know if it has the emotional resonance that the movie thinks it will.
No, I just thought I'm kind of with you there, but I just thought that line was interesting. I'm like, because if you read it that way, then that line foreshadows exactly what's going to happen with her at the end of the movie.
And what if it also wasn't foreshadowing? What if she, and I don't know if there was any visual indication that this is true, but what if she was actually saying that for Han's benefit, trying to give him a clue when he is days later trying to figure out why did she abandon me? And he was like, oh, wait, she said this, it didn't make sense. And she said, maybe she had to do this. Maybe this wasn't what she wanted to do. Maybe she had to leave me. Maybe she had to abandon me because of these lines of dialogue.
Yeah.
Well, that ties into the problem of, going back to the big problem of this movie, is how do we get this Han to be our Han? And is this the event that does that to him?
Yeah. And the answer is
I don't
no.
think it does.
Right?
Yes.
We can definitively say he is not the Han Solo of A New Hope at the end of this.
Can we?
Pretty confidently. No. Yeah, I can.
Yeah. No. I 100% agree with that. Yeah. He's not Han Solo yet. I mean, I buy him as a younger version of that character, but he's not who we know in A New Hope yet.
Yeah, I suppose, like he is kind of a bit more jaded in A New Hope, I feel. Yeah. But going back to like the needs versus want thing, I feel like Han's want is to be a free agent, be the Han Solo he is in A New Hope, whereas his want is to be virtuous and to help the rebellion. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that kind of contrasts with like Kira's need and want, and I forgot what my point was, but yeah, something interesting there.
Yeah, it's sort of they're each other's foil in some way, where it's like he wants to do the good thing, but he needs to do some other shit. She needs to do the wrong thing and wants to do the right thing. And there is something about that I can see where this is going. I can see the 2 sequels to this, and I can see the 3-movie arc. I can see the way this is the first act of a 3-movie arc for these 2 characters.
Well, something else that's interesting, talking about the needs and wants of the characters, when you were talking about the overall theme of the film and how greed was a very big part of the theme, but when you dive down thematically to look at the characters, all of them, the main theme was freedom. Specifically, it's usually freedom from debt, but also frequently it's just the freedom to do whatever they want and having the money to enable them to have that freedom. So you could also look at Kira's betrayal as not just protecting Han, but she cannot have freedom until she becomes the leader of Crimson Dawn. That is the only thing that will ever utterly guarantee that she finally has freedom for the first time in her life. So we've got Han, who wants the freedom to go back and rescue her. Then he wants the freedom of having his own ship and to earn his own money and all this stuff. Chewie was needing his freedom to get out of the pit, freedom to go find his family. Beckett and Val wanted the freedom to go out and live their own happy life on the planet and have the time to learn his musical instrument. It's just all over the place. Initially, I was looking at it as they wanted more like monetarily, but the more that I looked at it, I think the overall theme was not necessarily around greed, but just freedom in general, which plays very well into the overall theme of Star Wars of the the bad army who is just this dictatorship that's taking away everyone's freedom.
Well, back in the very first one of these that we recorded, Danielle said something interesting. She said, you said liberation, I believe. And that wasn't something that I had thought about. And you remember how I said that you set the tone right at the beginning of the movie with it's a heist movie, they're stealing something, and then throughout the movie they keep stealing things, and how I really liked that. And what she said about liberation, I went back and I looked at it. I'm like, that I could see that, because everybody's trying to get out of something, and they're either trying to get out of something, or they're stealing something, or they're stealing something to get out of something. And then you have also Kira's line with Han before they go ask about the brandy, where she says everyone serves someone.
Yeah. Yes, which is everyone except Lando.
The true hero of the
Lando
story.
is the true hero of this story and of my heart. Lando is
of Star Wars. They don't beat the Final Order if he doesn't gather the fleet.
That's true.
Lando is in this story the thing that Han wants to be. He is the thing that all of these characters want to be. He has freedom. He has a ship. He has wealth. He has capes. He's got it all, guys. He's got everything that he could possibly want, and he's the one who bugs out when things get tough. He's like, well, not my bag. Sorry, I'm out of here. Right?
Now, one interesting thing, though, is that he could have a rougher backstory because if you'll recall, when they first hired him and they're trying to negotiate on the first, 25% cut, and he says, oh, you're Beckett, you killed so-and-so, I owed that person a lot of money. So we could actually see that he wasn't always this like super rich dude. Like he may have only been the super rich dude because the person he owed all the money to died, so he is able to keep that wealth.
Which seems to be the move, right? The move in this universe is kill the person whom has control over you, and that is how you obtain freedom. Or steal enough of their shit that you can buy your way out from under them.
And not just in this series, because the same thing with like Jabba. It was like literally kill the enslaver and you're free.
Yeah, which is an interesting kind of simplistic view of the systems at work that create slavery. It's interesting. Last time we talked the time before last, we talked about Fallout and the way that it kind of portrays world building and things like that. And Fallout has this issue with slavery in the same way that Star Wars does, where slavery always looks the same no matter where you go. And it doesn't matter what the context is. Slavery will always kind of happen if capitalism is around, and it's always an individual actor. It's always a bad actor who enacts the slavery. It's never a system that creates it. So in Dryden Voss's case, the reason Crimson Dawn is bad is because Dryden Voss is a bad dude doing bad things. The reason that this planet was conquered is because this guy wanted their resources and wanted to, knew how to oppress them. The reason the droids are subjugated is because they were needed for manual labor and they were designed for it and they have these bolts or whatever. But like the droids is the closest this story, any of these Star Wars stories comes to painting slavery or this kind of version of slavery as a systematic issue rather than an individual one, to the point where, when you get the Empire is driven by two individual actors. Right, what are the bad guys called in the sequel trilogy? The New Order,
the First Order,
First Order, the New Order. The First Order is like driven by Snoke, Kylo, and the toffee. What's the orange head dude's name?
Fuck.
Husk.
Hux.
Hux.
H-U-X. Hux.
Yeah.
Again, like three individual actors ultimately responsible for the continuation and perpetration of these evils. And it's not until the last very bad Star Wars movie that becomes a larger picture, and it was some magic cloned bad guy the whole time. But like for the most part, it's individual people doing bad things. Jabba has slaves because Jabba's a bad guy. Like there's never an intimation that this is a systematic issue to do with the society or the finances or the Force. Like there's no interrogation of the way that these systems actually develop. They are just like, here's a bad guy who's doing slavery, but here's a little twist you didn't see coming. He's a big slug man.
I mean, what you're describing is just like the quintessential difference between Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yes.
Like Star Trek focuses on the systematic themes of like how people become who they are, and Star Wars is not concerned with that at all.
Not at all.
Would I be I'm kind of scared to say this, but I've never watched Star Trek. Maybe I should be watching Star Trek.
I mean, neither have I, Danielle.
Okay.
You want to start with Enterprise. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enterprise and then...
Okay. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, Enterprise and Deep Space Nine.
Oh, no? Okay. Like, I literally know nothing. So.
You just watch Next Generation and you'll be fine.
Or Voyager. Voyager's also a good...
Voyager's good.
Yeah.
I quite liked bits of Discovery as well.
No, I'm also kidding about Voyager. I like it. My Star Trek buddy, who's a different guy than my Star Wars buddy, he makes fun of me for liking Voyager.
Interesting.
I believe among real Star Trek aficionados, it is very low. It's like the Attack of the Clones of the Star Trek universe.
Voyager is Janeway, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I freaking love that. What do people hate about it?
It's a very, very long. We could talk for like 2 years. We make a 2-year podcast about
that could literally like a
not good at Voyager.
Deep Space Nine, in my opinion, is worse, but that's a really unpopular opinion.
What?
Listen, we can't do it
Oh
now,
my
guys.
God.
We can't do it now. We're talking about Star Wars.
I was gonna say, like, you're making the Star Wars people mad by talking about Star Trek, and you're just oh my God, the Star Trek people are gonna hate this.
Yeah, I'm making enemies on every side.
Oh man,
I'm kind of the Sith of the podcast, if you know what I mean. Kind of the bad boy of the podcast, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, totally.
Kind of the
Don't
outlaw
worry, you'll get
of
your
the podcast.
You'll
in
get
some
your
ways.
redemption arc. Don't worry.
Kind of get my own ship and have my own adventures. You guys can hang out here and stay on this mud planet, and I'm gonna go out there, and I'm not staying on this moisture farm no more. I'm all of the characters.
Danielle, I've been waiting for David's redemption arc for like 3 years. It's
hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's not common.
No. I don't get redeemed. I just get more and more evil, and worse and worse.
I thought you said emo.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said evil. Yeah. Yeah.
So I had a thought about Solo, which I think was what we were talking about.
Sorry, can you? One of you talk? There we go. Now I can hear you.
All right, that movie. Yeah.
In my gestures, I unplugged my headphone. Yeah, let's talk about Solo, a Star Wars movie. So, okay, we're at the end. It was basically what we've got is the reveal of Beckett is like, oh shit, now we're in trouble, and Han is pretending to get got, right? He's like, you bloody got us. Like, he sells it pretty well. And Voss signals, or there is a signal that is given to Voss's people outside who are going to go and subjugate Enfys Nest, right? Because Beckett has tipped them off. He's like, hey, these guys are out there. You got to go capture them. He's privy to the plan, presumably. And so all of Voss's elite kind of soldiers go up, and what they're going to do is they're going to capture or kill the Cloud Riders. And what we get is the reveal that they're not the Cloud Riders, it's the local population, and the Cloud Riders ambush this elite troop and take them out somehow, despite the fact that these are trained military personnel, and these are just like a bunch of bad rebels who aren't very good at their jobs, who couldn't even steal coaxium twice. And there's we get some cool Enfys Nest action. She has a cool staff, little anti-gravity staff thing, but they take out the elite troop, and Voss suddenly realizes that Han's plan has gone off without a hitch. He's drawn out all the elite troops and taken them out, and suddenly Voss is basically defenseless. Beckett, with blaster in hand, shoots the remaining 3 guards in the room, and suddenly now has Kira, Voss, and Han and Chewbacca at gunpoint. And here, suddenly, everyone works out that Han actually does have the real coaxium with him this whole time, and that it was a double bluff or something.
I just can't help but remember that Rick and Morty episode when he's describing like his what do you call it? His heist film pitch, and he's explaining it. But and then there's a double cross, but that was a part of the hero's plan the whole time, and so he double crosses the double cross, and then
he's like, he's
getting like disillusioned as he's talking about it.
Yeah. That's exactly what this is.
But hey, man, I fucking love this shit.
It's so fun.
It's so good.
I really like it. Yeah, it's really cool. What do you guys think about Beckett just suddenly doing his own thing? How does that work for you guys?
I think that absolutely fits with his character.
Yeah.
On the one hand. On the other hand, he's been that moment absolutely fits with his character, I think. But on the other hand, he's the one who's kind of been like the whole movie, along with Kira, that you can't screw over Crimson Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
That they'll come after you.
Yeah, there were 2 things that really confused me there. One, that he just didn't, when he had the gun, Dryden Voss had nothing. Kill him, you got no problems from then on. You could just take the entire ship. But number 2, I do not understand, given his character and everything we've seen so far, why he left Han behind. Like, it just does not make sense.
Beckett, you mean?
Well, it makes sense in...
But he protected Han at every other opportunity.
It's the same thing as it doesn't follow with his character, is that it does make sense, but it also doesn't, because
if he leaves everybody in there, they're going to be dealing with each other, and he can get away.
Mm-hmm.
But so that's how it makes sense. But if he leaves everybody in there, somebody's going to win, and that person is going to come after him. So why, if he's the only one with the blaster in the room, which is what he says, his reason for shooting the guards, why doesn't he just kill everybody? And, as you said, take the ship.
Because he's like, he has the starkest, like, coldest interior to warm exterior ratio I've ever seen in a character.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
So, you know, he, like, I suppose he does care about Han and them, but also not really enough to, like, leave them to die, and just makes no sense.
Who would you shoot? I'm thinking it through. If you had to shoot somebody else as well, so if you were like, to give you the best odds of getting away, right? Because you still want them to fight. I think you shoot Kira, because what I'm trying to do is, like, if I'm Beckett and I want time to get away, the most reasonable, like, Kira, and if I left Kira and Voss alive, they're likely to team up. If I leave Han and Kira alive, they're likely to team up. But if I leave Han and Voss alive, they're gonna duke it out while I get an opportunity to escape with my big dog and my coaxium.
But I feel like Voss would kill Han pretty quickly, and then Voss would be after Beckett.
Or if Han somehow won that fight, he would also be coming after Beckett.
Yeah, but Han's easier to deal with than Voss's entire Crimson Dawn. Or is Crimson Dawn just this yacht? Is that the whole organization? Like, we don't know enough yet to really understand. Is Darth Maul part of Crimson Dawn? Like, what?
Well,
like,
it was my understanding that so she does the thing and she talks to she talks to Darth Maul. The implication is that Dryden Voss is not the top dog that, or actually no, because this is from, is it Rebels or Clone Wars? It's Clone Wars, I think, where Darth Maul takes over, like, all the syndicates.
Yeah, I was about to say he's supposed to be. They haven't gone into it in the movies, and the movies supersede all other stories when it comes to what is officially canon. So technically, we don't know, but he is supposed to be the leader of Crimson Dawn, and then I think also maybe a Black Sun and the other ones too. But he's at least supposed to be the leader of Crimson Dawn because Dryden Voss does say, "You know who I report to." So, like, he definitely says, "I am not the leader. Someone else is the leader."
Okay.
Well, here's kind of a problem because because I had forgotten that Darth Maul takes over everything. I thought he was just the leader of Crimson Dawn, but if he's the one who controls everything, he also controls the Pikes, which are the people that they stole the coaxium from.
Yeah, which is what they said though, which is that they never were going to be able to tell him where they got it from because they were stealing from allies. That was part of the original.
So they maybe never told Maul where they were getting it from without realizing maybe he owned both of them.
Of course, he's also going to hear, "Hey, our mine got broken into and a bunch of our coaxium is missing. You know, exactly this amount. Do you know where exactly this amount might have gone?"
And he's like, "Huh, I have exactly that amount in my possession. I wonder if there's a correlation there." Yeah, this gets to the issue of, like, this was clearly the first in a series of 3 films, and we don't have enough exposition to answer these questions.
Which kind of bothers me because I think that would make, if knowing that this was the first movie in a trilogy would make me like this movie so much more, because then it would be something to look forward to and maybe develop Han's character more so that eventually we get from point A to point B of what they kind of seem to want to happen at the end of this movie, which is get him to episode 4, which is clearly not the case. So it's a little disappointing.
It is. Plus, we could have had 2 more films of Lando, and I'm here for that.
Yeah,
I'm so down for that.
And Kira, I wanted to see more Kira.
Yeah,
me too. Yeah,
you know what? Give her a lightsaber. Let me see her cut some dudes up. Give me some violence, man. I want to see that shit. Okay, so right, Beckett takes Chewbacca. Well, sorry.
Do you want to do an ad break?
Oh, is it ad time? Yeah, let's do ad time. All right, we're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back, and we'll talk about what happens next after Chewbacca and Beckett stroll up onto the beach there. So we'll take a quick break and be right back with you. All right. So we're on the beach. Chewbacca and Beckett are out there. We cut back to our interior, and we have the second Beckett leaves the room. It's all hell breaks loose. Han goes for his blaster. Voss goes for his glowing knives, and Kira goes for a sword that's just laying around. And we get a pretty quick, tight little action sequence. It's really cool. Voss is using the environment to his advantage. Like, he destroys a bottle with one of his knives, and it kind of showers into Han's face, so Han has to kind of block it. It's very scrappy, and like this thing's breaking, and Han's trying to shoot him, and eventually Voss gets the upper hand. And as he does, Kira kind of intervenes and knocks the blaster from Han's hand, and kind of has him at blade point. And Voss kind of comes up behind Kira, and she's kind of got Han, and she's like, "Listen, just like you taught me, you find your enemy's weakness and you exploit it. That's how you win the game," type of thing. And as she's got this to Han, you can see Voss kind of very smugly like, "Aha, look at what I've done." And she does a weird, like, very character cartoonish, like, pose with the sword as she's saying this, and then she turns around, and rather than killing him in one fell swoop, she just kind of like cuts. She turns around and she cuts at Dryden Voss's arm, and he kind of is like, "Oh," and he's surprised, and then she keeps going at him, overwhelms him, and just buries the sword into his chest, killing him. Because she in fact meant him, not Han. Twist again. So many twists. And she kills Voss. And we get a little interaction between her and Han where she's like, "Listen, like, we need something to buy our ship. I'm going to stay here and collect some gems. You go after Chewbacca, and then we'll buy our ship and we'll fly off together." They make out a bit, and then Han leaves. And this is where we get our Darth Maul sequence. So then we learn that Kira was working for Maul, and she's on her way to Dathomir after this, in fact, rather than shacking up with Han and being in love and stuff. What do we think of this little sequence here?
I want to say that the end of that fight where she decides to turn on Han is one of the most like overly dramatic moments that never should have been written that way whatsoever, because like if the entire point was to surprise Dryden, why didn't she just stab him in the back while he was fighting Han instead of pretending to stalk Han for that whole entire fight? Like it just didn't make sense unless her character just needed to have that moment where she surprised him and saw the surprise on his face when she turned on him and betrayed him. Like that was the only thing that made sense to me.
Well, I think it might be part of the positioning of where they are within the room is one thing, and then the other thing is that where they leave off at the beginning of the fight is he does not trust. He is against both of them, and so I think that's possibly why she's not in a position to do that. That's the only thing that I can think of, really.
Yeah.
Or the only things that I could think of.
Yeah.
I mean, entirely aside from the fact that there are 3 dead troopers with blaster rifles that anybody could use as a weapon as well, just lying around on the floor.
I think one thing about what Darth says about where she steps in is that based on everything that's happened up until this point in the movie, I'm watching this and I'm thinking there is a 1% chance that she does not turn around and swipe at what's his name back there.
Yeah.
But also, like we had talked about before, I think this was another of those one gun scenes where the guards literally didn't have guns. I think that they only had swords, and that's where Kira picked up her sword from. I could be completely wrong about that. But that also ties in with Snoke, because his guards also literally don't have blasters. They all have some kind of sword melee weapon for some reason.
They might have, because remember, Beckett shoots both of them and says, "I prefer to be the only one who's holding a blaster."
Yeah, that's what
so they might have
blasters.
They just, because before he shoots the guards, they're about to kill Han, and the guard pulls out a sword and brandishes it menacingly or whatever.
Yeah,
letting us know that it's there.
And because it lets us, the audience, know that there's a sword in the room, and also I think the implication is like that Voss might force Kira to, like, ceremoniously kill Han type of thing, like as she was saying, like sacrifice something you love. There's a few things that we could talk about here that maybe like serve for a better day, but I think this resolution is just interesting. So Dryden Voss is dead, and Han goes after Beckett to save Chewbacca and to get this coaxium. I got the sense just from the way that Kira was acting that scene that she knew she wasn't going with him when she said goodbye. And like Han is trying, you can see Han try to convince himself that she's going to go with him, and that she is in fact right behind him. But whether or not he actually convinces himself is another thing entirely. But the way that those two actors do that moment is quite understated and quite subtle, I think. I don't know if that was just me or if everybody else thought it was very cheesy. I don't know.
I didn't think much of it, to be honest.
That you knew before she left that she was going to leave?
Yeah.
I don't recall how I felt about that. But, I mean, I was thinking the same thing about when they go in to see Dryden the first time, and he's like, yeah, show me this stuff. Show it to me. Like, yeah, it looks so real. And I don't recall if, knowing how the whole movie plays out now, if I read that in the way that, like, he totally knows what's happening, or if the very first time that I watched it, I picked up on that. I couldn't say.
Yeah.
I think probably, because it is a little bit exaggerated.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's part of it, though, is the exaggeration kind of works because this is the dramatic tone of this movie in some ways. So, okay, we now get Han pursuing Beckett on the beach.
Hold on, let's back up just a sec before we get there, because you just talked about the entire reason that she is staying behind was to gather up the diamonds or whatever, right? So I know we have said this, but I cannot get my mind around the fact that they are sitting on $1 billion yacht saying we don't have a ship, we need money for a ship, while they're standing on a ship. Yes,
and if she grabbed the diamonds, where are they going to go?
What's the plan, guys?
What is down this beach? What's down there?
Where is Beckett going? He's going to the little ring of rocks where it's going to be a flat plateau for a shootout, is where he's going. That's his whole plan. Beckett's. He's not going anywhere.
It feels like this movie is just going through the motions. Like, they want the characters to go to a certain place, so they're going to go there. And there's no, why. It just is. They're going to this place. It doesn't think about, oh, we're on a ship. We could take this ship.
We could sell this ship. It's probably worth a lot of money.
Which is an interesting lead-in to something that I want to talk about for another time, but the way that some people write story is looking at the end goal and then trying to work backwards to get there. So the biggest example I have is Rian Johnson and how they designed the Mega Destroyer in the beginning of The Last Jedi, the one that is like a little Death Star and can destroy half of a planet with one shot. And if you look at the design of it, it has an incredibly flat top that just has a bunch of turrets all over the top of it. It's almost like a normal Star Destroyer, but way flatter on the top. It looks fairly unique in that aspect. And when you look at the behind the scenes stuff, and the animators were talking about how they built it and designed it and everything, and they said when they were showing Ryan models, and he was saying, no, it has to be flat. It has to be flat. It has to have this super flat top so we could have this scene. So when he was designing, he was working backwards. He was saying, I need to have a scene where I have an X-Wing, one X-Wing, run over the top of the Star Destroyer, destroy the turrets. For that to happen, I need to have it designed this way. So he's working backwards from his end goal instead of working... I mean, you shouldn't always be looking at all those little details when you're designing something, but you should be doing world building along the way. But a lot of directors seem like they start at the end goal and then work backwards. So they never care where Tobias is walking to, because that's not the point. The point is the interaction that he's walking towards. It doesn't matter, for them to think about all those little details.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's getting characters where we've talked about it before. It's in service of the audience instead of the characters in service of themselves, like real people are. Like people do things for reasons. Characters in this story very often do things because the plot needs them to be somewhere or to do a thing, and this is exactly that.
It's like when you finish a trailing mission and then Beckett just becomes a regular NPC and he just
he just walks off. Yeah, exactly. It's funny because in video games at least, like if a character's walking to somewhere, it has to be a place because you can see where he's going. Like in video games you could be like, well, there's nothing over there, so like they'd have to be like, okay, we'll have to put another spaceship here, like something. Yeah,
but I swear in Assassin's Creed, like after you finish the mission, they just like walk around aimlessly. Like because I'm a pretty bored guy. I just followed like one of the main characters once just to see where he went, and he just went nowhere. Just kept going in circles.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
See, like with Red Dead 2, when you do that and you like finish a mission for someone and you follow them, you can just like follow their entire life as they go about their business.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, and they have routines and stuff. Like, they'll go to the pub in the afternoon, and then they'll go and camp and like cook and get into a bar fight. It's just like a very they do that well. This is like the exact opposite, where it's like, who the fuck knows where he's going? But you know what? The film doesn't care.
Do you know the game Oblivion? Elder Scrolls
yes.
4?
Yeah.
Characters. That's how a lot of characters are. Like I did a lot of modding in that game, and so I dove into all the different what the characters are supposed to be doing. Like, on this day, or like if you actually go and look on the wiki for this, like if you you might need to go find this guy for this particular quest on this day.
Yes,
this is the routine he follows, but it's different from how it is on this day.
I remember
which
that.
Is when he does this.
Yeah.
And then this day, he leaves town and goes across the map and goes and does this other thing.
Yeah.
So you probably want to do this quest fairly early because he might get killed.
Yes. I remember all of that. Or you'd be like, okay, well, but okay, it's the in-game Sunday, and he's not going to be there till Tuesday. So if I go here and do this now, I can catch him before he does that. And you have to because characters will also tell you, they're like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure like in the afternoons on weekdays you can find him at that tavern, and you're like, okay, cool, that's my lead, and you go there and you talk to people. It's like the D&D style. It's like Gygaxian storytelling. Then you go to that tavern and he's not there, and you ask someone, you're like, oh well, on Fridays actually he goes to see to visit the grave of his dead wife. So you go to the graveyard, and then you find him there. Like, it's that kind of noting of story where things start to make sense because people have lives.
What storytelling did you say?
Gygaxian, the guy who invented Dungeons and Dragons, Gary Gygax.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a discussion for another day.
I'll incorporate that into my vocabulary.
A whole mode of narrative storytelling. But yeah, absolutely right. That's what this is missing, is that sense that these people are doing things in a real place. It's what we've been talking about the whole time, ultimately.
Way to bring that back. That's good.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have anything else before we can talk about who shot first? Or
that's the very next thing on my notes here.
So
yes.
Oh, yes.
5 seconds before that. Okay, so we talked about how Beckett was walking out into the middle of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
If you look at that scene, the ship is behind him in the background, so he's walking away from the casino ship, right?
Yep.
Han is in front of him.
I noticed that this time. Yeah.
How did Han
he get there so
there?
quick?
No ship
so
or
quickly.
anything. Yeah.
And how did he do it not being seen? It's a big open beach. Surely Beckett would have seen it coming.
So here's the thing about like that kind of thing is like I look at that and I see it and then I kind of like dismiss it, like it's one of those things, your brain sees it, it's a question, you're kind of like doesn't really work, but whatever.
Yeah, the only reason it bothered me was it goes back to the directors not caring enough to just put a speeder bike behind him. That's all it would have taken, Yeah.
Well, there's a thing that so I've been reading about like directors like Spielberg, Hitchcock, Scorsese, and like a lot of times, and there's little things like that where they're like, the audience is not going to care, and it's a thing, we've thought about it, we're not going to deal with it because at the end of the day the audience won't care. And that's true sometimes, but and like in this particular instance, like I said, like I thought about it, it sticks out to me, but I don't really care that much. But if this is like item number 52 in the movie for you, you're probably not in the story at this point and going, how did he get there? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're
and that's
right.
what you're thinking about, and not what's about to happen.
Yeah, it's not that there's an issue with it. It's that it because that's the
cumulative.
Thing. It's cumulative. Because if there are a ton of other things that, because you do have to do that, right? Because of economies, right? So I'm thinking about like, because I work in prose, like I have a certain number of words I can put on a page, and like after a while, if you include too many things in the scene, it slows down the pacing, or it gets distracting, or it's impossible to follow. It's like you have an economy of what you can and can't do, so you do pick and choose. You're like, people aren't going to care about that, but this will help with this, and this will help with that. I think where this falls down is because it's the climax of the movie and the climax of these two characters. We're paying a lot of attention to what's happening, or I was at least, to like, because so much of the setup of the last 20 minutes before this moment was about logistics of who was where and doing what and where the coaxium is. Like the movie is calling our attention to the geography of objects and people for the specific reason that it's a heist movie. They're trying to heist something. They're stealing objects. Characters are taking an object from a location to another location. So my brain's already in geography mode because I'm trying to track the double and triple crossing and all that stuff. And so that's for me at least why it flags as like why I noticed it particularly. Whereas I think normally what you're saying, Rye, is like how my brain would normally work, which is like it would just kind of flicker past. I'd be like, it doesn't matter. It's cool. Like the shot's cool when it pans across and it's just Han with like his hands on his hips, being like, here I bloody am. I'm like, it's cool. It looks cool. It's a cool shot. But yeah, I think it's because the movie at that point is concerned with geography and objects in space that's why it drew me out of it. If that makes sense. Okay, so let's talk about who shot first. So Beckett, so Han confronts Beckett and he's like, listen, I've done it. And Beckett goes, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You really think she's going with you? And Han's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And Beckett says, she killed Voss, didn't she? And Han doesn't really give him a response. But this is Beckett reading Han incredibly well, where he's predicting what's going to happen. He's trying to find a weakness here. He's trying to stall, get Han emotional long enough so he can get to his blaster and shoot, right? This is the move. This is the classic Beckett move. And Han sees this coming, fortunately for Han. And Beckett is winding up and he's like, you know what? You're a good kid, but you've still got a lot to learn. You know what? The final lesson, and before he can deliver his final mentor speech, obviously, he's twisting the role of the mentor to suit his own needs. Han just shoots him. Just bang. And Beckett is surprised. He's like, damn, okay, you finally made a smart call. Trust no one. He's been saying it the whole time. Han has finally learned his lesson. Shoots him. Beckett goes down, and we have a bit of like a father-son bonding moment where Beckett's like, you did learn, you were better than me. You surpassed, the student becomes the master type thing, and then Beckett passes away, and we are left with our heroes have the coaxium, which they do the thing that they said they would do with, which is they give it to the good guys, and then they get a little vial for themselves so they can go off and buy a ship. And we'll talk about the little epilogue in a second. But yeah, who wants to start with who shot first thing?
So okay, the trope in cowboy movies of waiting for the other guy to reach for his pistol first, so that when you kill him because you're just better, it's a noble kill, right? Because you were going to get shot anyway. So, and then the reason they revised that in that weird edit in A New Hope where they made it look like Greedo shot first, it was to make Han look more noble,
to be less of a bad guy.
Yeah. So and then this is like the Star Wars being like, no, look, guys, we're with you. We're one of you, the fans. We know that Han shot first. Anyway, it's a weird spin on that trope, and it suits the movie, and like it's a climax of like the lessons that Han has been learning throughout this movie, but in the larger context of like the meaning of that trope, it's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. That trope though, it's interesting you bring it up because in real life, so like in movies, that is how cowboys work. In real life, the reason that you did that is if your pistol was still in the holster and someone is drawing on you, you can get out of the way and then pull iron. So like you can drop to the ground and then pull your gun out, right? It's like a tactical reason to wait for them to start pulling, because you know that if you're quicker, you can kill them before, because if you're doing this, you're not moving sideways. So I'm gesturing this. If you're watching the video, it helps. But like if you're pulling the gun out of the holster, it's harder to move laterally, right? Because you have to pull up and then pull out. So if someone's starting to do that and you know you're a quicker draw, you can just kill them straight away. Whereas if they haven't drawn yet, they can get out of the way and then pull and shoot you, and they've already moved around. It's harder to shoot a moving target. So there are like logistical reasons why you should shoot first, or wait till they're drawing their gun and then you shoot them if you're a quicker draw. That's where dueling came from. And movies did a really cool thing where it became like an honor thing, and which I kind of like, where it's like, it's legal to kill someone in a duel, which is like, yeah, but like not in cowboy times, like way earlier in England. But yeah,
it's an interesting throwback to Hamilton there when they're having their duels and they're like, let's go have it in New Jersey. Everything's legal in New Jersey.
Everything's legal in New Jersey. Yeah. I always think of that sequence in Dishonored 2 where like your target, or maybe it's the first Dishonored, where one of your targets, like you can trick them into sliding your honor at a party, and then you can like kill them in a duel and no one cares. Like you just shoot the dude in broad daylight, and if you follow the rules of the duel and do it honorably, no one gives a shit. It's a cool little moment. Yeah, talk to me about this scene, Rye. I know that you had some notes.
Well, I think what he just said about... well, first of all, I should say, I think it's a really great scene, but... A really great scene.
I really like it. Like a lot.
The first thing is that it feels, like he said, it feels too meta. They're like, oh, he shot first. Oh, yeah, you remember how he shoots first? He shot first there. But even though, again, I think it's a really great scene.
I do recall.
So the second, I think, problem or issue with this, and I don't know that I would do it differently, but the second sort of issue with this is that this needs to happen separate from Kira, because she needs to leave and everything. Mm-hmm. And it kind of needs to be his moment with Beckett and sort of Chewbacca in the background, but his moment with Beckett. But he's already shown that he's been paying attention and learning from Beckett in the previous scene, where it's like, well, we knew that you were going to double cross our double cross, so we're double crossing your double cross of us.
Yeah.
And so he's already shown that he's been paying attention, and he's out and he's learned the lessons that Beckett's been trying to tell him. So that kind of takes away a little bit from this scene, but I still really, really like it. And going back to that liberation theme, Beckett's also trying to get out and go play the Valicord, or go to learn to play the Valicord or whatever. And he has a great, little line there. It's like, I really would have liked to have done that or whatever.
Yeah.
So an interesting thing that I noted was that one single line from Beckett right after he's shot completely ruins Han's character. And if that line were taken out, Han could have been sort of transformed into that character we see in episode 4. So the first thing that Beckett says is, you were right to shoot me, I was going to kill you. Like, Disney made it absolutely clear that Han is not a bad guy, he was defending himself. And that's the entire point of the Han shot first controversy in the first place, was that Han was not supposed to be a good guy who was defending himself. He was supposed to be the bad guy who shot first because he's a bad guy. But now when Disney recreated the scene, they again have it just blatantly said, you're not the bad guy, you had to do this because I was going to kill you. If they had left that one line out, and then Beckett says the thing about, I just wanted to learn to play the Valicord, now you're feeling controversial about this. You're like, why did Han shoot him? And now Han is transported into that character that he is in episode 4, where he is the bad guy who shoots first, and you don't know if it was the right decision or not.
He gets to become the tragic hero.
I see where you're going with that. I don't think I agree completely. Or rather, I disagree a bit in that I think the whole thing that Beckett's trying to get across to him is that, you're the good guy, you don't have what it takes, or I don't know if he goes that far, but it's sort of the implication that Han is not yet who he needs to be. He needs to get hard. And Beckett, I guess, with him showing, that this is sort of like the final lesson as in like Beckett knows he's done. Or was like, yeah, you did the right thing, as in, you know, if you did the quote unquote good thing and waited for me to draw, then I would have got you or whatever. But no, you need to do. You were right to do the wrong thing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So like, you know, you need to shoot first before the other guy draws.
Yep.
So I that is my take on that. I don't read it as, I could see what you're saying, but I don't read it specifically as them trying to excuse Han or make it, I don't know the words I'm looking for, but I still feel that Beckett is sympathetic in that moment, and that you feel that like Han is not really too happy about having to do what he did.
Yeah, I mean, I think both readings make sense. Like the text is vague enough with what. Yeah, you're right, because it depends what you think Beckett means by the right thing as well. I really fucking like this scene, guys. It's really cool. It's really well shot. My only gripe is that we see the direct blaster hit, and you don't really, like, it's hard to, like, blasters for the most part, when they hit people, they're hitting stormtroopers, so their armor kind of breaks, so they just fall over. We don't really know what blaster damage looks like. You know, Kylo gets hit in his belt and we can't see it. Like, Beckett just has like a little burn on his shirt or whatever, which I didn't want anything gruesome, but like it would look like it was a weird wound, is all. Like it was weird to look at. But otherwise, fucking love it. I love the cowboy shoot, like the standoff. I love the little moment of intimacy they have as Beckett's dying. But more than that, I love the exact moment that happens after this, which is, it's now just Han and Chewbacca, and we see Kira's yacht, you know, flying off into the distance, and Chewbacca puts a hand on Han's shoulder, and they just stand there and watch her leave together. And it is a silent, like, perfect moment of everything that these two characters need to say to each other goes unsaid, because it doesn't need to be said. And it's just two people together mourning the tragedy of everything that's just happened. It's very, very good. I really like that shot and this little sequence here.
Restrained almost, if you will.
Very restrained. Like yeah. Very, very restrained. In a way that is, you know, benefiting the movie in so many ways. Because you can imagine them doing a comedic rejoinder here where Chewie says something in Tree Walk or something, or whatever it is. You can imagine a different version of this that is less good.
I imagine they had like maybe someone from Pixar Studios that day, and he was like, what if they just don't say anything? What if you just do visual storytelling?
Yeah.
And Ron Howard was like,
what if we showed instead of told? Ron Howard was like, whoa, you can do that?
But I'm literally a narrator. That doesn't compute.
You know what would have been really interesting at this point is to actually have Han chase the ship just running on foot for a period of time, and then eventually realize, I have lost her, and he gives up, and you see that on his face, which ties in very well to him not wanting to attach himself emotionally to anyone in future movies and stuff, because you could see that period where he is still trying to physically chase something that he knows he cannot reach.
And I wonder if that would have been... I
think you're right, because he lacks surprise that she's doing this.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of removes some of the impact of this is a transformative moment for the character, or it should be. And I think that, like as you said, because he reacts the way that he does, it's... It loses some of that.
I suspect he hasn't learned his lesson yet, because his lesson is to come in the follow-ups. Like, he's going to chase Kira, and it's going to make things worse. And then he's going to have to learn that lesson eventually, which is what will harden him into the Han in A New Hope. But that, of course, does not transpire.
But there is a moment as she's going away where we get a shot of her, and then a shot of them at the beach, and then a different angle of her that makes me think back to what I was saying earlier, that she's I don't read that as her doing this to serve herself. It does serve her character, but she's doing this because she knows she has to. There's no other way for her to solve this problem.
Yep, absolutely.
That it is a sacrifice for her to do what she's doing.
It also could just go back to the what I talked about is one theme was just everyone trying to do their best to survive, and she might think that she has a better chance at surviving long term going off on her own, staying with Crimson Dawn in that leadership role versus going off with Han, which will assumedly Maul will find out that she abandoned him and took up with Han, so that is the more dangerous route to take. So this could easily just be the choice of this is the best thing that she could do to stay alive the longest, which has, again, just been a running theme.
Absolutely. All right, well, we might take a quick break because I know Pat needs to duck out, and then we might come back and talk about the little epilogue of this movie. It'll be a little cheeky quick ending here, and then we'll kind of summarize our thoughts. Is there anything you wanted to add before you duck out, Pat?
Was there anything? I guess just speaking to the end real quick when he's like, there's a crime lord on Tatooine, that's looking for getting a crew together for a big job. Just Jabba the Hutt, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the only thing that seems it's weird that they were intending to make more movies out of this, because that seems like just such a nice bow on this movie as a solo adventure and as a prequel for like A New Hope. So.
It does. What you got to remember is they wanted to explain everything, Pat.
Yeah.
So they want you to hit A New Hope and be like, I know exactly the job that Han went on that means he owes Jabba money. And I want to see every second of it. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. This is in the way that it is now, it is quite a nice dovetail into that film.
It is. But yeah, that's all I had.
Did we fully talk about deep in the fakes and art versus imitation and all that stuff?
We didn't. We didn't really even get into it. That might be a conversation for another day then. That we might get back together on. We could even do an epilogue to this at some point, but let's take a quick ad break and then we'll come back. Pat's got to go. We'll come back. We'll talk about the ending of the film and wrap up this series, and then maybe explore. Yeah, we might do something in the future with that, because I think there's some other stuff we could talk about with the sequel trilogy as well.
I'm telling you, this is a solo podcast.
This is a solo
that you've
podcast
got on your
now.
hands.
I'm gonna do this till we die.
Right.
Which will be forever. Awesome. All right. Well, we'll catch you guys right after these products and services to talk about the epilogue and the ending of this movie. All right, we are back from that little break there. Pat has taken off, so we're just going to talk about the ending of the film here and the epilogue. So essentially where we're up to now is that we're still on Savareen, and we're going to cut away to what happens next. So Han and Chewbacca go to talk to Empress Ness, and she's like, thank you for all the coaxium that we've got. Do you want to join our rebellion? Right? So she's like, do you want to come and be part of this thing? And Han and Chewie share this look, like this just silent look, and Han kind of, he doesn't say much. He just looks at Chewie, looks at Empress Ness for a minute, and he just shakes his head. She's like, maybe one day you'll change your mind. And he says, don't count on it. But she does give him a vial of coaxium, which is going to be enough for him to get off the planet and go and find himself a ship. So once again, Han is back where he started with nothing but a single vial of coaxium and his friend Chewbacca. And so he goes to a tropical kind of forest-looking planet where he finds Lando Calrissian playing another game of Sabacc. This time, Han beats Lando because he takes Lando's kind of the card that Lando has up his sleeve, and he wins the Falcon. And that, as Pat said, we kind of end the movie with them heading off to Tatooine. Who wants to start where with all of that? What have we got?
A huge throwback that Han never had to actually deliver on the fake ship that he lost to Lando in their first game. So he really didn't deserve to end up with the Falcon in the first place, because he bet an imaginary ship, lost it, and then never had to actually pay up that bet.
Right. I was thinking the same thing.
or pay Lando's share of the heist, because there never was a share of the heist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Man, Lando's a generous dude. Or
really?
an idiot.
He really is.
Who could say?
Or.
Yeah, I
threaten somebody with Chewie ripping their arms off, they'll probably be pretty amenable.
Yeah, having Chewie around is a real good deterrent in general. I'd be doing basically whatever Han wants. Chewie's terrifying. You all seen that deleted scene where Chewie rips off the dude's arms in one of the sequels? Yeah. That's a crazy little scene that they cut out. Yeah,
he does that in this movie too. When they're robbing the place, and he rips one of the guards' arms.
Oh yeah, he does too.
Off, and Han's like, "That would have fit me perfectly. You had to do that to that."
Oh
guy.
yeah,
that's right.
Yep.
That's just Chewie's combat move. That's one of his specials.
Yeah, he's holding the arms. He sort of shrugs. He's like,
that was actually a
problem
gripe that I have with what is it, Return of the Jedi. When they are on the barge and Chewie is out there with them fighting, and we have had all of this build-up since Episode 4 of how strong Wookiees are and how fearsome they are in battle and everything, and you never actually see it. And that barge scene would have been the perfect spot to show off the Wookiees' strength in battle. And I just don't know why they didn't go with it.
I think it had to be a Luke hero show. Like, we had to see Luke Skywalker, the Jedi.
Yeah.
It was a Luke bonanza from start to finish, that whole sequence.
Well, you're also talking about the same fight that has the Force kick.
God, yeah. Oh boy. My favorite thing is watching the behind the scenes of that and watching watching Mark Hamill with the lightsaber hilt and the stick or whatever, and he's hitting people so hard that the stick bit is snapping off. And they have to rotoscope it out in post. It's so funny. Like he's just like going in like it's like too much. Like the stunt coordinator's like, Jesus, Mark, like back off a little bit, man. Yeah. Okay. So this is an ending, right? So Han. We've been talking a lot about the Han of this movie versus the Han we meet in A New Hope. He doesn't join the rebels, but he does give them the coaxium. So he's essentially like doing the minimum he can to be a good guy here, but he's not fully committing because he wants to go off and have his adventures and win the Falcon and do this or that. How does that work for you guys as a kind of a little emotional like kind of footnote to this story?
Not very well. It goes back to what I've been saying this whole time. I don't really buy it.
Yeah, at most, I think he should have given them a third. Given them some small fraction. Like, if you feel bad, if you're a moral person, give him something. But I don't see any way with his backstory, as rough as it was, that he would give away that much of his freedom. Because, again, it's not just the money. It's that he is buying his freedom and his ship and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the conversation he has with Kira, where he's like, "I'm an outlaw. No, I'm a terrible person." I'm like, "No, you're not.
You're not. You're a pretty decent
No, you're
guy.
not. You've done nothing in this movie to make me think that.
If anything, you've done the opposite the whole time.
Exactly.
Where it's like everything you've done is like you're a good dude.
Actually, one thing that's kind of sneaky that we talked about before was the value of the coaxium. So, you know how we talked about when he first gets the vial and he's talking with Kira and she says this is worth 500 to 600. Then they get up to the guard gate and they say this is worth 800. Now, when at the end of the movie, when Han is going and he's gonna do this sabacc game with Lando, and he says this vial of coax is worth 10,000 at least. So we've gone from 500 to 600 to 800. Now it's all the way valued up to 10,000, and it's the same one vial.
I mean, is that technically character growth for Han? That he's getting better at lying? Or is Lando just really dumb and doesn't know how much coaxium's worth?
Or, alternatively, there's some insane inflation in this coaxium.
There you go.
Or maybe because it's like from the source of coaxium on Kessel, it's like better and more expensive. Like it's like premium fuel instead of just like regular unleaded type thing.
And I've been paying a lot of attention to the whole GameStop and Reddit thing, and I was like, did all the Reddit people find out about coax, so they're just like pumping all their money into it, so the stock price is just shooting through the roof?
Supply and demand, baby. That's just economies.
Yeah, Palpatine's trying to short coaxium.
Oh no! Now he pissed off Reddit. Who haven't we upset in this series? Yeah, this ending doesn't work for me either for a few reasons. I think the emotional little like the Han Chewie moment on the beach works for me. I agree with what you guys said, that could have been better. We could have seen more of a reaction from Han. But like, as far as this is a resolution to him, to the story, like him going back to Lando and getting the Falcon, like it doesn't really do anything for us. Like there's no... what I would normally expect in this kind of epilogue is that we learn something about Han, or something about the world, or something about what is going on that we didn't previously, that recontextualizes some of what's just happened. So an example would be in a Marvel movie, you watch the film and you have your ending, and then you have your after credits sequence that, you know, slightly recontextualizes something or hints at what's to come, or something. Some of them in that universe are pretty hacky and like cliche. But what they should do, if they're really good, is like they tell you just like a little bit more about the world, right? Or like a little bit more about what's going on. So like the best example is at the end of I think it's the second Hulk movie. Tony Stark turns up in a bar to talk to Bruce Banner. He's like, "Hey, listen, I know who you are. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent me." And that's enough. You're like, oh, hang on, there's something else at play here. Like you get enough, there's enough oomph there where you're like, okay, this is changing the context of what we're dealing with here. And so I think equally with this movie, the way that it does this little epilogue, this doesn't like tell us anything new. There's no new information provided to us here. There's no new character movement. This is just, I guess they get a ship and Han stops Lando from cheating. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily do anything new. I'm not sure if I'm explaining that terribly well.
No,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, it's kind of like the thing that I don't like about epilogues, or really post-credit scenes in general, just because, like, I don't mind, like, a post-credit scene where it maybe will introduce something that's not, like, too important. Like, it just feels like a bunch of tacked-on stuff that they couldn't bother to actually do in the movie. Like, and I know, like, he couldn't have gotten the Falcon, like, beforehand, like, that makes sense, but, like, that would have been kind of cool to actually see that earlier in the movie. Like, it just feels tacked on. It just feels like we needed another movie, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I don't like epilogues in general. No, I didn't dislike the scenes. They don't really fit in the movie, and that's why I don't like them.
Yeah.
Within the movie.
Yeah.
I guess.
Totally.
No, I agree. He should be getting the Falcon either the next movie or the movie after that.
Yeah.
Which maybe was the original plan, you know?
One interesting thing that goes back, I want to say it was Rye that was talking about when Han first meets Kira on the barge. The entire first half of the movie was all about Han's motivation was, I need to get back to her. So when he achieves that, what is the entire rest of the thing about? And at the end of the movie, we come back to the same exact problem. The whole thing has been building up to Han wanting to spend the rest of his life with her. And then thematically, the ending doesn't make sense because he and Chewie seem to be just going off happy-go-lucky, oh, we're going to have a great rest of our lives, but he just lost what he's spent the last X number of years fighting tooth and nail for. He lost the only thing that he cared about, and he's smiling, walking off into the sunset. It doesn't fit the mood.
Yeah, he should, you know, get the Falcon. Like, let's say we keep that, right? He still gets the Falcon, and then he's like, okay, Chewie, we're going after her. Like, we need to go track her down. And it could have been like, you know, it could have been like kind of like, that's almost like a darker ending where it's like, actually, he's not letting this go, you know, like he's hanging on to this.
Especially think what that would have been amazing for the confrontation between him and Lando, because then it's not just Han like randomly wanting the ship, it is not just him having this passive-aggressive thing with Lando. It's like, I need that ship because it's one of the best ones out there, and I need to get Kira. Like, if you put that motivation behind what Han is doing, it makes it so much more powerful of a scene than it actually was.
Yeah, if he was looking for her, if that was still his goal, instead of being like, hey, let's go find out what's going on Tatooine, like Beckett said, yeah, it's very different.
And I think that's where, you know, for so much of this film and for so much of the way the story is told, it just misses a lot of... And, like, obviously, it's easy to rewrite in retrospect, like, oh, we would have done it this way, would have done it that way. But a lot of it isn't necessarily that the pieces aren't there. They're just never used to the fullest extent. And it feels... This movie feels like a first draft in so many ways, which is ironic given it's filled with reshoots and is a second draft of the original. Like, there is something about that which is just disappointing to me as a piece of like art. Like, this should have the opposite problem. It should be like finely tuned, right? The screws should be really tight everywhere. And I guess for me, so much of this movie is kind of these dopey, slightly misfired moments where we start with the Han who kind of, he's sort of an impression of the Han that we know in A New Hope. He's not different enough. He doesn't really learn anything in this movie, right? His quest doesn't, kind of give him a new worldview, right? He doesn't really like discover the ills of like imperialism or the Empire. He doesn't learn to let Kira go. He doesn't learn to trust himself or trust Chewie, or that he should trust no one. Like, ultimately, his lesson is that like imperialism is kind of fine and the Empire is kind of fine as long as the good guys get the oil. And the good guys are always the minority. So like that morality in this world is solved. And I don't know, in my opinion, like instead of this emotional kind of treatise of like, how did this lying street rat become this hustler with a heart of gold, we start where we end and go nowhere the whole time. I think that is my largest issue with this story.
You kind of just made me think of something, and that's going back to the scene on Savareen when we're looking at the village and being told about the backstory of how these people were tortured or whatever. And why did we need this entire scene, this entire explanation to prove to the audience that Crimson Dawn was evil?
Yeah. I think because we already have an evil entity, like we have the Empire. So it's like, well, trust me, these guys are also bad. They're just different bad.
But we don't really see the Empire. All like pretty much the only evil we see was Dryden Voss blatantly killing the governor, and I think that's really the only evil that we see as far as that faction is concerned. But I don't know. I mean, I know that.
Well, and Enfys Nest does specifically say that she wants the coaxium to begin a rebellion, and that Crimson Dawn and the Empire are intertwined. They are, at least to her, one and the same.
Yes.
But it was like they needed to show that they needed to show the pain and the suffering in order to prove that the rebellion needed to happen.
It's almost like, and I noticed this a lot in just movies in general, but they always seem to be trying to say, oh, we're gonna have like this dark backstory for either a group of people or one person, and they're really trying to make you care about something, and they're really trying to drill it into your head that you have to feel a certain way about something. And that's kind of the vibe I got from that, just because like, what was the point of that, like, at the end of the day? I mean, it's just it keeps drilling an idea into our head, but it doesn't give us any more information. They could have taken that out and done some other stuff that maybe would have served the film better. And that's just the vibe. Like, again, Hollywood does that a lot, and that's what it feels like. Like, the people who made this movie didn't really seem to care enough to actually put that time and energy into writing into specifics. Instead, they're just like, oh, well, we'll put this scene in here and we're just going to remind them that thing bad.
Yeah, it goes back to the vibes I got. Yeah.
The only thing that I can think of, I'm trying to put the words together to how to say this. That we're talking about the reveal of the Crimson Dawn cutting off everybody's tongues, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So right just before this, we've had the antagonistic force be revealed to actually not be a bad person, so they say, and they want the coaxium for quote unquote good reasons, or we know about A New Hope and the rebellion and everything, so we know that what she's talking about, but the characters don't know that, and we're also, I think we need to, not only does it need to be convincing that the characters Han and Kira and etc. would be like, okay, I buy what this person's selling me, that they want the coaxium for a good reason, and that these the Crimson Dawn, these people, this sort of neutral third party, though they're not a neutral third party, is an example of what they want to fight against. I think if Enfys Nest just showed up and said, "Hey, I'm not a bad person. I want the Coaxium for a rebellion," I don't think that would work for the audience, and I don't think that would work for the characters either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not. That being said, I'm not fully. I do think, I'm not fully 100% behind that inclusion either.
It's a lot to do with the execution of the concepts. So much of this film is just like the idea is fine, but how it's used is never quite hitting the mark. And I think that's a good example of.
Well, that's your byline for the whole movie.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Because remember, I like this movie, and it's fine.
Correct.
It's fine.
Exactly. Yeah, it's fine. And that's why I feel like I did like the movie at the end of the day. It was an enjoyable movie. But like I feel like you just said, it was fine.
Mm.
It was interesting that description that Danielle gave of Hollywood going back and giving really tragic backstories, and they don't always make sense. My first thought was, I don't know if it's the last season of Doctor Who, but the Lost Child, I think, was the episode.
Oh, God, that was
They go back and basically make the Doctor like he was a tragic villain the whole time. Kind of, it was one of the weirdest character rewrites I've ever seen, and I think everyone pretty much hated it, and no one could figure out why they even did it in the first place. And I don't know, we could probably do a whole session just on that topic.
We could do a whole, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I know the answer because I've tuned my brain into the dunce that thinks he's smart wavelength of Chris Chibnall, but we should talk about that at a different time. Yeah, but it's exactly the same thing where it's like you're architecting this like dark backstory because the character you've written doesn't have enough depth on screen. And so instead of writing them better or making them more interesting, you force complexity through recontextualization instead of through action. Characters are the difference between what they say and what they do. And so this activity of creating these dark, gritty backstories, right? I'm thinking about the number of Disney movies that are like, oh, it's this fairy tale, but from the villain's perspective. All of that shit is exactly the same thing where it's like, how do we make this thing interesting without having the impetus of telling an original, fresh story with unique activity and action? The safer option is to recontextualize the existing attributes, and you're always playing in this safe space because you know how it ends, you know where that character's going.
But it's not just that, it's also telling and not showing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all of the worst parts of storytelling. It's why doing prequels is so fucking difficult in general.
Well, yeah. Well, I was going to say, and too, like, it's very easy to fall into that. And that kind of goes to your point, David, about this feeling like a first draft as well. Like, I could totally see someone writing, this type of thing as a first draft and saying, hey, you need to just flesh this out a little bit, bring this more, make this a little more complex. This is a little surface level here. That's just the nature of writing,
Yeah. And when that's why you need editors and people that don't just say yes, and you need structures in place to make sure that you're, using a complementary array of theory and practical and like a bunch of other things. I mean, now at the end of this series, I'm just going to piss off some Harry Potter fans because there's a fan base I haven't touched yet. But like Joe Rowling is like a good example where she is the king of this like lazy, constant recontextualization in the absence of. She's realized that her books aren't very good, and she's trying to add depth and complexity in retrospect outside of the text, which is not how books work. But then if you go and read her other stuff that was published under other pen names, they all have exactly the same problems as Harry Potter, just in like a noir setting, right? It's exactly the same storytelling issues. Star Wars, this movie, is a perfect embodiment of that kind of tendency where it's like, if Joe was to write a prequel to those stories about, say, like Dumbledore or something, what she would do is identify a series of objects or things that are mentioned about Dumbledore, and then tell a story where each of those things is addressed as a laundry list in the same way that Solo is, in the same way that Doctor Who under Stephen Moffat's run was obsessed with trying to explain every little mystery of this universe and this character, because we mentioned, remember, it's like, okay, you remember in the Empty Child episodes, he mentioned the weapon factories on Villengard, and then at the very last episode of his run as showrunner, they go to Villengard, because you remember it's a reference. Like, just this tendency of like nothing can just be. Everything has to be milked for as much content as it can in the safest way possible, instead of just telling good stories. And that is why I worry about. That's why we do this shit. Like, that's why media criticism is important, because Disney have all of the money in the world, and one part of them, and one part of Marvel is doing really interesting, cool stuff and still telling good stories, and like they're pulpy and they're action or whatever, but they're trying really hard. Star Wars is like big budget, lots happening, but they all kind of feel written by committee in some ways, and they never feel like they're properly trying. It's like what you were saying, Danielle. Like, they're not committed to good storytelling. They're committed to spectacle and to profitability. I think it goes back to what we talked about in the first part of this whole series, which is like the Eigen mentality of our job here is to make event, and it is to make money. And in doing and in making event and in making money, we will reliably eventually make good art. But good art is not the motivator. Good art is the byproduct.
Yeah.
One interesting comparison when you were talking about all that was one episode of Community where pretty much the whole series of Community is taking place in this one community college, right? They pretty rarely go outside of it, but there is one episode where they reference all of these adventures that they've had in other places. They talk about how they went to this old cowboy town. They talk about how they went to this haunted mansion type of thing. They make all of these other references, and each reference is only like 10 seconds or something. It gives you a little hint about their lives outside, about all these other adventures that they've had, and like life lessons they may have learned along the way, but they don't go out of their way to explain it. In fact, it's like the exact opposite mentality. It's like, we want to tell you there is more, and we're never going to explain any of it.
Yeah. And crucially in that too, they're all references to things we haven't seen.
Yeah.
Like, none of them are like, it's not references to previous episodes.
Yeah.
Because it's setting up a punchline about Britta and Jeff that we don't know is a punchline because we weren't at those other events. Yeah, it's very, very clever. And you're right, it's the exact opposite. That is Dan Harmon making fun of all of this shit. That's Dan Harmon being like, fuck you and your safe storytelling, fuck you and your tendencies to do this shit. That's not how good stories work. I mean, Community and Rick and Morty are like, ostensibly, it's Harmon just doing what he does best, which is telling good stories and making fun of everybody else for telling bad ones. But that's a really good example, Darth. Like, that's a great example of someone keying into this issue and then surfacing it and being like, you can still do this stuff really well with fresh material. You don't need to rely on not everything needs to be a gritty reboot or a callback. Things can be new and interesting still. And you can work with the material you have and do interesting story.
And as a side note, I just want to point out, I was talking to my friends the other day that I have adored the fact that as part of this podcast, any reference I make, you guys know what I'm talking about and understand the backstory of it. Like, I could be trying to come up with a word and Rye is like, oh yeah, shandification, that's what you're looking for. Like, this has been very
tuned into
enjoyable.
the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Yes. I've seen Community many times. It's a very good TV program. Well, look, we should probably wrap things up here. We've gone on for a minute here. Does anybody have any closing thoughts they want to add, or anything else they want to kind of touch on before we dip out here?
I've got a few. I can go through them like really rapid fire because some of them are just short and funny. Ryan, do you have anything you want to talk about first?
The only thing that I would say is that I think the job that this movie has, which we've said a number of times, is that it needs to take this new character, Han Solo, and transform him into the character that we know in New Hope. If it doesn't do that over 3 movies. And it does not do that in a convincing way. Mm-hmm. And So in that way, it's not that great. And then we've also talked about the execution of everything else. But at the end of the day, it's a heist movie, and it's fun, and I like it, and it mostly works.
Yeah,
mostly.
Mm-hmm. I like the outfits a lot.
Yes,
yeah, I like
capes.
Capes are
the
very
capes
good.
especially.
Capes are primo. Yeah, I concur with all of that. Darth, what have you got?
Okay, so this is just kind of a bunch of little funny and or interesting things that I noticed along the way. One, if you look where Beckett got shot, I'm pretty sure that it was like under his heart-ish, so at the very least he should have had a collapsed lung. It didn't really bother me that he wasn't talking like he had a collapsed lung, but it would have added a lot of realism to the scene if they were like, okay, where did he get shot, and what is the physical reaction to where he got shot for the character. That could have been really interesting for them to look at. Another thing was jumping back to when Kira meets Han, and then the two of them meet Voss for the first time, and Kira immediately says, "This is Han, this is our backstory together." She comes clean immediately, and the implications of that was just really interesting. It shows like she does not keep secrets from Voss no matter what, which I guess is an interesting tie-in to later on when she is trying to keep secrets from him about betraying him. To show at the very beginning she kept absolutely nothing from him. Talking about Han understanding Shriwook, we have one scene where he has trouble speaking, but he's able to understand everything. Never in the rest of the movie does that happen again. It would have added a lot of realism. It would have been a really good world-building thing for him to occasionally say, "Chewie, I didn't understand that, you have to slow down," or "Chewie, I didn't recognize that word." Something like that. Like, I can understand Spanish if you speak slow and you use not many complicated words, but even then, I'm not going to understand what you're saying most of the time. And that translated very much into how I saw Han and Chewie talking to each other, and it could have been world building for the future, because in episode 4 and onwards, he understands Chewie very, very well. It could have been really interesting at the beginning. He barely understands anything Chewie says, and it causes a lot of problems with the communication between the two of them. It may have been more trouble than it's worth to put that in, but it could have been an interesting character building thing along the way.
Definitely.
For Rio, who was the four-armed little dude that got shot.
Pilot.
So
Yeah.
when the enemy Cloud Rider comes in and Rio pulls two guns up and shoots kind of like over his shoulder, it's interesting if you notice he actually closes one eye to properly line up the shot, which is interesting because he has two different guns, so he can't really line up one eye between the two guns, but still. It reminded me of a scene when in episode 7 when Rey gets the gun from Han and she's practicing shooting. Just watch that scene. When she first aims down the barrel, she doesn't know which eye to close because she's never held a gun before. So you see her close like her right eye, and she moves the gun back and forth trying to figure out which eye she's supposed to aim down the barrel on. So
it's the same eye that is in the gun hand.
Yeah.
Doing the experiment now.
But it
That's really fucking weird. Oh no, I think that's... Isn't it a dominant eye
supposed to be the dominant eye, yeah.
But it was just a really interesting throwback. I was like, oh, they had him close the proper eye to aim, whereas with Rey, they also kind of had her experiment with which eye is supposed to be the proper eye.
That's a nice little touch.
that one is in particular is I've seen that cited a lot on her thing, and I went and I looked up a bunch of gun stuff afterwards. This is like, is that true? And it's that she closes the right eye and uses the left eye to look down the barrel of the gun that she's holding with her right hand, and she has to shift in order to look down the barrel of the gun. And according to everything that I've seen, that's correct, because you're supposed to be using the dominant eye. And Daisy is, I believe, or left oriented or whatever.
Although an interesting note that as far as shooting goes, as far as pistols go, a lot of the time you want to practice with your eyes open, because generally with pistols it's more of a not necessarily close quarters, but it's close enough where you might have multiple opponents, especially if you're talking home invasion or stuff. You do not want to have your left eye closed because you're sighting down the right. Then you have someone coming at you from your left. So generally, to my understanding, you are actually training how to shoot with both eyes open, and the one eye closed thing is much more of a distance shooting thing, coming from shooting rifles and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's if you're shooting at a target.
The point of those moments is to be clear that Ray has not handled this kind of thing.
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem with it. That was just a really interesting thing that they threw in there.
There's a slickness with Han that Beckett chucks him deconstructs that sniper and chucks him the modified pistol, and Han just immediately knows how to use it.
He was a soldier, so that does make sense, I suppose.
That's what I mean, though. There is congruency there.
Yeah.
Throughout the series in a way that's quite good. Even you've got Obi-Wan using that blaster when he shoots Grievous. He closes one eye to do it as well for the initial shot, and then he just opens his eyes and blasts him.
The only other thing I had was just a really funny thought that the guards on the train, when they're robbing the train, the actual guards who are there have magnetic boots so that when the train turns sideways, they don't get thrown off.
Yeah.
Think a minute about the core strength that those guys have, because they are attached by their ankles and still staying upright when the train turns sideways.
Because our team are using they've got little pulley rope things attached, like little grapple hooks attached to their belt. But yeah, you're right. That's crazy. Unless it's some kind of a gravity field that's around them. I'm sure there's a visual dictionary explanation for that.
Yeah, I prefer to think they're just like Olympic athletes and they're
always doing ripped crunches and shit. Yeah. To be a train guard on this planet, you need to be shredded.
Right.
Chads only.
Oh, we missed the very last shot of the movie. It's very important.
What's the last shot of the movie?
The dice. It's a close-up of the dice.
Fucking the dice, man. I forgot the fucking dice. Great. So what, though? What do they mean? The dice.
That's the thing, is that they're significant because of The Last Jedi.
Yes.
And then we find out why they were significant, and they're not significant to Leia.
This comes back to something that you talk a lot about in your videos, which is you have to know something. You have to know the quantity of either a skill or a reason for an object or the value of it before that thing is immediately important to the story. And the dice is a good example of it, where if you had seen this movie first, you'd be like, oh, there's dice shop a lot. And then if you caught The Last Jedi, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's them dice, they're back. That's interesting. But it doesn't, in this movie, the dice are nothing. They don't do they don't do anything.
And even
they
in
don't do it
even in the future, what do they mean? So when Luke shows up, he gives the dice to Leia, right? And they're her dead husband's lover's thing. Why is that connection? Why does that mean something to her?
Maybe she doesn't know about Kira.
That's fair enough.
But also in that scene, isn't the purpose to let Leia know that he's not really there, because they're fake, they're a Force ghost object. It's to let Leia know that he's not really there without letting the others know, because then they won't sell the illusion of him being there, whilst also trying to trick us, the audience, into thinking he's really there.
I don't know. That whole thing is really wobbly, because Kylo picks up the dice later, and if they were imaginary, if they were just illusions, then he couldn't have picked them up. They didn't really figure out exactly how they wanted that Force illusion, how they wanted it to work.
Yeah. But look,
Can't
the
really
dice,
think about
they
too
do
much.
nothing. Yeah.
The dice.
The dice. I don't know what we're going to call this series, but it's certainly not going to be involving dice, because dice aren't fucking relevant. God,
imagine calling the podcast The Dice.
Why the dice or something, yeah.
Right, imagine people trying to know, this is a solo podcast.
This is a solo podcast, yeah. Yeah. Did you have anything else, Darth?
Well, no. I think we're... I think we're good. I've got most of my stuff checked off.
I've got a whole other 3 pages of notes that we didn't talk about, but that could be for another time. Look, this has been a wild journey through the land of Solo, a Star Wars story. I almost called it Solo, a Solo story, and that's not what it's called. Yeah, I think we've summarized our thoughts pretty well. It's a movie that I really enjoy. After about the first 25 minutes, it's pretty good, and there's a lot of stuff in it that is great. But I think the total cumulative effect of misfiring on a lot of those smaller things means that this thing just it had the potential to be extremely good and is ultimately pretty bland and uninteresting, and that's probably a bigger crime than swinging and missing, in my opinion. I feel like I've been saying that for years, but I do think taking risk is important in storytelling. It's how you get good stuff done, and it's a shame that Disney, Star Wars Disney at least, their goal is to protect these characters, not to tell good stories, and that sucks. And we should talk about that more and make it part of the thing that we do in Media Crit. And so I feel like across this 12 or so hours of recording that hopefully that's come through. But yeah, if you enjoyed this and you want to help support us, you can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/zeroindent. There are other ways to support us as well. If you like it and you watch the video, subscribing to us on YouTube, leaving a rating wherever you find it. If you like the kind of stuff we make, you'll probably like my novels. You can find them at maynardtrick.com. Danielle, where can people go to find you on the internet?
Yeah, you can find my work over at levelstory.net, which is a magazine about story and video games. Or you can head over to my personal website, which is thisisdanielle.net. Cool. Love it.
Go check it out. Level Story is a video game magazine, so if you like the way that we talk about things, I guarantee you will love it.
I run a film analysis podcast with my friend Mitchie. It's called A Method to the Madness. Our website is amttm.com. Right now we're making our way through the Breaking Bad series and we're covering every single episode, so that's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to peer pressure you into doing an episode on Casino Royale.
That's right. Yeah, we'll definitely do that.
So keep an eye out for that. I've been on a few. We did
the Social Network. Yeah.
Which is good. Yeah, really, really great podcast. And I've been working my way through the Breaking Bad edition. It's very, very fun. Darth, where can people find you on the internet? Where can they check you out?
I am on the YouTubes under the name Darth'd, which is DARTH''D. I am attempting to upload once a week right now, but I probably want to get back to the longer videos that I've been more known for, and those are more like once a month, so we'll see. Maybe if I could start hiring out some writers, it would go a lot faster. Hint, hint, hint.
I love it. Nothing like a sales pitch at the end of a 12-part series. Rye, where can people find you on the internet?
You can also find me on the YouTubes. It's Ryebold, Ryebold. I do not have an upload schedule. I do stuff whenever I can think of something to say and can think of how to say that in a somewhat coherent manner.
Love it. Go check all of their content out. It's all incredible. It's the reason I got everybody involved. If you want to read more stuff like this, we have tons of articles on zeroindent.com, or you can go and check out Level Story. I highly encourage you to subscribe to both Ryebold and Darth'd. They both make really interesting videos about this sort of thing. So go check it all out. Otherwise, thank you for listening and sticking around to the end. Thank you guys for joining in and being part of this conversation. Didn't know that we would get this far into it and become one with Solo, a Star Wars story, but we have, and we've created a nice little micro universe here. So hopefully we'll get together again in the future and talk about something, I'm sure. But in the meantime, it's been very, very enjoyable for me. And we hope that, wherever you found this, if you think someone would enjoy it, send it to them, or let these guys know that you enjoyed having them on the podcast. It really does go a long way just to hear some feedback. So appreciate you all with your time and your energy, whether you're listening, whether you're sitting in the room with us right now. It's been very enjoyable. So we'll catch you guys in the next project, whatever that looks like.